Chapter 1751. I know what I am doing. Fang Yuan looked at Steel Life Immortal Gu closely. This Immortal Gu resembled a bee. It was the size of an adult fist. Its body was covered in alternating gold and black stripes, and its whole body was covered with a layer of thin red radiance. When it moved, this red light would brighten. The most eye-catching part was the bee's stinger. It was extremely thin and sharp. Its length surpassed the body itself, reaching that of an adult's forearm. According to rumors, Steel Life Immortal Gu was the first Immortal Gu obtained by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Its origin was extraordinary. Fang Yuan looked at Steel Life Immortal Gu and was immersed in thoughts. Although thieving heaven is a demon Venerable, his nature is mild and not bloodthirsty. He is completely different from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But because of this nature, he created Theft Path. Fang Yuan knew a lot about thieving heaven demon Venerable. Thieving heaven demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He wholeheartedly wanted to return to his original world. His nature was mild and he did not enjoy killing. He only gathered resources and cultivated constantly, searching for a way to return home. What to do? Facing this question, Theft Path was the answer he created. The 10 Venerables were the most outstanding characters in history. After Fang Yuan was reborn, he became even more interested about these Venerables and placed even greater importance on them. It could be said that in Fang Yuan's previous life, in the unprecedented battle which started based on Fate Gu's restoration project, Venerables played a key role. Every time a Venerable made a move, it would almost change the entire battle situation. The unparalleled strength and far-sighted planning of each Venerable left an extremely deep impression on Fang Yuan. Suddenly, a light of inspiration flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. Limitless, Star Constellation, Primordial Origin, Genesis Lotus, Giant Sun, Red Lotus, and Paradise Earth. All of them used various kinds of methods to take part in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Only Thieving Heaven, Reckless Savage, and Spectral Soul did not make a move. No, Spectral Soul was already taken captive, and only his remnant soul remained. How could he have any power to make a move? I, who inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance and led Shadow Sect to battle, can be considered as his move. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is incomparably bold and has the deepest killing intent. After death, he accumulated strength, reaching the terrifying achievement of having great Grandmaster attainment in every path. Just based on his attainment levels, he can be considered as the #1 person in history, surpassing all the past Venerables. But even he has to follow the most fundamental law. Without any immortal essence or Gu worms, and having only a remnant soul left, he had no tools to do anything and could only be a captive of Heavenly Court. So did Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable predict the 5 regions' chaotic war, or not? Both of them should have been able to predict it. After all, both Primordial Origin and Limitless left behind their arrangements. These two are also similarly ranked 9 Venerables and were born later as well. How could they not have deduced it? They deduced this battle. So did they leave behind any arrangements to intervene? It is possible that Thieving Heaven only thought about returning home. But what about Reckless Savage? He was one of the demon Venerables who attacked Heavenly Court. He should have left a lot of arrangements. 1. They were not exposed in my previous life, but can I find Reckless Savage's arrangements in this life and use them? Fang Yuan's eyes brightened at this thought. This was an excellent method. Facing a colossal force like Heavenly Court, unless he could advance to rank 9 Venerable, he would have to borrow the strength of others. At this time, Langyalan's spirit interrupted Fang Yuan's thoughts. Fang Yuan, you now have rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Gu. This means you have 5 rank 8 Immortal Gu in your hands. Hee, it is truly unbelievable. You only have rank 7 cultivation, but actually possess 5 rank 8 Immortal Gu. Such a situation has rarely happened even in the whole of history. Langyalan's spirit sighed with deep emotions. Fang Yuan had obtained Steel Life Immortal Gu. He also had Attitude, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, and Soul Beast Token. He had 5 rank 8 Immortal Gu indeed. This naturally did not include Wisdom Gu because Wisdom Gu was rank 9. Langyalan's spirit had been paying attention to Fang Yuan all along and was quite aware of his situation. Fang Yuan smiled nonchalantly. How could he tell Langyalan's spirit that he would still obtain more rank 8 Immortal Gu in the future, like Spring, Summer, Big Chi, and Regret? If he said it, wouldn't it scare Langyalan's spirit? It is just that this Steel Life Immortal Gu has a flaw. Back then, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left it behind, he was worried this Gu would bring catastrophe to people. Thus, he only left behind 3 chances to use it. In my previous life, in the battle to defend Langya, the chances were used to kill Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Then Steel Life Immortal Gu was destroyed by Chun using Karma Divine Tree. This is not the only flaw of Steel Life. Using Steel Life Immortal Gu alone does not distinguish between enemies and allies. While it targets enemies, it will endanger the user as well. This is quite an awkward result. So, now that I have obtained Steel Life Immortal Gu, I will have to deduce some killer moves to remove this flaw, at least. If possible, it would be even better if I could lift the limit of using Steel Life Immortal Gu for 3 times only. Various thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. However, he was aware that Steel Life Immortal Gu's 3 usage limit was set by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It would be extremely difficult for him to resolve it. While thinking of these, Fang Yuan smiled at Lang Land Spirit. First Supreme Elder, this Steel Life Immortal Gu seems like it can only be used 3 times. Do you know why that is the case? Lang Land Spirit was inwardly shaken. Fang Yuan actually saw through it. How was this possible? This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's method. Even he himself was unable to sense it. No clues could be seen from the outside. Even when the previous land spirit used all kinds of refinement path methods, he was unable to sense the limits placed by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan only took several glances, and he understood it clearly. Lang Land Spirit blurted out with a shocked expression, "How did you discover it?" The moment he said this, Lang Land Spirit's expression changed, because this question was no doubt confirming Fang Yuan's words. He coughed and said with an awkward expression, "It was not that I intentionally hid it from you. I was planning to tell you." Although land spirits could not lie, they could think and scheme. Like the black-haired land spirit, he was ambitious and had good leadership as well. The previous white-haired land spirit was more proficient in enduring silently and managed to develop Lang blessed land very well. The black and white land spirits each had their own strengths. The black-haired land spirit intended to say the truth, but his idea was saying the truth after Fang Yuan discovered the flaw. It was not considered lying. Fang Yuan looked at black-haired land spirit and said with a faint smile, "First Supreme Elder, I wanted to exchange for refinement path true meaning. Just these Immortal Gu won't do. Steel Life is also in this state. You need to add some things to fill in the difference." The black-haired land spirit rolled his eyes and mumbled, "I know this. Speak, what else do you want?" Fang Yuan smiled. "I have a suggestion." He said his suggestion, the general idea was to deepen the collaboration with the other 3 races, by using Lang sex accumulation to exchange for the time path Immortal Gu that the 3 variant human races had. Lang Land Spirit was surprised. "You still want to exchange for time path Immortal Gu? Are you thinking of developing in time path?" Fang Yuan nodded. This was necessary. He currently had yet to kill Xia and lacked spring, summer, autumn, and winter, these 4 time path Immortal Gu. He also had not gotten rank 7 Edge Gu from Tai Chu Zhong yet, and could not use time cutting edge either. Fang Yuan's time path Immortal Gu came mainly from 2 sources. The most important of them came from He Fan's true inheritance, while the others were some Gu worms left from graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level was at quasi-supreme grandmaster. His time path was 2. Adding on that Red Lotus true inheritances were still in the river of time. Fang Yuan would need to go into the river of time. Thus, he naturally needed powerful battle strength in the aspect of time path. Lang Land Spirit nodded. "Then I shall swallow my pride and discuss with the other 3 races." Fang Yuan, the important thing now is still Heavenly Court. We need to quickly get rid of the harmful Tao marks in the blessed land before secretly relocating as quickly as possible. Fang Yuan quickly comforted the anxious black-haired land spirit. "I know what I am doing. Relax. I am gathering these time path Immortal Gu to deal with Heavenly Court as well. I have some plans to deal with the harmful Tao marks in Lang blessed land. I will modify our super immortal formation after some time as well." "That's good." The black-haired land spirit patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and left. His actions were extremely efficient. He settled the discussions not long later and gave the time path Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan. Counting in the time path Immortal Gu from Lang Yasek's treasury as well as those exchanged from the variant humans, there were 5, 3 rank 6, and 2 rank 7. Among the rank 7, there was Time Concealment Immortal Gu and Time Needle 1 Immortal Gu. Among the rank 6, the Immortal Gu were yesterday, 10 days, and successive years. To Fang Yuan, the most helpful one was Time Concealment Immortal Gu, as this Gu could conceal the Gu Immortal. He was extremely happy to have obtained it. Time Needle Immortal Gu was an offensive Gu which would shoot out thin needles towards the enemies once activated. The remaining 3 rank 6 Gu were just passable and would at most be used as supplementary Immortal Gu. 2 day later, large amounts of rank 8 immortal materials were thrown down and formed into a multicolored whirlpool. Wisdom Gu dove into the vortex of its own accord like a cat that had smelled fish. Fang Yuan opened his sovereign immortal aperture and stored the multicolored whirlpool inside. Back then, Lang Land Spirit had used this method to deceive Wisdom Gu into moving to Lang blessed land from Hu Immortal blessed land. This method was used in Fang Yuan's previous life as well. This time, although he was familiar with it, he pretended like it was the first time he saw it and praised Lang Yalan's spirit endlessly. To hide the secret of his current rebirth, he needed to start concealing it from these small details. The black-haired land spirit was praised by Fang Yuan, but his disappointed feelings were already revealed. Sigh, my heart feels so empty now. Black-haired land spirit heaved a deep sigh. He had been coveting Wisdom Gu for a long time. He had not expected it would still go to Fang Yuan in the end, and he had even spent a large amount of lifespan Gu in the process of feeding it. But he could do nothing about it. Under the threat of Heavenly Court's invasion, the black-haired land spirit had to accept this no matter how unwilling he was, to prevent Wisdom Gu from ending up in Heavenly Court's hands. Take a look at this Immortal Gu recipe, we will refine this Immortal Gu next. After Fang Yuan collected Wisdom Gu, he gave an Immortal Gu recipe to Lang Yalan spirit. Lang Yalan spirit looked carefully. Myriad itself, Immortal Gu? Right. This Gu can greatly increase my battle strength, and it will be helpful in dealing with Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan said while walking out of this valley. Start preparing. I will go to gather the 8 main immortal materials. Oh, wait a moment. Didn't you want to modify the Blessed Lands formation? Fang Yuan waved his hand without even turning around. Don't worry. I know what I am doing. Lang Yalan spirit. Chapter 1752 Killing Immortals. Plundering Lu Northern Plains. Autumn Blade Plain. A Gu immortal walked barefooted on the grassland. He was tall and well-built, and had a bronze luster to his skin. He was wearing an armored vest that revealed his shoulders. His pants were rolled up, revealing his calves. Every step he walked, there would be bloody footprints left on the grassland. He was Ming Tuesday Blade Path Quasi-Great Grandmaster, rank 7 Gu Immortal, with peak rank 7 battle strength. He was one of the top 3 experts among Ming tribe's rank 7 elites. In order to break through in his Blade Path attainment level, Ming Tu chose to guard Autumn Blade Plain, imitating Rinzu's actions and almost ignoring the outside world completely. He was dead silent as he walked step by step in Autumn Blade Plain. His eyes were shut as he concentrated deeply, trying to comprehend the profundity of Blade Path. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He saw that monsters were emitting shrill shrieks as they attacked him. These monsters were horrifying in appearance. They had human shapes, but had malevolent and terrifying faces. They had knife-like claws. Their eyes were filled with blood. Their intense killing intent made Meng Tu's hair stand on end. What in the world is this? Meng Tu was shocked and furious. After fighting against these monsters, he was shocked to realize that each of them had rank 7 battle strength. Even with his peak rank 7 battle strength, against this unceasing wave of monsters, he had no choice but to retreat. But right when he was about to retreat, the monsters attacking him self-detonated. This sudden event was out of Meng Tu's expectations. He was truly caught off guard. Boom, boom, boom. The monsters continued to self-detonate with great power. Meng Tu retreated while he spat out blood. These monsters are working together in a tight formation. They have great coordination. There must be a Gu Immortal controlling them. I wonder if they are a Soul Path or Enslavement Path Gu Immortal. Meng Tu was uncertain and worried. He was about to seek help from his tribe when the world suddenly changed colors. By the time Meng Tu reacted, he was already trapped inside an immortal battlefield. This immortal battlefield was set up so quickly. Shock flashed across Meng Tu's eyes. Until this point, he had not even seen the enemy's face yet. Sir, who are you? Why are you being enemies with my Meng tribe? Meng Tu shouted. The mastermind Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He started to prepare Luo Pasil while ignoring him. Fang Yuan did not have Wu Yang's concealment method. Once he started preparing Luo Pasil, intense winds blew. The overwhelming aura permeated the entire Yama battlefield. His location was thus exposed. Meng Tu's sharp gaze looked over. He saw that Fang Yuan was an ordinary-looking Gu Immortal, wearing a gray robe and looking very much like a common passerby. But Fang Yuan's current aura made Meng Tu incredibly astounded. In fact, Meng Tu was dazed. He only has peak rank 7 cultivation. How can he use a rank 8 killer move? In truth, Luo Pasil was only quasi-rank 8, but it had immense aura. Because Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 immortal essence yet, the Luo Pasil he activated now had been modified and weakened a little. Meng Tu gritted his teeth, charging at Fang Yuan. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were this courageous after all. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He was relaxed and calm, as if Meng Tu did not exist. A large number of human-shaped Yama children appeared and blocked Meng Tu with their lives. The number of Yama children sent Meng Tu into despair. Once Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil was ready, he attacked from afar. Due to the Yama children's obstruction, Meng Tu could not dodge anywhere. He was hit by Luo Pasil. Instantly, his expression turned pale and ghastly. He was dead. His soul dissipated completely. Not a trace was left. Fang Yuan started collecting his loot. Meng Tu's body was intact. His immortal aperture was also left behind. There were many cultivation resources and 3 Immortal Gu inside. In the previous life, Meng Tu self-detonated. Fang Yuan only obtained Blade Wing Immortal Gu. His gains were much higher now. After dispelling Yama battlefield, Fang Yuan looted the whole of Autumn Blade Plain. The drinking blade wine that was buried underground was his main goal. Fang Yuan also collected it. Other than that, there was a vast number of Mortal Edge Gu. Forget about Immortal level Edge Gu. It was in the hands of Southern Border Gu Immortal Tai Chu Zhong. Meng Tu self-detonated in my previous life. It was out of my expectations. His blade path down marks were left in this Autumn Blade Plain, making the potential of this place extraordinary. But in this life, Meng Tu was killed by me before he even thought of self-detonating. Now that I plundered everything here, this Autumn Blade Plain is as good as history. Fang Yuan took nearly everything. He swept through the area with a cold gaze before he turned around and left. He did not return to Lang Ye Blessed Land, because he still had immortal materials to collect. There were 4 main immortal materials for refining myriad self-immortal Gu. They were drinking blade wine, edge Gu, front-back divine obstruction needle, and floating life fire. He had the first 2 now. Only the latter 2 were left. Fang Yuan came to Divine Needle Valley. This was an artificial valley that rank 7 Gu Immortal Sleeping Lady, purposely created for the Divine Hedgehog. Sleeping Lady was a rank 7 Northern Plains lone immortal who did not have outstanding battle strength, but she controlled an immemorial desolate beast Divine Hedgehog that was a sword path immemorial desolate beast. The Divine Hedgehog had an ability to shoot out all the spines on its body, which was extremely fast, and had terrifying power that could slaughter anyone it hit. If Sleeping Lady and the Divine Hedgehog cooperated well, there was a chance of killing Meng Tuesday precisely so. In the previous life, Meng Zizai and Meng Zhao from Meng tribe investigated Meng Tu's death and had actually suspected Sleeping Lady. Fang Yuan came to Divine Needle Valley but did not enter. He used the same trick as earlier, sending the Yama children to attack. Soon, Sleeping Lady's shocked screams could be heard in the valley. Such guts! You dare to attack my Divine Needle Valley. The Yama children exploded one by one as Sleeping Lady fled, cutting a sorry figure. Want to join up with the Divine Hedgehog? Fang Yuan sneered. He used the remaining force of the Yama children's self-detonation to rapidly form Yama battlefield, trapping Sleeping Lady inside. Sleeping Lady had almost the same reaction as Meng Tu. What a mortal battlefield is this? It is so fast. Fang Yuan slowly showed up. Of course it is. But compared to Rumor Cage, this is still too slow. Sleeping Lady looked at Fang Yuan with a wary expression. Sir, who might you be? Do we have any grudges between us? Please let me off. We can negotiate if you need anything. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I want your life. Sleeping Lady's expression turned pale. The Yama children attacked together. Sleeping Lady held on desperately in this situation as she screamed. Spare me. I will do anything you want. Wait, I will teach you the method to control the Divine Hedgehog. How about that? I will use this in exchange for my life. Fang Yuan looked at her plainly. Stop acting. How can someone who was able to survive between Murong tribe and Meng tribe be such a coward? Seeing that Fang Yuan exposed her, Sleeping Lady roared as she displayed her true battle strength. Her strength was not low. It was quite different from the outside world's evaluation. She managed to fight a way out of the Yama children's encirclement. But so what? She could not break out of the Yama battlefield. She was still a fish caught in the net. Fang Yuan started to prepare Luo Pasil. Sleeping Lady rushed towards him and attempted to stop Fang Yuan from using his move. But her strength was much lower than Meng Tu. If he could not stop Fang Yuan, how could she? Sleeping Lady smiled bitterly. I am just a lone immortal who does not offend anyone. I usually stay home and rarely go out. I just wanted to develop my small business here. To think that trouble would come to me even when I am home. You devil, one day, you will face your retribution. All your evil acts will be repaid to you 100-fold. You will end up like me. She cursed Fang Yuan loudly, venting the anger and fear in her heart. Fang Yuan's voice was icy cold. It seems that you do not know your sin yet. Sleeping Lady stared with wide eyes. What sin do I have? She was extremely angry. Not only was Fang Yuan trying to kill her, he was also slandering her. Sleeping Lady smiled coldly. You are a demonic path Gu immortal, but you are trying to slander your enemies like a righteous path hypocrite? Simply ridiculous. You do not even deserve a bit of respect from me. You want to know your sin? Your weakness is a sin. Saying this, Fang Yuan shot out Luo Pasil. As expected, Sleeping Lady was hit by this move as her defenses broke like thin paper. She died on the spot. Fang Yuan kept her corpse and immortal aperture. The only downside was that Sleeping Lady had self-detonated all of her immortal Gu. Fang Yuan dispelled Yama battlefield. He disguised himself as Sleeping Lady as he stored all of the front-back Divine Obstruction needles from the Divine Hedgehog. The Divine Hedgehog's battle strength fell to rock bottom. Fang Yuan directly suppressed it and sent it into his Immortal aperture. As for this Divine Needle Valley, Fang Yuan did not let it off. He used Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu to directly take it away, stuffing it into his Immortal aperture. Nothing was left behind. Chapter 1753, Retrieving Red Lotus, True Inheritance, again Northern Plains. In an ordinary grassland, there was nobody around. Suddenly, a mystical light appeared in the sky. For Gu Immortals emerged. They were Fang Yuan, Ingwu Xie, Fairy Miao Yin, and Lady White Rabbit. After rebirth, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit, along with Sixth Hair who was inside Langya sect as a spy, had not been sacrificed yet. They were all alive. All right, you can go back and cultivate. Fang Yuan opened the entrance of the Sovereign Immortal aperture as the 3 Gu Immortals went in. All of these remaining Shadow Sect Gu Immortals were inside Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal aperture, cultivating. Fang Yuan needed them to assemble the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. This was the method that allowed Fang Yuan to move rapidly across large distances. Omnidirectional travel was very important to Fang Yuan now. It made up for his weakness in movement. After Fang Yuan lost fixed immortal travel, this move replaced it and helped Fang Yuan get out of many dangerous situations. But fixed immortal travel is still the more convenient to use. Fang Yuan sighed internally. After leaving Divine Needle Valley, he moved through more than half of Northern Plains before arriving here. The aura of omnidirectional travel could not be concealed. It drew attention. Fang Yuan purposely made some detours here and there. He had to go around several superforces stealthily. If he had fixed immortal travel, it would not be so troublesome. Fang Yuan added in his head. Of course, fixed immortal travel has to be rank 7 for me to use it well. By now, Feng Gu should already have rank 7 fixed immortal travel. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had stolen rank 7 Immortal Gu fixed immortal travel from Feng Gu using Great Thief Ghost Hand in the Battle of Langya. This Gu worm was very useful to Fang Yuan. Even after becoming rank 8, rank 7 fixed immortal travel could become the core of a space path immortal killer move. The killer move's power was sufficient to help Fang Yuan travel around the world with ease. Fixed immortal travel was really convenient. It was a top-tier space path Immortal Gu. Its user could basically go anywhere they desired. Omnidirectional travel was useful but inferior to fixed immortal travel, be it the 5 regional walls or the heavenly Wen Qi wall, or even the number of people needed to use it. In my previous life, I was lucky and stole fixed immortal travel using Great Thief Ghost Hand. But this method is unreliable. It requires luck. How can I ensure that I obtain fixed immortal travel this time around? Fang Yuan was reborn using Spring Autumn Cicada. He brought back precious information, attainment levels, and killer moves, but his luck had also fallen drastically. These last days, he had been using luck path methods to sustain his own luck. But in terms of luck path, the truth was that even though he explored Imperial Court Blessed Land and destroyed 88 True Yang building, his luck path gains were far less than the world thought. As Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose, these luck path methods were starting to fall behind. But thankfully, in the previous battles, be it Meng Tu or Sleeping Lady, their battle strength is inferior to mine. Even with lower luck, it was not a problem. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with the 2 battles earlier. The entire situation was within his control. This feeling of controlling everything that happens was truly wonderful. In the previous life, he lacked a powerful attacking method like Luo Pasil. He could only rely on Great Thief Ghost Hand to win through a surprise attack, or to use Myriad Dragon and Yama Children for a battle of attrition. It was quite troublesome. This resulted in Meng Tu self-detonating, and Fang Yuan being forced to escape during the Battle of Langya Blessed Land. In the previous life, Fang Yuan took many risks and spent a vast amount of effort and time to deduce Luo Pasil. He only succeeded during the 5 regional mountain range battle. He used it to capture rank 8 Gu Immortal Jun Shunguang alive, shocking even Wu Yong. This time around, he could use Luo Pasil from the start. The effect was clear and evident. After killing Meng Tu and Sleeping Lady, Fang Yuan had 3 of the main immortal materials for Myriad Self-Immortal Gu. He only needed the floating life fire now. According to his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan did not need to find the floating life fire personally. After some time, Central Continent Gu Immortal Zhangji would sell it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. By then, Fang Yuan could just buy a bit from him. Fang Yuan came to this ordinary-looking plane for other purposes. He landed, and after hesitating for a bit, he activated an immortal killer move. Burning Soul, Bursting Luck. My soul foundation is not high now. I need to be careful with using Burning Soul Bursting Luck. But this time, I am entering the river of time. To play safe, I need to use it. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. In the previous life, many Gu Immortals made deductions on him. They had been doing it all the way until Fang Yuan used rebirth again. Although none of the deductions succeeded because of Emperor Yama, it expended Fang Yuan's soul foundation in order to block deductions. Right now, Fang Yuan still had a batch of Guts Gu, but his soul cultivation had been stopped. Dang Hun Mountain had just self-detonated in Fairy Ziwei's hands. Fang Yuan needed a lot of time before he could restore Dang Hun Mountain to its peak condition again from that tiny fragment. After using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Fang Yuan's luck rose, but it still could not be compared to his previous life at the same time period. Spring Autumn Cicada's downside was immense. The higher his cultivation level, the lower his luck became. It was truly a wonder how Red Lotus Demon Venerable dealt with it in his time. Fang Yuan continued to activate Gu worms as he moved around the plains in a circle. He stomped lightly as he activated the natural formation here. Next, he went inside the Immortal formation, vanishing on the spot. Similar to Southern Border, there was also a natural tributary of the River of Time here. After Shadow Sect found it, they used formation path methods and the natural Dao marks here to create an Immortal level formation, concealing this place and preventing anyone from finding it. Fang Yuan looked at the tributary of the River of Time as Time Path Mortal Gu flew out of the river, floating above the river. Fang Yuan calmed his mind, carefully using a Time Path Immortal Killer move. This move was created by him days ago. He had not named it yet. Its main purpose was to conceal one's own existence and protect against deductions. After using this move, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He jumped into the tributary of the River of Time. Flowing in the tributary of the River of Time, he quickly entered the main river. Far away, an Immortal Gu house floated on top of the River of Time. River water flowed beneath it as ripples and waves crashed continuously. This Immortal Gu house was designed as a pavilion that was not covered on all four sides. It was very simplistic in appearance. The cover was made of yellow grass. The pillars were gray-white rocks that were not polished. There was a folding screen in the pavilion consisting of multiple panels. It was the most elegant decoration in there. There were 4 Gu Immortals in this pavilion, 3 male and 1 female. They were the 4 Xians from Central Continent's Spirit Butterfly Valley. They cultivated Time Path and had rank 7 cultivation level. They were quadruplets with a close relationship with each other. Fang Yuan used the Red Lotus True Inheritance that Spectral Soul found to get rid of Heavenly Court's Lord Huang Shi. It caused Heavenly Court to experience a lack of Time Path experts. Even though the 4 Xians were not Heavenly Court members, they had great strength and were loyal. Fairy Ziwei promoted them personally. Right now they were guarding the River of Time inside present and past pavilion. Once Fang Yuan entered the River of Time, they would notice it immediately. Oh, at this time, Shang Xuanzi gasped lightly. What is it? From among the 4, the youngest and the only sister Sun Guozi asked. The eldest brother, Shang Xuanzi, pointed at the folding screen in present and past pavilion. He said with hesitation, I think I saw a ripple earlier on one of the panels. You did. Zhong Xuanzi and Xia Xuanzi looked at each other. Then let's check it. Sun Guozi had a vibrant and cheerful nature, but because this was an important mission, she did not fool around. The 4 Xuanzi activated present and past pavilion. They inspected for tens of times, but could not find anything amiss. Everything was normal. I guess I saw wrongly, haha. Shang Xuanzi was a little embarrassed. Brother, don't be too nervous. That Fang Yuan is only at the peak of rank 7. We 4 Xuanzi can defeat him even without present and past pavilion. Zhong Xuanzi consoled. Even though Lord Huang Shi died, Heavenly Court had investigated fully. They knew about his usage of Red Lotus True Inheritance and also Fang Yuan's current Time Path battle strength. Sun Guozi giggled. Don't worry. Even if all of you die, as long as I survive, you will be revived. You're cursing your brothers now. Oh, you are really naughty. Brothers, spare me. Present and past pavilion was filled with laughter. These 4 who were toying around and having fun would never expect that Fang Yuan was already inside the River of Time. In his previous life, present and past pavilion found him even though he had an incomplete Immortal Gu house. But now it was different. Firstly, Fang Yuan was only facing present and past pavilion. Because now was too early, Heavenly Court had not assembled the other 3 Time Path Immortal Gu houses yet. Secondly, Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of present and past pavilion. He had destroyed it twice in his previous life. Those 4 Xuanzi had died at his hands. Fang Yuan managed to capture 3 of their souls and soul-search them. He learned a lot about the mysteries of present and past pavilion. Finally, Fang Yuan exchanged for a few Time Path Immortal Gu after rebirth. One of them was rank 7 Time Path Immortal Gu Time Concealment. It allowed a Gu Immortal to conceal their traces. Using an Immortal Killer move with it as the core, he could evade present and past pavilion's detection, and his Time Path Killer move was even amplified inside the River of Time. Because of these, rank 7 present and past pavilion could not detect Fang Yuan's movement. Fang Yuan swam in the river of time, moving rapidly. He faced some obstruction and difficulties, of course, like the sudden springs which could even kill rank 8 Gu Immortals, or the ripples of time that could reduce lifespan. Any Gu Immortal would fear them. There were also year beasts. The river of time had the highest number of desolate and ancient desolate level year beasts. As he swam, Fang Yuan met at least 3 immemorial year beasts. Thankfully, he had already used burning soul-bursting luck before. His luck was quite good, and most of these dangerous situations were resolved without much problem. Against these year beasts, Fang Yuan chose to avoid them. He tried not to cause a commotion. One reason was present and past pavilion. If he fought, there was a high chance of getting exposed. The other was that Fang Yuan did not own a year essence pool now. Without it, he could not accumulate his forces. Catching year beasts was currently a burden for him. Eventually, spring Autumn Cicada started to vibrate. After a while, Fang Yuan found the stone Lotus Island. Chapter 1754 Fang Yuan's future self. Fang Yuan ascended the stone Lotus Island again. More accurately speaking, it was the first time this life. He had come here in the previous life. Once he stepped onto the stone Lotus Island, Fang Yuan watched the scenes of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's memories. He had already seen this in the previous life. They were just repeated scenes, but Fang Yuan still felt slightly moved. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was truly a very unique venerable. He had rank 9 cultivation level, but used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He abandoned his rank 9 venerable position. But if he did not, he would not be able to return to the past and change history to make up for his regrets. Thus, later on, he created Future Self, Call of the Ancient. In support of the future, he used these killer moves. The stone Lotus Island that contained Red Lotus True Inheritance had concealment abilities. Heavenly Court could not find it easily. They had not made much progress all along. In the previous life, when they were about to obtain it, Fang Yuan ruined their chances, and Feng Jiugu had no choice but to use Assimilation Wind Song. He destroyed the stone Lotus Island. From Heavenly Court's perspective, it was quite sad. Fang Yuan stepped onto this stone Lotus Island. It had been here for over 1,000,000 years. But for some reason, when Fang Yuan arrived this time, looking at the river water outside the island, he had a realization. The origin of the river of time should be the time when the world was created. The end of the river of time is naturally the time when the world is destroyed. The vertical movement and length of the river of time is this entire world's experiences. The horizontal movement and width of the river of time is represented by everything in this world. The birds, flowers, fish, insects, people, beasts, plants, and others. Evidently, the more bountiful the world is and the more things that exist, the wider the river of time would be. The more desolate and barren this world is, the fewer things that exist, the narrower this river will be. Fang Yuan had Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. His inspiration flashed now, and he gained lots of realization and comprehension towards rebirth. The essence of my rebirth is just bringing a will from the downstream to the upstream through Spring Autumn Cicada, before it fuses with me from a certain point in time. Because of the theory of time in this world, the world is unique and absolute. There are no parallel dimensions. When I rebirth, the downstream remains as it is. After I died, Heavenly Court dominated the world, and the 4 regions were helpless against it. But after rebirth, I am like a drop of ink in this clear river water. As I continue to change events and people, some things will exist while others vanish. This ink will spread to a larger amount of water. This entire river will be dyed in a different color. When the ink gets to the point where Heavenly Court repairs Fake Gu and holds the Refinement Path Convention, many things will change. The future will no longer be the same. Fang Yuan was a transmigrator from Earth. There was an idea called the butterfly effect. But now, Fang Yuan understood that in this Gu world, the ink effect was more useful to explain the influences of rebirth. Of course, I can easily change things because Fake Gu is not complete, and most importantly, because I am an otherworldly demon not bound by fate. If Red Lotus Demon Venerable goes back to the past, it is hard for him to change many things. The outcomes of many things will still return to their original route. Or rather, otherworldly demons are a huge blob of ink, while native Gu Immortals are just ripples in the water. Even though they can cause some disturbances in the short run, under the restraint of Fake Gu, everything will return to its original state. There would be no changes. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's admiration towards Red Lotus Demon Venerable grew. This special existence had forcefully created the current situation despite not being an otherworldly demon. The price that he had paid for this and the sacrifices he had made were simply unimaginable. There were many Time Path Immortal materials left on the stone Lotus Island, among which were mostly rank 8 Immortal materials. Red Lotus True Meaning. It could allow a Gu Immortal's time path attainment to rise to quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment level. There were also all sorts of immortal killer moves that used Spring Autumn Cicada as the core. Spring Autumn Success was one of them. There was also the method that Red Lotus Demon Venerable specially left behind. It was called Future Self. It could allow a Gu Immortal to enter his peak rank 7 condition in the future. The only thing lacking was Regret Gu. This rank 8 Immortal Gu was still inside the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. It was taken by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements to obtain Regret Gu first before being transported to the Stone Lotus Island. Now, because he knew about the location of the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time, he came here in advance and took the Red Lotus True Inheritance. This was much earlier than last time. In the previous life, Fang Yuan entered the River of Time 3 times. The first time, he was attacked by Heavenly Court's 4-time path Immortal Gu houses and was also ambushed by Li Huang. He lost the incomplete Immortal Gu house that he had created after much work. After exposing all his trump cards, he escaped. The second time, Fang Yuan used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method to obtain Regret Gu and directly teleported to the Stone Lotus Island to inherit the Red Lotus True Inheritance. The third time, he found a new Stone Lotus Island that Heavenly Court was about to get. By working with Bing Sai Chuan and the rest to deal with Heavenly Court, he fought for the Red Lotus True Inheritance. Eventually, Feng Gu used Assimilation Wind Song to destroy the Stone Lotus Island. Neither side could gain anything from it. All in all, Fang Yuan's experiences in the River of Time could be said to be full of ups and downs. He had experienced success and failure. This time, using the memories that he had, Fang Yuan first tasted success. Regret Gu isn't here, but that is fine. The crucial thing now is Heavenly Court's invasion of Langya Blessed Land. There is still some time until I upgrade and mass refine all of my Immortal Gu. I should make use of Future Self first. Fang Yuan let out Wu Xie and the rest, letting them cultivate on the Stone Lotus Island to familiarize themselves with Future Self, just like in the previous life. Different from last time, Fang Yuan's subordinates, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit, were still alive. It raised the usefulness of Future Self by a large extent. He himself could use Future Self too. In the previous life, he had rank 8 cultivation level. Future Self was useless for him. But now, he only had rank 7 cultivation. Future Self was still effective on him. Wait. Maybe this is the supposed timing for my arrival on the Stone Lotus Island. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable deduced that I would come here with rank 7 cultivation level. That's why he left behind Future Self to help me. In the previous life, I thought that Red Lotus had made a wrong deduction. But now it seems that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had considered the situation after my rebirth. That means this Red Lotus True Inheritance was not left to my previous life self, but was meant for the current me. Bright light flickered in Fang Yuan's eyes continuously for a while. He made Wu Xie and the rest stay behind while he left the Stone Lotus Island. Using a time path killer move, he concealed himself, continuing to swim. He remembered the third scene of entering the river towards the other Stone Lotus Island. He had his plans. His goal was to explore 2 Stone Lotus Islands in this trip. After spending a long time and facing some obstacles, Fang Yuan looked for all the spots that the Stone Lotus Island could appear. But regrettably, he did not find it. Stone Lotus Islands can move on their own. It seems that this Stone Lotus Island is not fixed in position. It is different from the previous one. Fang Yuan was not dejected even though he could not succeed this time. It was part of his expectations. Present and past pavilion. The 4 Xians encountered a small problem. An ancient year beast attacked present and past pavilion. It flickered with profound light and remained unmoving. Soon, with the cooperation of the 4 Xians, this ancient year beast died. Sun Guozi cheered. Great. We obtained a huge amount of time path immortal materials. That's right. Zhong Xuanzi sighed deeply. The River of Time is truly the sacred land of cultivation for us time path Gu Immortals. It is just like how Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley are sacred lands to soul path Gu Immortals. Xia Xuanzi added. That's right. Heavenly Court sent us to guard present and past pavilion. Even though we are supposed to defend against the demon Fang Yuan, this is also an extremely good chance for us to cultivate. If we can get more time path immortal materials, our cultivation will be smoother. Shang Xuanzi smiled. Not just that, within present and past pavilion, we can observe the upstream and downstream. We can see many scenes of the past and future. Looking at the influences of countless beings and their effects across time, it would greatly benefit our comprehension of time path. We can raise our time path attainment levels more easily. Sun Guozi gritted her teeth lightly. It is a pity Fate Gu was damaged and is incomplete. Long ago, before Fate Gu got damaged, by observing the upstream and downstream of the River of Time, Time Path great experts could observe the past and peer into the future, they were able to predict many future events accurately. Xianzi nodded continuously. That's right, star constellation Immortal Venerable did that in the past. Even though she was not a Time Path Gu Immortal, her wisdom path methods were extraordinary. She could mimic the power of Time Path and use the tributary of the River of Time to deduce many future events. She predicted that the 7 Louis Gue siblings would create the first Immortal Gu house in history, Turtle House, and thus created star constellation chessboard. The 4 Xianzi reminisced about the glorious history of Time Path before they calmed down, resting and processing the ancient year beast corpse, before continuing their observation of the River of Time. They did not know that Fang Yuan had secretly entered the River of Time and obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance before leaving. Fang Yuan went back on the same route, leaving the River of Time and arriving in the tributary, before getting back to Northern Plains. He left the formation and activated Immortal Gu fixed immortal travel, going towards southern border. Why did Fang Yuan have fixed immortal travel at this point in time? Immortal Gu were unique. Fixed immortal travel was still with Feng Yuan currently. The reason? Fang Yuan was currently using Future Self. This Time Path killer move was very mystical. It created a human-shaped phantom image in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The phantom image sat in the air. It was like a lump of water from the River of Time, shining in multicolored lights. The phantom image's face was exactly the same as Fang Yuan. The phantom image had a sovereign immortal aperture too. This immortal aperture was Fang Yuan's future immortal aperture. There were many phantom Gu worms inside. For example, fixed immortal travel. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan has not caused too much of an influence yet. The downstream of the River of Time was not dyed by the ink yet. Thus, the downstream was still maintaining the events of Fang Yuan's previous life. Future Self was able to allow a Gu Immortal to enter their strongest rank 7 condition. In the previous life, Fang Yuan's strongest moment as a rank 7 was right before the 5 regional mountain range battle. At that time, Fang Yuan had already captured Xia Cha and the other southern border pursuers. He had also extorted all of the southern border super forces to resist strong enemies and plot against Heavenly Court, so that he could obtain Red Lotus true inheritances in the River of Time. Fang Yuan annexed Xia Cha's Time Path immortal aperture and became a rank 8. He faked his tribulation in the 5 regional mountain range to set a trap for them. At the start, during the Battle of Lang Ya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan stole Feng Jiuji's fixed immortal travel. After that, he attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and secretly worked with Qi Chuyu. After that, Fang Yuan set the year's flow execution formation to capture the southern border pursuers and extort the super clans. After that was the 5 regional mountain range battle. And after that, Fang Yuan entered the River of Time. He did not find the stone Lotus Island. Instead, Heavenly Court hunted him and he barely escaped. Thus, Fang Yuan's future self was fixed at the moment before he ascended to rank 8 through annexing Xia Cha's immortal aperture. At this time, he already owned fixed immortal travel. Using future self, Fang Yuan went from northern plains to southern border. But he did not go to the 5 regional mountain range. The 5 regional true inheritance was very useful to him. Fang Yuan knew this. It was not wise to activate the 5 regional true inheritance now, because the 5 regional true inheritance would cause a huge commotion. The 5 regional mountain range had to be destroyed before Tao Zhu's will would awaken and acknowledge him. Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level now. Even though his battle strength had grown, standing up to rank 8s was quite difficult. If he attracted any rank 8s or Immortal Gu houses when activating the 5 regional true inheritance, it would be awkward. To play safe, Fang Yuan was going to leave the 5 regional true inheritance for later. He came to southern border now. It was not for the 5 regional true inheritance. He came to an ordinary valley instead. Chapter 1755 Wild Immortal Gu Fang Yuan arrived in a valley. He found a cave and set up a Immortal Gu house before he entered quiet cultivation. Ing Wuxie and the rest were still on the stone Lotus Island, practicing future self. Due to rebirth, Fang Yuan skipped that step. Future self's greatest help towards Fang Yuan was not in cultivation level or battle strength, but the use of fixed immortal travel. With future self, Fang Yuan could use it to travel between the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Of course, he could not enter places like the Dragon Whale Paradise. Immortal Gu were unique. Right now, the real fixed immortal travel was in Feng Jiuji's hands. But if Gu Immortals could create killer moves that could mimic the effects of other Gu, they could use it in place of those unattainable Immortal Gu. This was the profundity of using Gu. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, making deductions continuously. One of the tasks was to modify Yama Battlefield and add in Time Path Immortal Gu so that it could display the advantage of a Time Path battlefield. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had too little time, He had to raise his cultivation level while dealing with Heavenly Court and obtaining Red Lotus true inheritance. Heavenly Court exerted great pressure on him. Fang Yuan had to manage his own immortal aperture while resisting them. In this situation, Fang Yuan created Yama Battlefield, Luo Pasil, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, and other killer moves. It was all that he could do. Gu Immortals usually took 3 to 4 years to create an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan had the Light of Wisdom along with proficient wisdom path methods and high attainment levels in many paths. This allowed him to create this miracle in his previous life in terms of killer moves. And now, he brought these gains with him. Fang Yuan was able to make use of his killer move gains in the previous life, now, and even further elevate them. This was a huge advantage. Yama Battlefield is a battlefield encompassing Soul Path and Enslavement Path. Enslavement Path specializes in attrition battles. There are countless Yama children that do not fear death. They can even self-detonate before dying, draining the enemy's resources and battle strength. The advantage of Soul Path is to gain strength from killing. In a normal Soul Path battlefield, killing one enemy would increase the power of the battlefield itself. Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield had these two traits. But the latter was weaker. The conversion speed of the Yama children was not fast. Fang Yuan often had to fight powerful enemies that made this advantage very unlikely to be useful. If I add Time Path Immortal Gu in, Yama Battlefield would possess the trait of a Time Path Battlefield. A Time Path Battlefield specialized in changing the speed of time. The most classic example was to extend the time inside the battlefield. 1 day outside would be a month inside. This would give the user more time to kill the enemy inside the battlefield. For example, if an enemy was trapped inside a Time Path battlefield and the allies sensed something wrong, they would come and help. The allies take 15 minutes to arrive, but inside the formation, 3 days would have passed. The battlefield user would have killed the enemy and left by the time they arrived. In the previous life, even though Fang Yuan trapped Feng Gu with Yama Battlefield and even stole his fixed immortal travel, he did not manage to kill him. The reason was that Feng Gu had Fate Armor Immortal Gu to stall for time. Fairy Ziwei obtained enough time to deduce and break Yama Battlefield. If Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield had the power of Time Path, he could extend the battlefield's time to 3 days and nights. Even though Fairy Ziwei could still break it in the end, she would only receive Feng Jiuji's corpse. Fang Yuan modified Yama Battlefield. He was quite expectant towards the results. Especially when he had Quasi-Supreme Time Path attainment level, it was not hard to. Add in Time Path Immortal Gu. He cultivated many paths. It became increasingly useful as he got stronger. The killer move Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was the best example. Against compound killer moves that fused many paths together, Gu Immortals who cultivated just a single path could not deduce or defend against them easily. Fang Yuan stayed in this nameless valley for 4 days and 5 nights. Eventually, he found his opportunity. Rumble. Daytime. The earth shook. A crack appeared. The valley collapsed. Dust clouds rose. Fang Yuan had to fly into the sky. The cracks on the ground became larger. The valley was completely devoured. A huge earth trench formed right before Fang Yuan's eyes. The 5 regional walls were slowly shrinking. The earth veins of the 5 regions were gradually fusing. When the earth veins shook, many earth trench formed. Southern border had the densest earth path down marks. The formation of earth trenches was also extremely intense. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He only descended after the earth trench stabilized. He started to search. A newly formed earth trench produced a large amount of Gu materials. Life forms emerged from the ground as well. Of course, most were corpses. As Fang Yuan explored, he found more valuable things. Not long after, he saw the first Desolate Beast corpse. A Desolate Beast corpse was a bunch of rank 6 immortal materials. Even though it was damaged, it was simply free loot. Fang Yuan took the Desolate Beast corpse effortlessly. What made him happy was that this Desolate Beast corpse still had a soul in it. This Desolate Beast soul could be turned into a Yama child. Fang Yuan used his investigative killer move as he searched. His gains were increasing, but they were just easily collected things. When he met with mildly injured ancient Desolate Beasts, Fang Yuan avoided them. Why have I not found it yet? Are the rumors false? If Luo clan purposely sent out false news, this trip would be a flop. After another 15 minutes, Fang Yuan started to get anxious. This earth trench was in the territory of southern borders Luo clan. As time passes, Luo clan's Gu Immortals would likely arrive, and they might bring their Immortal Gu house along. After all, each earth trench formed would represent huge benefits. Luo clan had to be careful with it. Even though Fang Yuan was not afraid, he did not want trouble. He only wanted to achieve his goals and leave. By noon, Fang Yuan had not found his target, but his gains accumulated into a pile. It is really not here. Did I miss something? Or is my luck so bad it affected this trip? Right when Fang Yuan was suspecting himself, his eyes started to shine in a divine light. I found something. He carefully approached and found an ancient desolate beast diamond head turtle. This turtle was as large as a boat. It was entirely bright yellow but had a flat shell on top. The most eye-catching thing was its head. It had a huge head that resembled a drill. Its sharp mouth pointed outwards with a natural spiral. Half of its head was translucent, resembling a low-grade diamond. The diamond head turtle lived in the deep sea. It could swim very fast in water. It could also move in the earth, but when it did that, its head would rotate and drill as it loosened the soil ahead of it. But because of its huge shell, it moved much slower in the soil than in water. Fang Yuan floated above this diamond head turtle as he used several investigative killer moves. Fang Yuan's investigative methods were not outstanding, but against the diamond head turtle, it was sufficient. Soon, joy was shown all over Fang Yuan's face. He found a wild Immortal Gu on the diamond head turtle. That's it. This wild Immortal Gu was Fang Yuan's goal for this trip. Fang Yuan immediately acted, using Yama Battlefield. Once Fang Yuan moved, his aura leaked as he got exposed. The diamond head turtle was just a wild beast without sufficient wisdom, but it had keen instincts. It growled at Fang Yuan before trying to retreat. But Fang Yuan had already arranged several Yama children to encircle it. The Yama children and the diamond head turtle fought in a big battle, but because he was afraid of damaging that wild Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was quite restrained. Not long after, 2 Yama children were pierced by the diamond head turtle, and one had its head bitten off. Even though the Yama children died, they did not self-detonate. Even though they suffered huge losses, the goal of pestering the diamond head turtle had been achieved. With the help of the Yama children, Fang Yuan activated Yama Battlefield and trapped the diamond head turtle. At this point, Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He relaxed his mind a little. Yama Battlefield was successfully activated. It was hard to detect in the outside world. Even if Luo Gu Immortals came here, there was a low chance that they would find this battlefield. And the diamond head turtle was basically helpless now that it was trapped in Yama Battlefield. Most rank 7 Gu Immortals would be unable to escape if they ended up inside, not to mention this mere ancient desolate beast. Fang Yuan was neither anxious nor proud. He played safe. To preserve immortal essence, he did not even use Great Thief Ghost Hand. His current luck was not optimal. He might only steal a large number of mortal Gu using this move. Eventually, with the help of the Yama children, Fang Yuan weakened this diamond head turtle to its limit and captured it alive. Its wild rank 7 Immortal Gu was also obtained by Fang Yuan. Very good. With this, I will be able to counter fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan was very happy. As he stored the diamond head turtle and wild Immortal Gu in his immortal aperture, he dispelled Yama Battlefield. Going back to the Earth Trench, Luo Gu Immortals had already arrived. They were furiously scolding now. They had clearly discovered that Fang Yuan had arrived before them. Looking at the traces, Luo Gu Immortals were feeling pained. A lot of the immortal materials were already taken away. Luo Clan's losses were huge. Fang Yuan took a look at Luo Clan's Immortal Gu house before concealing his traces and leaving quietly. After leaving for a certain distance, Fang Yuan used future self to go back to Langya Blessed Land from southern border. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance shocked Langya Land's spirit immensely. He moved towards Fang Yuan as he said with surprise and joy, "Fang Yuan, you snatched fixed immortal travel from them?" If they did not have fixed immortal travel, it would be very hard for Heavenly Court to invade Langya Blessed Land. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This is just a killer move. Are you all ready to refine Myriad Self? Langya Land Spirit was very disappointed in Fang Yuan's answer, but he still replied, "We are almost ready. The hairy men are practicing day and night. The other Gu materials are ready, but your 8 main materials are needed. Have you collected them all already?" Fang Yuan shook his head. "I only have 3, but there is no rush. We still have time." Langya Land Spirit was anxious. "Elder Fang Yuan, that's not the right attitude. Heavenly Court might invade any moment now. We already have the weaker hand. If we act so carelessly, we will be in huge trouble." Understood, understood. First Supreme Elder, don't worry, I know what I am doing. Chapter 1756. You still don't get it? Fang Yuan kept track of the time. He still had a lot of time. Even though he had already killed Ming Tu and Sleeping Lady, even going to the River of Time to obtain a Red Lotus true inheritance, as well as taking that wild Immortal Gu from southern border. After doing all these, he still had a few days until Zhang Ji sold the floating life fire like in his previous life. This is mainly because I spent a few months to deduce killer moves like Yama Child and Emperor Yama in the previous life. But now, I took action straight away. I saved a lot of time and effort. For the next few days, Fang Yuan did not stay idle. Using Future Self, he continued to go all over the 5 regions from Langya Blessed Land. He entered southern border the most. Fang Yuan purposely went to places where earth trenches formed. In his previous life, The commotion in the 5 regions as earth veins fused created many earth trenches all over the world. It was growing more intense as time passed. In the final battle, when Fang Yuan died at Duke Long's hands, the 5 regional walls had vanished. The earth veins were unified. Earth trenches stopped forming as a result. For the following few days, Fang Yuan's gains were extremely high. Immortal materials piled into a mountain. He even obtained 3 wild rank 6 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's luck was worse than in the previous life, but it was not hard to make huge gains. He had clear information. Earth trenches were formed by heaven's will. No Gu immortal could predict them. Each earth trench was over 10 or 100,000 li long, being extremely deep and difficult to explore. Even super forces would face huge difficulties exploring the earth trenches and extracting the most valuable resources in a short period of time. But Fang Yuan knew which places contained the best resources. He went straight for them. This was all thanks to the information that he collected during his previous life. The formation of earth trenches had no pattern. Most Gu immortals did not see value in this information. But Fang Yuan, who could use spring Autumn Cicada, was different. In the previous life, I could not explore the earth trenches. With just my strength alone, I cannot compete with super forces. And most importantly, Heavenly Court gave me immense pressure. I had to resist them while finding ways to obtain Red Lotus true inheritances. I had no time or energy to care about earth trenches. And now it seems, these earth trenches are truly valuable. It can move anyone's greed. And this is just the situation now. For the next few years, earth trenches and earth veins will create even bigger commotions. More and more resources will surface. The burst of resources would raise the strength of Gu immortals, and the rise in battle strength would spur on the ambitions of Gu immortals further. In my previous life, the 4 regions Gu immortals attacked Heavenly Court. These earth trench resources played a crucial role. In the 500 years of my previous life, the reason for the 5 regions' chaotic war was mainly the earth trench resources and the rise in attainment level through dream realms. In his free time, Fang Yuan would analyze the situation and look at his circumstances, continuing to improve on his post-rebirth plans. This rebirth was very different from the previous times. The most important thing was that his strength and influence now was great. It far exceeded any of his previous rebirths. With his strength and influence, the ink effect of his rebirth became much more significant. Fang Yuan acted to execute his own plans while preparing himself for any possible problems. And as expected, a problem really occurred. And it was a major one. A few days later, Fang Yuan observed Treasure Yellow Heaven and did not find any traces of Zhangji. In the previous life, he was already selling floating life fire at this time. Fang Yuan quickly investigated, but luckily, Zhangji's information was not hard to get. Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortal Zhangji lost to Immortal Crane Sect's Old Lord Qin Yang in a competition. Thus, when they went on an exploration and found the floating life fire by chance, it went into Old Lord Qin Yang's hands. Immortal Crane Sect and Black Heaven Temple were part of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. In terms of strength, Immortal Crane Sect was weaker than Black Heaven Temple, but in terms of Gu immortal battle strength, Old Lord Qin Yang was stronger than Zhangji. Black Heaven Temple's Zhangji had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was very ordinary. Old Lord Qin Yang was very famous though. His signature killer move life, chasing fire, was a headache to most Gu immortals. Years ago, he even went to Northern Plains as part of Feng Jiuji's group to investigate the collapse of 88 True Yang building. News that Zhangji lost to Old Lord Qin Yang quickly spread. Fang Yuan did not need to guess to know that this was Immortal Crane Sect's action. Immortal Crane Sect was weaker than Black Heaven Temple. They had to treasure every opportunity to raise their reputation. This victory was a great chance for publicity. Old Lord Qin Yang's victory was not surprising. What interested him was, why did Old Lord Qin Yang appear? In the previous life, Old Lord Qin Yang did not show up. Zhangji had obtained the floating life fire without any hassle. This is not good. Different from Zhangji, Old Lord Qin Yang is a fire path Gu immortal. Floating life fire is useful to him. Even if it is useless, Old Lord Qin Yang can contribute it to Immortal Crane Sect. He is different from Zhangji. He has higher strength and status. If he gives it to the sect, they would reward him. Old Lord Qin Yang's gains would not be low. Fang Yuan felt somewhat of a headache. He had to make other plans now to obtain this floating life fire from other sources. But at this time, Old Lord Qin Yang started to sell the floating life fire publicly in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked before he understood Old Lord Qin Yang's intentions. Or rather, Immortal Crane Sect's intentions. Immortal Crane Sect saw this as an important opportunity. They wanted to spread the news and raise their reputation. Old Lord Qin Yang selling the floating life fire had the same intention as Fang Yuan selling Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones. After understanding this, Fang Yuan became one of the floating life fire's buyers. Floating life fire was a rare immortal material. Its sale price was high, but not absurd. In the previous life, Zhang Ji did not know its value. Fang Yuan got it cheaply. But this time, it was old Lord Kenyang who cultivated Fire Path. He knew about the value of the floating life fire. He naturally sold it at a different price. It seems that I have to pay a higher price to obtain this floating life fire. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared, but the following competition was out of his expectations again. Buyers who were after the floating life fire seemed very interested. They competed and raised the sale price of the floating life fire to an absurd degree. The floating life fire's price was high, but the competing Gu Immortals did not become disinterested. They created a huge ruckus as their verbal conflict soon escalated to a matter of pride and face. Fang Yuan realized that this was Immortal Crane Sect's show. They purposely got people to raise the prices to an absurd amount. The buyers and sellers were all part of their sect. They were paying some fees in Treasure Yellow Heaven to gain a lot of publicity. It was simple. The higher the price of the floating life fire, the more commotion and discussion it would generate. When they talk about the floating life fire, can they ignore old Lord Kenyang? That would involve Immortal Crane Sect as well. More and more Gu Immortals would realize that Immortal Crane Sect was still a part of the 10 great ancient sects. They had deep foundations. Even though they seemed weak now, they might just be keeping a low profile. Thinking about this, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. The floating life fire was too important to him. Even if the prices were high, he had to buy it. After all, the other plans were not reliable. Time was crucial now. If he wasted too much time, Fang Yuan's entire post-rebirth plan would be ruined. After getting the floating life fire, Fang Yuan passed the other main materials to Lang Yalan Spirit. Lang Yalan Spirit looked at them and checked that there were no problems with the immortal materials before he used the Refinement Path killer moves with Fang Yuan and the Hairy Man Gu Immortals, trying to familiarize themselves with these immortal materials. After days of preparations, Lang Yalan Spirit saw that the time was right. He brought Fang Yuan and the Hairy Man Gu Immortals to the Long Hair Refinement Path formation. What a good Refinement Path formation! Fang Yuan praised in admiration. Lang Yalan's Spirit smiled. The delight on his face was unconcealed. His eyes shined with great confidence. Both the formation and Immortal Gu recipe are top-notch. Elder Fang Yuan, this myriad self Immortal Gu recipe you provided is very incredible. After looking at it for a long time, I finally understood half of its profundity. With my estimation, using this myriad self Immortal Gu recipe, there is a 40% chance of success. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. That's right. This is why I wanted to refine this Gu to raise my battle strength and deal with Heavenly Court. Alright, enough talk. Let's enter the Gu refinement formation. At this point, Lang Yalan's Spirit frowned. Elder Fang Yuan, you lack refinement path experience. Are you really going to refine the Gu personally? Fang Yuan nodded. This Gu refinement is extremely important, especially to me. I need to participate. Even if the refinement fails, I will not be upset. Don't worry, First Supreme Elder. I am merely helping out. I will not interrupt you. I know my own limits after all. Alright, since you insist, we will do that. Lang Yalan's Spirit sighed, entering the formation as the main person in charge, followed by 3rd Hair, 4th Hair, 6th Hair, 7th Hair, and the other Gu Immortals, before Fang Yuan as the last one. Fang Yuan stood at the final formation core towards the end. The formation started to activate. Light shined everywhere. All sorts of refinement path methods were activated. The process was smooth and easy. Floating life fire and edge Gu were first refined, followed by battlefield blood sand, heart blood, and other main materials. During this time, Fang Yuan took action several times, but they were all trivial matters. It was just as he had assured Lang Yalan's Spirit. Several days later, Lang Yalan's Spirit and the Hairy Man Gu Immortals revealed expressions of joy. The Immortal Gu was starting to form. They were just a few steps away from success. Suddenly, the light exploded as dust clouds rose. A stench filled the air as the Gu refinement encountered an issue. Why did this happen? Lang Yalan's Spirit and the rest were very shocked. They quickly tried to salvage the situation. It was very chaotic. Right when they were about to fail and Lang Yalan's Spirit became helpless, Fang Yuan suggested building a temporary Gu formation to assist the refinement path formation and get rid of all the impurities here. There was no choice. Lang Yalan's Spirit had to give it a try. He accepted Fang Yuan's suggestion. Once the formation within the formation was created, Fang Yuan said, "Please enter the formation, First Supreme Elder." Lang Yalan's Spirit had no doubts. In this situation, he was the only one who could do it. But once he entered the formation, he was immediately suppressed. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Lang Yalan's Spirit was furious and shocked. Lang Yalan's Spirit, at this point in time, you still don't get it? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Chapter 1757 Repaying Kindness with Enmity. Fang Yuan, you actually dare. You are too ignorant and fearless. You dare to plot against me inside Lang Ye blessed land. I will make sure you understand what severe mistake you are actually making. Lang Ye land spirit screamed with a furious expression. He looked like a volcano about to explode. He was about to erupt with lava and melt Fang Yuan entirely. But at the next moment, Lang Ye land spirit's movements froze. The anger on his face turned into deep shock instantly. Why? Why can't I move? My connection with Lang Ye blessed land is also almost entirely severed. At once, Lang Ye land spirit became dumbfounded. Fang Yuan smiled. Everything was going according to plan. Ever since Fang Yuan saw Lang Ye land spirit for the first time, he already had the thought of taking down Lang Ye blessed land. After many years, this thought finally grew from just a seed to a beautiful, blooming flower. Fang Yuan looked at Lang Ye land spirit plainly but with deep confidence. It is pointless. You do not know the difference between us after all. Lang Ye land spirit struggled intensely, but he was like an ant, suppressed and unable to move, not to mention regaining control of Lang Ye blessed land. He tried hard, but found that the situation was not improving. Instead, his restrictions were becoming more severe. This is impossible. He looked at Fang Yuan with a look of disbelief. Fang Yuan smiled. It seems that you have already started to notice the difference between us. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level far exceeded Lang Ye land spirit. The former had used long hair true meaning to reach quasi-supreme grandmaster refinement path attainment level. The latter was just long hair ancestors land spirit formed from obsession. Even though it had extraordinary refinement path attainment, it was very far from reaching quasi-supreme. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level also far exceeded Lang Ye land spirit. Lang Ye land spirit had merely ordinary attainment in formation path, while Fang Yuan was a formation path grandmaster. And most importantly, Fang Yuan was very skilled in the setting of formations. Self-cleansing formation, omnidirectional travel ancient battle formation, dragon scale seas food path immortal formation, immemorial year beast fishing formation, flood discharge formation, self-will heaven sealing formation, wisdom refinement formation. Fang Yuan had designed most of these Gu formations. He had modified them and set them up personally step by step. Indeed worthy of you, Fang Yuan. You are truly a publicly recognized demonic path overlord. Lang Ye land spirit clenched his fists. His eyes were spewing fire and his face was distorted. He stared at Fang Yuan fixedly. He gritted his teeth as he said, "This was all part of your scheme. Myriad Immortal Gu's recipe was flawed from the start, but I could not notice. The problem was bound to happen during the Gu refinement process. Using that chance, you created the formation and tricked me into entering. This formation within a formation takes reference to bloodlight spirit suppression. This also means that out of the 8 main materials of Myriad Immortal Gu recipe, the 4 blood path materials are used to target me. Only the first 4 materials are used to refine Myriad Immortal Gu." Lang Ye land spirit said with certainty as his emotions became calmer. Fang Yuan looked at him without speaking. He had a calm expression too. Lang Ye land spirit started to frown. He could see a faint smile from Fang Yuan's eyes. He seemed to have noticed his intentions. Panic flashed across Lang Ye land spirit's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He thought, "I need to stay calm. I cannot panic. Long hair refinement path formation is the peak creation of my main body. How can Fang Yuan grasp it so easily in this short period? He set a formation to harm me, but this blood path formation is just a formation within a formation. Soon, if the refinement path formation activates, this blood path formation will be destroyed. By then, I will be able to escape. As long as I can escape, the whole of Lang Ye blessed land will be in my control. I can spread news of Fang Yuan trying to harm me. The variant human alliance will stand by my side. By then, I will make sure Fang Yuan regrets this." Aya, Lang Ye land spirit suddenly patted his head. He had an ashen expression and deep regret. He wanted to kill himself. Damn it. Why did I shout out my inner thoughts? Fang Yuan smiled. "Don't worry, if even you could think about this flaw, why couldn't I predict it?" "What? You knew about it already?" Lang Ye land spirit was first shocked before pretending to be calm. He laughed loudly. "So what if you realized? Can you understand this refinement path formation?" Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. "My understanding of this formation is deeper than yours. But of course, I am still far from comprehending it fully." Lang Ye land spirit laughed loudly again. "That's right. Just you wait, Fang Yuan. When I get out, I will show you the consequences of betraying my Lang Ye sect." But Lang Ye land spirit waited, and nothing happened. A while later, the blood path formation was still stable as before. Lang Ye land spirit continued to wait, but the long hair refinement path formation showed no commotion. Furthermore, his entire body was already dyed in a blood-red light. "This is impossible. What did you do?" Suddenly, Lang Ye land spirit screamed at Fang Yuan. He had fallen into complete panic. Fang Yuan smiled and did not respond. He had interacted with this long-hair refinement path formation far longer than Lang Yuan spirit expected. That happened in his previous life. Fang Yuan had deep attainment in formation path, refinement path, and wisdom path. He was able to understand the profundity and essence of the long-hair refinement path formation. The long-hair refinement path formation was created by long-hair ancestor with all his effort back in the day. With Fang Yuan's current foundation, it would be very hard to create a refinement path formation that was on par with it. He would need a vast amount of time, energy, and resources. But looking at this long-hair refinement path formation was a completely different case. Fang Yuan was not the creator, he was merely appreciating this work of art. It was easier for an artist to critique this piece of work now than to create it himself. Of course, he was just an observer. He could not understand the profundity of this formation in its entirety. But that was not a problem. Sixth Hair as the spy had already controlled a certain important area of the formation. With Sixth Hair's help, Fang Yuan ensured that the long-hair refinement path formation could not interfere with his blood path formation. Lang Yuan's spirit struggled for a while longer before he realized. Due to Fang Yuan's meticulous scheme, he could no longer turn this situation around. There was no choice. This black-haired land spirit that was completely corroded by the blood light had to let the other white-haired land spirit appear to try and change the situation. But regrettably, Fang Yuan knew all about Lang Yuan's spirit. How could he miss that potential problem? The moment white-haired land spirit appeared, he was suppressed by the blood path formation. A large amount of blood light went into him. You shameless demon. The white-haired land spirit was suppressed and unable to move. He could only speak. He scolded Fang Yuan intensely. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you unscrupulous and devious scumbag. You were able to get to this stage today. My Lang Yu blessed land provided you the biggest help. Before you became immortal, I helped you. Eventually, you were able to destroy 88 True Yang building. When you first became an immortal and was completely broke, I made transactions with you and allowed you to earn immortal essence stones through deducing recipes. That was your starting point. When you wanted to refine Gu, I helped you countless times. Which hairy man Gu immortal in the blessed land has not helped you at least once? When your tribulations were too risky, we lent you immortal essence stones and immortal Gu to pass those difficulties. I gave you the immortal tribulation tempering aperture as well as killer moves like triple layered sword wave. When you moved star form blessed land, we lent you Gu worms and the necessary methods. When your Hu immortal blessed land was attacked, we took a risk and helped you to minimize your losses. I was the one who fed your wisdom Gu. I used up so many lifespan Gu in my blessed land. When your Dang Hun mountain was taken away, I compensated you according to the agreement, even if we had to give up the refinement path true meaning. White-haired land spirit got more and more angry. He felt extremely grieved. His eyes turned red as he spoke. Different from the black-haired land spirit's rash and strong attitude, the white-haired land spirit was calm and enduring. He was only interested in Gu refinement and wanted to avoid problems. The black-haired land spirit was an extremist while the white-haired land spirit was a pacifist. Oh Fang Yuan, your conscience must have been eaten by dogs. Our Lang Yu blessed land treated you so well, yet you are repaying kindness with enmity. You schemed against me. When you were unable to live outside and all 5 regions Gu Immortals went after you, Lang Yu blessed land was the place that sheltered you. You are a human but black hair, and I accepted you. We made you a supreme elder and gave you important roles. We treated you as one of us. But this is how you treat us in return? Look at your own conscience. Do you feel any bit of guilt at all? Do you feel that you have done us injustice? The white-haired land spirit screamed and cried. He was extremely upset. Fang Yuan was expressionless. No, Lang Yu land spirit. After a while, he shouted. You are acting like this to your benefactor, your friends, your family. Does your conscience feel no pain? Do you not feel bad? Fang Yuan dug his ears. Not really. I am quite excited actually. Lang Yu land spirit was beyond furious. He wanted to tear Fang Yuan into epics. Fang Yuan, you demon. You are just too shameless. You are a beast, a bastard. You are a devious scoundrel. You are shameless, as expected of a human. Go ahead and laugh. You will not laugh for very long. People like you will die a terrible death. I was truly blind to have trusted you. Heaven will not let you off. If I was given another chance, I will kill you at first sight. I will incinerate your corpse and mince you into 1,000,000 pieces. Oh, Fang Yuan smiled as he shook his head calmly. Too bad you can't do it. Lang Yu land spirit was speechless. He wanted to rip that smile off Fang Yuan's face. But he could not move. He could only curse to vent his anger. But against someone like Fang Yuan with no shame or morals, his anger was truly pointless and weak. Chapter 1758 Heavenly Court, S Invasion Lang Yu blessed land. Long hair refinement path formation. Blood light gradually faded. The blood path formation opened up as Fang Yuan and Lang Yalan's spirit walked out with the latter behind the former. Fang Yuan's scheme succeeded. In the previous life, Lang Yalan's spirit had caught Fairy Ziwei off guard because she killed the black-haired land spirit, and white-haired land spirit showed up. The black-haired land spirit was ambitious. Even though he knew about Lang Ya blessed land and longevity heaven's agreement, he did not want to use it. Once the white-haired land spirit showed up, he sought help from longevity heaven without second thoughts. Eventually, because of the white-haired land spirit's action, Fang Yuan escaped while Heavenly Court retreated in defeat. Longevity Heaven obtained Lang Ya's sect and became the eventual winner, gaining the greatest benefits. Right now, I suppressed the land spirit. Longevity Heaven will not gain anything. Fang Yuan looked at Lang Ya land spirit. Right now, Lang Ya land spirit had gone back to the black-haired land spirit under Fang Yuan's orders. To prevent the hairy man Gu Immortals from becoming suspicious, the black-haired land spirit pretended that their relationship with Fang Yuan was still the same as before. Fang Yuan purposely let out a breath of air. It was all thanks to First Supreme Elder this time that we salvaged the situation. The black-haired land spirit smiled. Ma. 1. Mainly because we had the refinement path formation, we should get back into refining the Gu as quickly as possible. The black-haired land spirit had a slightly subservient tone and smile, but other than sixth hair, the other hairy man Gu Immortals felt no suspicions. Who could have thought that this shocking change had occurred right under their very eyes? Fang Yuan entered the long hair refinement path formation and continued to refine myriad self Immortal Gu. Hours later, a sharp profound light appeared in the refinement path formation. The profound light faded as an Immortal Gu was revealed. This Gu worm was more than 10 meters long. It was like a centipede that shined in a metallic luster. The mouthpiece on its head looked dangerous, while there was a pair of long antennas on its forehead. It had 5,000 legs on either side of its body, having a total of 10,000 legs. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Myriad Self. Even though Fang Yuan's main goal was to scheme against Lang Ya land spirit, he did not give up on refining Myriad Self Immortal Gu. In the previous life, Myriad Self Immortal Gu had a 50% success rate. But now, in order to trap Lang Ya land spirit, he modified the recipe and lowered its success rate from 50 to 40%. Regardless, he did not give up on refining Myriad Self. He could not give up on refining Myriad Self Immortal Gu after all. It seemed to have an insignificant boost to Fang Yuan's strength, but it was actually very important. The killer move Myriad Self was the combination of enslavement and strength path. It gathered the specialty of both paths. But it was overly complex and took a long time to activate. It spent a lot of thoughts of the Gu Immortal. Now that it became a Gu worm, Fang Yuan only needed to take a few steps to unleash the full power of the original Myriad Self killer move. Other than Myriad Self, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal, Myriad Dragon, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, and other killer moves would also benefit from this. Especially Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. Fang Yuan had created this move near the time of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Without Myriad Self Immortal Gu, he would need too many Gu worms to activate it. The time taken would be too long, and there would be no use for it in battle. Even though Myriad Self Immortal Gu could not raise Fang Yuan's strength directly, it strengthened his foundation and allowed him to gain even more potential in several aspects. The Immortal Gu refinement ended. Next, Fang Yuan looked around. The whole of Lang Ya blessed land and collated his gains. Lang Ya blessed land had an immense origin. It was left by one of the 3 greatest refinement path experts in history, Longhair Ancestor. Longhair Ancestor was a legendary figure. He had refined countless Immortal Gu in his life. Even thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable came to look for him when refining Gu. Longhair Ancestor also had a special identity. He was a hairy man. While hairy men had long lifespan, they would still die eventually. Longhair Ancestor left behind rank 8 Lang Ya Grotto Heaven, but after countless years of development, white-haired land spirit decided to lower its rank and returned it to a blessed land. Blessed lands faced far weaker calamities and tribulations than Grotto Heavens. With the white-haired land spirit's management, the blessed land developed very well. It had a huge space far beyond most blessed lands. It even exceeded many Grotto Heavens. In terms of time path, its time flow was 1 to 36 compared to the outside world. And worth mentioning was that Lang Ya blessed land had an immortal killer move on its tributary of the River of Time. It could alter the time flow in the immortal aperture. This was the work of Longhair Ancestor, who had invited a time path great expert personally when he was alive. In terms of Dao marks, Lang Ya blessed land had the highest number of refinement path Dao marks, surpassing 300,000. The remaining Dao marks were mostly water path followed by earth path. Lang Ya blessed land had 4 continents. They were the black hair, yellow hair, and white hair continents in the sea, as well as cloud cover continent in the sky. The blessed land produced abundant resources and people. There were also countless Gu immortals. It was truly a super force of its own. The vast number of people ensured the production of many lifespan Gu. Undeniably, this was the #1 blessed land in the world. Fang Yuan's spirit was suppressed by Fang Yuan already. Everything here belonged to him. Other than the blessed land's resources and manpower, there were also a vast number of Gu recipes, killer moves, and Gu worms. Fang Yuan blessed land had many immortal Gu in its inventory. For example, the currently ranked 7 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, the wood sprout immortal Gu that Fang Yuan had once borrowed to use the killer move Light Fungus Radiance, Beast Enslavement Immortal Gu, Formation Plate Immortal Gu, and many others. Most of the immortal Gu were already given out to the Hairy Man Gu immortals for their use. Fang Yuan blessed land had 3 Gu formations. The first was the Long Hair Refinement Path formation. The second was the Submain Teleportation Gu formation. The third was the Ancient Battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar, among which the main formation of the Submain Teleportation Gu formation was on Cloud Cover Continent, while the 9 sub-formations were distributed all over northern plains, for example, Taichio, Dragon Elephant Plain, and Foambow Cliff. Other than that, Fang Yuan blessed land had a highly incomplete Immortal Gu house, rank 8 Immortal Gu house Refinement Cauldron. There was also a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth that was not completed despite immense effort, Refinement C. In the previous life, when Heavenly Court attacked Fang Yuan blessed land, Fang Yuan land spirit made use of the water in the Refinement C to display the killer move Omnipresent 4 Cs. He had once taken control of the situation using it. Fang Yuan blessed land had a huge inventory with countless immortal materials, but relatively few immortal essence stones. And finally, Fang Yuan blessed land had 3 true inheritances. They were Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance, Giant Sun Self-Luck True Inheritance, and Longhair's Refinement Path True Inheritance. Rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Gu was part of Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. In the first life, Fang Yuan obtained clues to this Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. He came to Fang Yuan blessed land and asked Fang Yuan land spirit to refine Gu for him 3 times. This was also part of Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of these 3 true inheritances. Years ago, he had transacted with Fang Yuan land spirit and learned about this. Back then, in order to deal with strong enemies, he had to sell his own secluded domain of heaven and earth. Now, the whole of Fang Yuan blessed land belonged to him. I have about half a month left. Fang Yuan estimated the time. In the previous life, he had worked on deducing Luo Pasil at this time period, in order to make up for his lack of offensive methods. As for defense, he had reverse flow protection seal. There was no worry. In the end, he only managed to deduce Luo Pasil years later. This time around, he already possessed Luo Pasil. His main deduction was to add the effect of Time Path into Yama Battlefield, so that he could gain a compound battlefield killer move. Even though he suppressed Fang Yuan land spirit and had sufficient Refinement Path attainment level, Fang Yuan was not in a rush to annex Fang Yuan blessed land. He had already decided to use the tactic in the 5 regional mountain range. He was going to make Fang Yuan blessed land a trap that would lure in the Heavenly Court members. Firstly, Fang Yuan needed Feng Gu to come here and contribute his fixed immortal travel. After all, when Fang Yuan reaches rank 8, future self would not be usable anymore. Secondly, he needed Heavenly Court to expose their star cast killer move. This method was too incredible. It could directly change the situation of all 5 regions. Any superforce would feel extremely threatened by it. Once star cast gets exposed, it would spur on the 4 regions' superforces to attack Heavenly Court. And thirdly, he wanted to kill a few Heavenly Court Gu immortals in advance. Fang Yuan would not let go of any chance to weaken Heavenly Court. And finally, Fang Yuan wanted to borrow the help of Heavenly Court to deal with the Gu immortals of the Snowmen, Rockmen, and Inkmen in the 4 Races Alliance. By using the same method as in the previous life, he would annex all 3 of these forces at once. Taking down enemies and allies in a single swoop. Wasn't it a great idea? More than 10 days passed. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Chessboard. This rank 8 Immortal Gu house was shooting out fireworks. Countless starlight specks were flying out and radiating the entire Heavenly Court. Starlight shined on the faces of the Heavenly Court Gu immortals. Nearly 10 of them were ready to move out. The leader was Fairy Ziwei. She looked at the sky as bright light shined in her eyes, even more dazzling than the starry sky. To think that Wisdom Gu is really inside Fang Yuan blessed land. With it, Star Constellation Chessboard will become a rank 9 Immortal Gu house. By then, I will be the #1 Wisdom Path Gu immortal in the world. Heavenly Court will almost certainly be able to repair fate Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan, I can't wait for this. I want to kill you personally. Thunder Ghost True Monarch gritted her teeth. Feng Gu was silent and peaceful. Chun-Yi was waiting in anticipation. His performance in Green Ghost Desert was not good. He did not retrieve Divine Being Palace. I cannot fail again like last time. I have just joined Heavenly Court. I need to show some results. This battle is a great opportunity. No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is merely rank 7. Langya Blessed Land has a huge reputation, but it is too weak internally. Even Feng Jiuge could enter and leave at will. We are mobilizing so many rank 8 great experts now, we will definitely win. Sigh, Lady Ziwei is too vigilant. Chun-Yi grumbled a little. Fairy Ziwei was sending such a huge force. It was like a tiger going all out to hunt a rabbit. Chun-Yi would not be able to make any achievements. In his opinion, couldn't 2 or 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals take down Langya Blessed Land easily? They were not ordinary rank 8s. They were Heavenly Court members. Bam! Along with the expectations of many Gu Immortals, the starlight in the sky gathered. A huge light blue pillar was formed in the sky. Immortal killer move, star cast. Let's go. Take down Langya Blessed Land and capture the demon Fang Yuan. Fairy Ziwei gave her orders. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was the most impatient one. She directly rushed into the starlight pillar. Fang Yuan, I am coming. Just you wait. Thunder Ghost True Monarch snickered. He wanted to say master. Chapter 1759 I've been waiting. Thunder Ghost True Monarch felt her world spinning. After a brief moment of chaos, her vision cleared up. In almost an instant, she vanished from Heavenly Court, arriving in a huge formation space. She focused and looked, seeing that Fang Yuan was standing before her with a killer move that had been prepared already. Fang Yuan, good timing. Thunder Ghost True Monarch growled loudly with blood-red eyes. It was like the meeting of enemies. Fang Yuan smiled plainly. Thunder Ghost True Monarch, I've been waiting for you. Saying so, he pushed with his palm as Luo Pasil shot towards Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder Ghost True Monarch wanted to dodge subconsciously, but the super formation's power was already affecting her. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch could dodge quickly, she needed a lot of time to do so. As a result, the overall result was that she moved very slowly in real time. Shock and anger was expressed all over Thunder Ghost True Monarch's face. She could not dodge. She was hit by Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil. A huge black armor appeared all over Thunder Ghost True Monarch's body. The armor was ferocious and flamboyant, having sharp curved spikes and lightning flashing above it. The chest portion of the armor had a dark blue open mouth like that of a giant ghost, and her helmet looked like a monster's head, forming a stark contrast with the girl's delicate and cute appearance. Luo Pasil landed on Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. At the next moment, countless cracks appeared on Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. Next, with a light pop, the entire armor cracked into pieces, exposing Thunder Ghost True Monarch's main body. Fang Yuan used Luo Pasil and the super formation to destroy Thunder Ghost True Monarch's strongest defense in one move. Thunder Ghost True Monarch shouted loudly. Instead of dodging, she charged towards Fang Yuan. This was a wise tactic. Normally speaking, people would retreat in such circumstances to regain their footing. But doing that in front of Fang Yuan would make them lose initiative. It would be a downward spiral as Fang Yuan gains control of the momentum of the battle. Thunder Ghost True Monarch did not back down. Instead, she went ahead to fight against Fang Yuan. At this moment, Thunder Ghost True Monarch's rich battle experiences and brave nature was on full display. She invaded Langya Blessed Land but got ambushed, landing in a difficult spot. The disparity in situation did not make her lose her cool. Instead, her bravery and fighting spirit were ignited. As expected of the person who once resisted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, this person did not know what giving up was. There was no way to lower her morale. Her final killer move, Lightning Heart Explosion, was an actual mutual destruction method. Even if she dies, she would drag her enemies with her. This was her true nature. Of course, Fang Yuan already knew about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final method. Fairy Ziwei was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, but so was Fang Yuan. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, he would make countless arrangements. How could he not predict Thunder Ghost True Monarch's nature and course of action? Like what Fang Yuan had said earlier, he had been waiting. Immortal killer move, Steal Life. After suppressing Langya Land Spirit, thieving Heaven True Inheritance in Langya Sect became Fang Yuan's. Using Steal Life Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan unleashed the Immortal Killer move using Immortal Gu Steal Life as the core. Even though Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence, he could make Langya Land Spirit do it. He had long hair's Immortal Essence after all. Steal Life was not displayed by Fang Yuan. Langya Land Spirit, which was inside the formation, had used it. Red light that was as thick as a finger flashed as it landed on Thunder Ghost True Monarch's forehead. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's movements came to a stop. She rapidly aged. In the blink of an eye, she turned from a cute little girl to a wrinkled old lady. She stretched out her thin and dry fingers as she grabbed at Fang Yuan, speaking as her teeth fell off. How? How did you? These were her final words. She died, with intense regret and hatred. She had died of old age. Her lifespan was fully consumed. Even after dying, her eyes were wide open, staring at Fang Yuan fixedly. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Within the super immortal formation, the Gu Immortals of the 4 races were in a commotion. What happened? She died like that. We killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Wasn't that too easy? The variant human Gu Immortals were all dumbfounded. After calming down, they started to analyze. It was Lord Fang Yuan's great plan. That's right. Thunder Ghost True Monarch fell into our trap. She had no way of retaliating. Even though she is a rank 8 Gu Immortal, against Lord Fang Yuan, she was completely helpless. I finally understand why the human Gu Immortals are bent on going after Lord Fang Yuan. The variant human Gu Immortals sighed deeply. Their gaze towards Fang Yuan carried wariness, fear, admiration, and reverence. Looking at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, Fang Yuan felt no surprise. As a rank 8 expert, her death was not as simple as it looked. The power of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals was to make plans before taking action. With sufficient information, they could easily counter their enemies. Because of rebirth, Fang Yuan knew about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's trump card. Secondly, Fang Yuan had spent a lot of effort in modifying Lang Yu Blessed Land's defensive formation. He added a lot of Immortal Gu. Steel Life Immortal Gu was one of them. It was all thanks to Fang Yuan's formation path attainment and the light of wisdom. Ordinary Gu Immortals could not achieve this. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 2 strongest methods were Lightning Heart Explosion and Soul Armor Combat. Thus, once Fang Yuan saw her, he used Luo Pasil straight away. This move dealt with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's Soul Armor with incredible effect. Without her soul armor, after Thunder Ghost True Monarch died, she became suppressed by the formation. She could not activate Lightning Heart Explosion. And he also used the killer move Steel Life. This was not the same as using Steel Life Immortal Gu, which could not distinguish ally and enemy. This time, Fang Yuan deduced the killer move Steel Life to target only the enemy. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had used his method on Steel Life Immortal Gu. It could only be used thrice. Fang Yuan could not remove that limit. Even with only 3 uses, Fang Yuan used it on Thunder Ghost True Monarch without hesitation. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had great battle strength. The longer she stayed here, the greater the threat to the entirety of Lang Yu Blessed Land. If she unleashed Lightning Heart Explosion, his losses would be severe. Thus, Fang Yuan unleashed his moves instantly, killing her before she could even react. Heavenly Court. Looking at the Starlight Pillar, Chun-Yi could not help but say, I'm going to. Fairy Ziwei glanced at him before nodding. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal who possessed Star Constellation chessboard, she could more or less understand Chun-Yi's intention and thoughts. After getting permission from Fairy Ziwei, Chun-Yi flew into the Starlight Pillar anxiously. I need to act fast. With Thunder Ghost True Monarch's ferocious battle strength, the later I go in, the less achievements I can make. By now, she might have killed some variant human Gu Immortals already. Lang Yu Blessed Land, here I come. Chun-Yi entered the Starlight Pillar with great excitement. At the next moment, he arrived in Lang Yu Blessed Land's formation space. This is Lang Yu Blessed Land? Suddenly, Chun-Yi's body froze. His pupil shrunk to pin size. He saw Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse. Fang Yuan had used the super formation to mimic Time Path specialty, slowing the time flow. But over at Heavenly Court, time was moving normally. After Thunder Ghost True Monarch entered, Chun-Yi went into the Starlight Pillar almost right after her. As a result, right after Fang Yuan killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch and captured her remaining remnant soul, Chun-Yi appeared. You are quite fast. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Chun-Yi stared at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, shouting, Senior. Thunder Ghost True Monarch did not reply. She was undeniably dead. How could this be? This is impossible. Chun-Yi, who had strong battle intent and enthusiasm, felt like cold water was poured all over him. He had been thinking that Thunder Ghost True Monarch was killing everything in her path. Lang Yu Blessed Land would be in complete chaos as Fang Yuan defends against her pathetically. But the truth was, Thunder Ghost True Monarch died, while Fang Yuan smiled towards him with absolutely no injuries. Who could have expected such a situation? Chun-Yi blinked consecutively before he growled. Very impressive, demon. You made this illusion so convincing that I was almost deceived by you. Saying so, Chun-Yi flickered with green light. He used his defensive killer move. He did not attack in a rush. He stood to guard the black spiral behind him. Thus, at the next moment, Chun-Yi sensed something amiss. The power of Time Path is affecting me. His defensive killer move formed very slowly. Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had a calm expression as she said to Feng Gu, Go in as well. Feng Yuan nodded as he entered the Starlight Pillar. With Feng Yuan's strength, he should be able to defend himself. We are mainly relying on his own Dao Guardian luck. Heavenly Court does not have many luck path methods. This is the only way to resist Fang Yuan. Fairy Ziwei sighed to herself internally. After Feng Yuan was transported inside, she was the next person to go. But right when Fairy Ziwei was about to move, boom. The Starlight Pillar exploded into countless starlight specks in the sky. Fairy Ziwei was stunned. The Heavenly Court Immortals behind her. Chapter 1760 Overwhelming Advantage. The killer move Star Cast might be incredibly powerful and would affect the balance of all 5 regions, but any killer move had its weaknesses and flaws. Fang Yuan did not know much about Star Cast, but he knew one crucial point. Star Cast needed a tracer. This tracer was the harmful Dao marks that Feng Yuan left behind the previous time he invaded Langya Blessed Land. In the previous life, these harmful Dao marks turned into a dark spiral that transported Chen Yi, Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Feng Yuan, and Fairy Ziwei in. Luckily, Fang Yuan and Langya Land Spirit reacted quickly and destroyed the dark spiral in time. They prevented even more Heavenly Court Gu Immortals from entering. This time, because of rebirth, Fang Yuan knew the exact location of the dark spiral. Thus, he modified Langya Blessed Land's defensive formation actively and covered it using the formation space. Thunder Ghost True Monarch came in first. She was directly killed by Fang Yuan and the rest, who were well prepared. Chen Yi was the second to arrive. Fang Yuan did not have much time to use Luo Pasil, so he did not do anything yet. And third was Feng Yuan. He was Fang Yuan's main target, because rank 7 fixed immortal travel was in his hands. And the fourth person was likely Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei was a wisdom path, Gu Immortal possessing star constellation chessboard. If Duke Long was considered the spiritual leader of Heavenly Court and was the source of morale, Fairy Ziwei was the brains of Heavenly Court, their tactician. She was very important, but even if Fang Yuan killed her, there would be little effect. Why? Because Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard had too many wisdom path Gu Immortals. If Fairy Ziwei died, the second would replace her. In the past, why did Fairy Ziwei awaken? It was because Heavenly Court's wisdom path Gu Immortal, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, had died. Fairy Ziwei had to awaken to take his position. If Fairy Ziwei brought star constellation chessboard with her, Fang Yuan might have the incentive to kill her. But regrettably, star constellation chessboard was needed to maintain Star Cast. It had to be left inside Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan had his battle experience from the previous life. He was sure about this secret. In his position, Fang Yuan should not kill Fairy Ziwei. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan was familiar with Fairy Ziwei. It was advantageous to him. If he killed her, an unfamiliar Heavenly Court wisdom path Gu Immortal would weaken Fang Yuan's post-rebirth advantage. Of course, there was the most important reason. Fairy Ziwei had incredible battle strength. Even though Fang Yuan surpassed her by the time of Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, right now, he had not reached rank 8 yet. He was still far from his peak battle strength in the previous life. If he let Fairy Ziwei in, Heavenly Court would have 3 rank 8 battle strengths. Fang Yuan had Heavenly Giant Solar, the Super Formation, the Immemorial Rock Dragon, and himself. The battle would be intense. The situation would be out of control. And don't forget, Chen Yi had Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's trump card. Immortal Killer Move Karma Relocation played an important role in his previous life. Fang Yuan remembered deeply. He would not ignore it. Furthermore, Fang Yuan already suppressed Langya Land Spirit. The whole of Langya Blessed Land was his property. He wanted to reduce his losses. Thus, he destroyed the Dark Spiral earlier than in his previous life. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were all shocked. While inside Langya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan and Chen Yi looked at each other with dumbfounded looks. This is completely different from our plans. Starcast failed. Only the few of us are over here. Langya Blessed Land was prepared for us. They reacted too quickly. Right now, we can only defend and stall for time until Starcast activates again. Chen Yi and Feng Yuan quickly conversed. The two of them floated in the formation space. Their backs were facing each other as they tried to defend themselves. Feng Yuan asked, "That's right. Where is Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch?" Chen Yi gulped. He hesitated a little, but did not tell Feng Yuan about the scene he saw earlier. Instead, he said, "I am not sure too. I did not see Thunder Ghost True Monarch after entering." Feng Yuan nodded. Senior Thunder Ghost must be too eager to make achievements. She went out and got separated from us. If we can join up with her, that would be best. Chen Yi was shrouded in a bad feeling, but he could not shake Feng Yuan's morale at this moment. He could only say, "I can see how crafty this Fang Yuan is. He would not let us join up easily. Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch might be currently busy against the enemies for all we know." Feng Yuan was more optimistic than Chen Yi. He smiled. Lord Chen Yi, we have outstanding battle strength ourselves. I can resist rank 8 Gu Immortals. I can barely be considered a rank 8 battle strength. With you and Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch, we have 3 rank 8 battle strengths. It will be very difficult for Langya Blessed Land to defend against us, right? Maybe with just us, we can take down Langya Blessed Land. Chen Yi laughed and focused his mind forcefully. Brother Feng is right, but this situation is truly out of our expectations. You should find a time to escape using fixed immortal travel. Feng Jiuge looked at Chen Yi deeply, thinking that this Chen Yi's emotions were so easily changed. Feng Jiuge had witnessed himself how Chen Yi charged in excitedly, trying to make some achievements for himself. But once he got in, he became so dejected and low-spirited all of a sudden. Even though Chen Yi is the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, due to having an authoritative status for a long time, he has lost his bravery. No wonder he failed his mission in Western Desert and caused us to lose Divine Bean Palace. Feng Jiuge looked down on Chen Yi in his heart. Unknown to him, in the previous life, his relationship with Chen Yi was actually quite good, especially after he used the Incomplete Destiny song to save Chen Yi's life. The two conversed rapidly in almost an instant. Fang Yuan had already taken action, but this time, he did not move out personally. He concealed his traces. The immemorial rock dragon took his place, along with Langya Land Spirit and a band of hairy man Gu Immortals using Heavenly Giant Solar. Feng Jiuge and Chen Yi worked together. After a long while, neither side could do anything to the other. But Chen Yi and Feng Jiuge continued to frown deeply. The immemorial rock dragon is tough and sturdy, but its threat is the lowest. The Gu Immortals inside Heavenly Giant Solar are not too skilled at fighting either. That's right, the key is Fang Yuan. He has not shown up yet. Is he fighting against Thunder Ghost True Monarch or hiding to deal with us? Other than them, there is also this formation. We need to destroy this formation, otherwise, being trapped inside this formation space is very dangerous. Chen Yi and Feng Jiuge planned quickly, changing their tactic. Feng Jiuge started to use his killer move while Chen Yi defended him. Chen Yi blocked the immemorial rock dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar alone, while Feng Jiuge prepared his killer move successfully, unleashing Separation Song. But in the previous life, this song already had no effect. It was even more useless this time around. How could Fang Yuan forget Separation Song? The tactic that Chen Yi and Feng Jiuge tried failed, and instead gave Fang Yuan an opportunity to suddenly strike and isolate the two of them. Thereafter, the super formation started to activate as two subspaces were created, isolating Chen Yi and Feng Jiuge. Heavenly Court. Endless starlight specks gathered again. Fairy Ziwei was full of sweat. She worked her hardest to create Starcast Killer move once again. However, Starcast was not so easily recreated. This move was incredibly powerful. It was able to transport rank 8 Gu Immortals. It was truly a tactical method that could affect wars. Precisely so, the price of using it was huge, not only in immortal essence but also the time needed to prepare it with countless complex steps. Without deep wisdom path attainment, it was unusable. If we can succeed and regain wisdom Gu this time, activating Starcast would be an easy feat. We will not encounter so much trouble. Fairy Ziwei sighed. A Gu Immortal beside her smiled. Lady Ziwei, even if we do not go, with those three, they have the power to take down Langya Blessed Land. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals had calm expressions. The situation was very relaxed. But Fairy Ziwei frowned deeply. She felt that something was wrong. That's right, Feng Jiuge has incredible talent. He can resist rank 8 as a rank 7. He already has experience in invading Langya Blessed Land. It will only be easier this time. Even if he fails and gets attacked by Langya Blessed Land's full power, he has Fate Armor Immortal Gu. He can definitely defend himself. A Heavenly Court Gu Immortal beside Fairy Ziwei analyzed. Langya Blessed Land. Puff. Feng Jiuge's body shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He escaped in distress inside the formation space. Fang Yuan chased after him with a sinister laugh. Feng Jiuge still had shock all over his face. My Gu worms are vanishing mysteriously. How can this be? This should be a theft path method. Is it Fang Yuan's method or this super formations? He had already used Great Thief Ghost Hand many times, but this time around, the results were different. Fang Yuan only stole a large number of Mortal Gu and one Sound Path Immortal Gu. Compared to my previous life, my luck is very low now. Fang Yuan also felt a little helpless. The higher his cultivation level, the more power Spring Autumn Cicada's rebirth would require, and the deeper his backlash would be. Before this battle, Fang Yuan had already used methods like Burning Soul Bursting Luck, but he was still not reaching his previous life's luck. Even though I gained Giant Sun Immortal Venerable Self Luck True Inheritance, and this True Inheritance has a comprehensive amount of killer moves and Immortal Gu recipes, there are only a few Luck Path Immortal Gu currently. Thus, I have not stolen fixed immortal travel yet. Fang Yuan sighed in regret, while Feng Gu had a solemn expression. He has the power to steal Immortal Gu. The situation is too severe. Even if I have Fate Armor Immortal Gu, he can steal it. Should I use fixed immortal travel to return? Do I abandon Qin Yi? Feng Gu was hesitant. At the other end, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal added. Compared to Feng Gu, Lord Qin Yi is a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. He is the former first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He has abundant battle experiences in his life. He is also the current generation Genesis Lotus Inheritor. He has powerful wood path methods. Lord Qin Yi is old and wise. He is reliable and dependable. He can definitely control the battle situation. Langya Blessed Land, Super Formation. Qin Yi was full of sweat. The anxiety on his face could not be concealed. Damn it, he cursed in his heart. The super formation isolated him, and Feng Gu, his enemies, also vanished completely. The formation activated as layers of mazes were formed. Countless illusions trapped Qin Yi continued to investigate and break the illusions, but there was an endless number of mazes and illusions. Faster, faster. I need to get out of here and join with Feng Gu. How did this happen? Why did it end up like this? Qin Yi cultivated wood path. His formation path attainment was not deep. Qin Yi's battle style was also not specialized in offense, but in sustainability. Be it Ancient Tree Prison Cage or Karma Divine Tree, they had the same style. In the previous life, Qin Yi stayed. In the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, he caused trouble for Wu Yong and Fang Yuan. But this time, he was the one tormented by Fang Yuan's super immortal formation. This was the tactic Fang Yuan used after familiarizing himself with Qin Yi. Heavenly Court, I know you are right, but somehow, the unease in my heart is getting more intense. Fairy Weis sighed. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortal beside her pondered. That shouldn't be. Even if Feng Gu and Qin Yi face trouble, Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch is a true expert. She was a legend that caused problems for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Last time, Fang Yuan escaped because of the regional wall. This time in Langya Blessed Land, she can use her true power. Perhaps more than 10 Gu Immortals have already died in her hands by now. So what if Fang Yuan is there? He will only run around like a dog after being chased by Thunder Ghost True Monarch. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortal said this with overwhelming confidence and certainty. Langya Blessed Land, Formation Space. Fang Yuan chased after Feng Gu while soul-searching Thunder Ghost True Monarch. He was multitasking. His advantage was too large after all. After using Great Thief Ghost Hand multiple times, even though he could not take fixed immortal travel, he had already obtained 3 of Feng Ji's sound path, Immortal Gu. Feng Ji's strength fell drastically, but he was not too injured now. Fang Yuan was using Great Thief Ghost Hand primarily. His other offenses were trivial and merely maintained his current advantage. He did not use moves like Luo Pasil, because he was afraid that Fate Armor Immortal Gu would activate after he injured Feng Gu. Once Fate Armor Immortal Gu was activated, Fairy Wei would be able to sense his exact location. In the previous life, Fang Yuan suffered a loss from this. After Fate Armor Immortal Gu activated, Fairy Wei was able to rapidly deduce and break Yama battlefield. This time around, how could Fang Yuan commit the same mistakes? Oh, there are really many Gu Immortals trying to invade Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan gained a lot of information from soul searching. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's cultivation information was valuable, but Fang Yuan cast it aside. Heavenly Court's situation was much more important to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had countless wisdom path methods. He quickly deduced. This means that Star Cast can be used again. I need to hurry up and end the battle here. There is no choice. If this drags on, fixed immortal travel, Fate Armor, and the other Immortal Gu would get stolen by Fang Yuan. Feng Gu had a solemn expression. He finally made his decision to use fixed immortal travel. Wishful thinking. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Activating Immortal Gu Suppress Space. Suppress Space Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was obtained from the Diamond Head Turtle when he specially went to Southern Border's Earth Trench. There were many methods to counter fixed immortal travel, but after rebirth, Fang Yuan had 2 most likely choices. One was Fixed Space Immortal Gu, the other was Suppressed Space Immortal Gu. Fixed Space Immortal Gu was in the hands of Heavenly Court Gu Immortal Lu Hao. In the previous life, Fang Yuan ambushed Southern Border's pursuers, including Xia Cha. Lu Hao was also captured. It was a pity that Fixed Space Immortal Gu self-detonated in Lu Hao's body. Fang Yuan did not obtain it. As for Suppressed Space Immortal Gu, a Luo Clan Gu Immortal, Luo Ran, obtained it. In the previous life, Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance Gu Immortals to attack the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Luo Ran had used it and achieved great success. It was too difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain Fixed Space Immortal Gu now. It was still too early. He was still inside Northern Plains Langya blessed land. He had not traveled in southern border and attracted everyone's rage. Xiacha and the rest had not pursued him yet. Without Wu Yong seeking help from Fairy Ziwei, Lu Hao would not get involved. But suppressed space Immortal Gu was easily obtainable according to information from Fang Yuan's previous life. Fixed space Immortal Gu could fix a location, even if fixed immortal travel activated. The Gu Immortal would only be transported to the fixed location that was chosen. Meanwhile, suppressed space Immortal Gu could prevent the use of any space path methods within a certain area. As suppressed space Immortal Gu was also rank 7, it countered the rank 7 fixed immortal travel. Feng Gu was shocked by this. To think that Fang Yuan's preparations were so comprehensive. At the next moment, Feng Ji's expression paled. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, sighing inwardly. It was not easy. I finally stole fixed immortal travel. Chapter 1761 Taking blame, even in death, fixed immortal travel was finally regained. This way, even if Fang Yuan rose to rank 8 and lost future self, he did not have to worry about losing fixed immortal travel's movement method. Fixed immortal travel was a powerful movement Immortal Gu that was extremely useful to Fang Yuan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan deduced a killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core. Even as a rank 8, he could travel all over the world and cause great chaos. With this Immortal Gu, he would have incredibly powerful maneuverability. But in the previous life, Fang Yuan stole fixed immortal travel with one attempt. This time, it was truly troublesome. He used Great Thief Ghost Hand more than 10 times. A lot of immortal essence was expended. The flaw of Great Thief Ghost Hand was evident. Even though it could steal Immortal Gu, it would steal Mortal Gu in most cases. Fang Yuan stole tens of thousands of Mortal Gu from Feng Gu, but only 3 or 4 Immortal Gu. Next is Fate Armor Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's cold gaze was fixed on Feng Gu. As long as he stole Fate Armor Immortal Gu, Feng Gu would be finished. Feng Gu continued to escape. He had never thought that he would end up in such a distressed state. Fang Yuan knows me very well. He has been trying to steal my Immortal Gu without attacking much. He is targeting my weakness. He knows the power of Fate Armor Immortal Gu. Feng Ji's heart sank to rock bottom. An intense chill permeated in his body. The more Immortal Gu he lost, the more his battle strength fell. Fang Yuan. Feng Gu thought about this name in his mind. Even though he had some estimation towards Fang Yuan's growth, he did not that he would be forced to escape without a way of fighting back. Back then, Feng Gu was chasing after Fang Yuan from southern border to western desert. It seemed just like yesterday. Feng Gu could still remember clearly. But to think that now, their situations were reversed. Such immense growth. Feng Gu sighed in his heart. It was not that Feng Gu was not strong, but Fang Yuan's preparations were simply too plentiful. He did not expose his secret of rebirth. His advantage was well kept. The super formation in Langya blessed land was modified by Fang Yuan. It was many times stronger than in the previous life. One of the reasons was that Fang Yuan controlled Langya blessed land. He could mobilize all of its resources to build the immortal formation. He could also transact with the 3 variant human races. The second reason was that Fang Yuan was much stronger than in the previous life at this point in time. Be it formation path or time path, he was far superior. This allowed him to create this super formation to trap Feng Gu and Chen Yi. At the other end, Chen Yi's eyes flickered with light. He was moving around in the illusory mazes. Damn it, I am still trapped after so long. Chen Yi was lost in the illusory mazes. Even though he moved around quickly and broke many illusions, he still felt like vomiting blood. This formation constantly refreshed Chen Yi's evaluation towards it. Fang Yuan arranged almost all the variant human Gu Immortals to control the formation and target Chen Yi. Even though he had great battle strength with immortal killer moves like Ancient Tree Prison Cage, Giant Tree Divine Statue, Karma Divine Tree, and others, making it very difficult for Fang Yuan to handle these superb killer moves. In the previous life, Chen Yi fought against 2 enemies alone, facing the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar. His performance was incredible and breathtaking. But now, Fang Yuan obtained control of Langya sect entirely. He arranged the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar to deal with Chen Yi, but the 2 were merely assisting. The main thing dealing with Chen Yi was the super formation. As Chen Yi struggled in the illusory maze, every time he had hope of breaking out, the immemorial Rock Dragon or Heavenly Giant Solar would appear to obstruct him and stall for time. Next, the variant human Gu Immortals would create more layers and mazes, causing Chen Yi to stay trapped indefinitely. Chen Yi's methods were all unusable as a result. Fang Yuan targeted him specifically, easily countering him. Chen Yi was very anxious now. The longer this dragged on, the more uneasy he felt. Was the Thunder Ghost true monarch corpse earlier just an illusion? Chen Yi was not certain. He wanted to believe that it was an illusion. The reason was simple. With Thunder Ghost true monarch's battle strength, how could Fang Yuan possibly kill her immediately? Were there other possibilities? If Thunder Ghost true monarch was still alive, why had she shown no commotion at all after such a long time in this battle? Right now, he and Feng Gu were isolated. A long time had passed. How was the situation on his end? Unless, the dream realm? Chen Yi had a flash of inspiration. He did not know that Fang Yuan possessed rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Gu, but he knew that Fang Yuan was skilled at using the self-detonation of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to form dream realms and deal with strong enemies. During the battle at Etian Mountain, Spectral Soul was captured by Heavenly Court. Afterwards, Fang Yuan was pursued by Wu Yong and Feng Gu. He used the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to escape many times. Without the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan would have died on the way already. Fairy Ziwei was a wisdom path great expert. Before this trip, she had already made deductions. Fang Yuan's dream realms, reverse flow river, and others were all in her consideration. The dark spiral was the tracer for star cast. It had detection abilities. If there were dream realms or reverse flow river nearby, Fairy Ziwei could sense it. In fact, Fang Yuan could not truly control the dream realm or reverse flow river precisely. Once the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonate, they would create an expanding dream realm that moved on its own. He could also only move reverse flow river mildly. Be it the dream realm or reverse flow river, as long as the dark spiral was in contact with them, Starcast Killer Move would become unstable and fail. Fairy Ziwei only had to create a slightly larger dark spiral to test if there were dream realms or reverse flow river around it. It is stupid to only use the dream realms or reverse flow river as a trap, but what if Fang Yuan created new dream path killer moves? He has Spring Autumn Cicada. He had been reborn from the future after all. Chen Yi thought. But the truth was, Fang Yuan currently had no dream realms with him. His pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had all been consumed. Refer to chapter 1585. Most of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were used when Fang Yuan was escaping his pursuers. This resulted in Fang Yuan going to southern border to snatch dream realms after the battle of Lang Yu Blessed Land. Later, Fang Yuan made transactions with Qi Chuyu secretly. He obtained many dream realms. His pure dream reality seeker physique bodies became a sizable number. After that, Fang Yuan ambushed Xia Cha and the rest. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were incredibly useful. It could be said that Qi Chuyu was the main contributor. It was because of his secret transactions with Fang Yuan that he could use all these dream realms. If he was just stealing them, the efficiency would be much lower. Chen Yi made a wrong guess. His heart became heavy. No, I must destroy this immortal formation as soon as possible. The dangerous situation made Chen Yi resolve to use his trump card killer move, Karma Divine Tree. The Divine Tree was lush and green. It was beautiful as a pavilion. Green smoke rose slowly as it swayed with the wind. With Karma Divine Tree above his head, all sorts of illusions and mazes were forced away within a certain area. Chen Yi could see clearly ahead of him again. The variant human Gu Immortals gasped. This is the Karma Divine Tree killer move that Elder Fang Yuan mentioned. The entire Super Gu formation's power is being resisted by this move. The mazes and illusions cannot affect Chen Yi. Worthy of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. During the critical moment, the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar attacked Chen Yi. The other variant human Gu Immortals controlled the formation, trying to find a new way of trapping Chen Yi. Chen Yi snorted coldly. He did not fight the Rock Dragon or Giant. He flew around, targeting the formation itself. The immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar attacked Chen Yi, but he defended passively. Karma Divine Tree displayed incredible defensive power. It blocked all of the attacks perfectly. The Divine Tree, which was quite sparse earlier, started to bear fruits quickly. These fruits flew out and landed on the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar, causing them to endure the damage that they dealt themselves. Quickly block Chen Yi, don't let him rampage around. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss. He quickly ordered. But the variant human Gu Immortals were very busy. They could not use the formation's power to trap Chen Yi. As for entering the battle themselves, they would not do it. Even though they were allies, they treasured their lives. They would hide inside the formation if they could. In the previous life, they only came out after the formation was destroyed. Boom. With an intense explosion, Chen Yi hit a crucial spot. The formation space that was isolated became connected. Even though Chen Yi cultivated Wood Path, he was still a rank 8 great expert that could mimic other paths. After such a long time inside this super formation, he could notice some of its characteristics. Chen Yi saw Feng Gu and quickly shouted loudly, "Hang on, I'm coming." It turned out that Feng Gu was already forced into a corner by Fang Yuan. The situation was dangerous. Be careful. The enemy has a way to steal Gu worms. Feng Gu immediately gave Chun Yi critical information. Chun Yi's body shook. He immediately thought of the contest over Divine Bean Palace. Western Desert's Gu Immortal Xuan Bujin was the one who stole legendary immemorial beast Qing Chao's Immortal Gu using theft path. They have theft path methods too. Chun Yi shook. He frowned deeply. Now was different from the previous life. Fang Yuan did not use Emperor Yama. Chun Yi could not link the two together. There was no evidence supporting the fact that Fang Yuan was Xuan Bujin. Theft path was actually spread to an extent in the 5 regions. Western Desert Xuan Bujin had theft path methods, but Langya Blessed Land had an even higher possibility of possessing theft path killer moves. After all, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had personally worked with Long Hair Ancestor and Refined Gu together. Chun Yi attacked while Fang Yuan snickered. He charged forward too. He activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal while preparing Luo Seal. Fang Yuan's aura surged. 2 rank 8 killer moves? Chun Yi was deeply shocked. His pupils shrunk. 1 for offense and 1 for defense. They are complementary. Damn it. Fang Yuan and Chun Yi fought, while the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar approached Feng Gu. Feng Gu only had rank 7 cultivation level now, while a few of his Immortal Gu were stolen by Fang Yuan. His battle strength had fallen greatly. Facing the attack of 2 rank 8 battle strengths, he was quickly injured and Fate Armor Immortal Gu got activated. Over at Heavenly Court, Fairy Wei's expression changed. Oh no. Fate Armor was activated. Feng Gu is in great danger. What should we do? In the previous life, Fairy Wei and Feng Gu were separated by only Yama battlefield. She quickly broke the battlefield killer move and saved him. But now, Fairy Wei and Feng Gu were apart by a vast distance. Starcast was only half prepared. She could not let Feng Gu die. He was a Dao Guardian. Chun Yi also knew the importance of Feng Gu, but he was helpless. Fang Yuan was harassing him at all times. Even though Karma Divine Tree was powerful and had both offense and defense, Fang Yuan was also attacking him with 2 rank 8 killer moves. As time passed, Fate Armor Immortal Gu became dimmer and dimmer. Once the light completely faded, Feng Gu would die. What do I do now? Chun Yi was panicking. At this moment, he heard Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's voice in his head. Look closely. This is the consecutive move built upon Karma Divine Tree. Karma Relocation. The killer move activated, as if intense winds were blowing. The green smoke flickered as Karma Divine Tree started to sway and dance in the wind. Fang Yuan quickly stopped his killer move. He let out a sigh of relief as this killer move was finally forced out. With Karma Relocation, Chun Yi could rampage in the battlefield. Fang Yuan could only avoid him. Chun Yi and Feng Gu quickly gathered. Go back. These are my Immortal Gu. Remember to tell the situation here to Lady Wei. Take revenge for me. Chun Yi passed all the other Immortal Gu that he had to Feng Gu. At the next moment, Karma Relocation activated as Feng Gu was transported away. Even with the super formation and Langya Blessed Land's aperture walls, it could not block Feng Gu from leaving. Karma Relocation was a rank 9 killer move after all. Feng Gu, you managed to escape this time, but next time will be different. Fang Yuan had a plain expression. He knew about Karma Relocation. He knew there was no way to block it. Earlier, he separated Feng Gu and Chun Yi because he considered this killer move. It was a pity he did not succeed. Chun Yi and Feng Gu were very brilliant. They had abundant battle experiences. Since Feng Gu escaped, you shall stay here and accompany Thunder Ghost True Monarch in the afterlife. Fang Yuan smiled ruthlessly. Chun Yi smiled plainly. Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch was really killed by all of you. Come, even if I die, I will not go down easily. Chun Yi knew he was going to die. He completely relaxed. Even though he loved authority and status, he was still a member of Heavenly Court. Any member of Heavenly Court would not fear sacrifice or death. The process of killing Chun Yi was not easy. It was difficult, and a deadlock occurred many times. But eventually, Chun Yi succumbed, and Fang Yuan took his life. He did not leave behind any Immortal Gu, but his remnant soul could not escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. The variant human Gu Immortals cheered loudly in victory, but they also cried out in pain. They had severe losses. Chun Yi killed many of their companions. Fang Yuan looked at Chun Yi's corpse as he sighed deeply. As expected of Chun Yi, as expected of a Heavenly Court Gu Immortal. Next, he consoled the variant human Gu Immortals, showing deep sincerity and sadness. Your sacrifices were worth it. This is a glorious victory. Even a rank 8 Gu Immortal died at your hands. This result will shock the world. There were only a few variant human Gu Immortals left. They were all heavily injured. Oh heavens! Our losses were just too severe this time. Lang Yu blessed land suffered the least losses. They were all inside the formation. They were safe inside Heavenly Giant Solar. Strange, why did several layers of the formation break all of a sudden? Without it, we would not have lost so many people. Fang Yuan nodded. That must be Chun Yi's method. He is truly formidable. I did not even notice anything. The variant human Gu Immortals heard this. Their eyes turned red and they gritted their teeth. That's right. This old scoundrel. Killing him was simply not enough. He deserves more than death. The pitiful Chun Yi had no idea that even after dying in battle, he had to take the blame for Fang Yuan. Chapter 1762 Weis attack, Fang Yuan. You should have a look. Those Dao marks are changing again. The moment the battle ended, Lang Yu Land's spirit transmitted to Fang Yuan. What? Fang Yuan was surprised. He quickly left the heavily damaged super formation as he arrived at the source of the change. Feng Gu had left behind harmful Dao marks in many places, but the dark spiral that formed earlier was the densest. Right now, the other areas with fewer Dao marks started to experience a change. These Dao marks gave off pale blue light. They were like stars in the sky, extremely dazzling and bright. Fang Yuan took a look, his face turned dark. It could actually change like this. He had Wisdom Path Foundation and Star Path Attainment. He knew what this change was going to do. It seems that Feng Gu went back to Central Continent directly using Karma Relocation, or he even went back to Fairy Ziwei directly. Thus, she obtained some information. They reacted so quickly. Fang Yuan was feeling slight regret. In the battle earlier, he should not have stalled for time to create a situation where both sides suffered losses. He should have attacked directly and killed Chun Yi without caring for the immortal essence expenditure. But the truth was, even if he did that, it would not be much faster. Karma Divine Tree was too superb. It combined offense and defense. Without the variant human Gu Immortal's sacrifice, it was hard to kill Chun Yi in a short time. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. The changes in the Dao marks should be Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path Great Expert trying to locate the precise area of Lang Yu Blessed Land. We need to get rid of them. It might get very dangerous. Lang Yu Land Spirit was very anxious. The dark spirals are easy to destroy, but these harmful shining Dao marks are impossible to get rid of. I've already tried. What's going on? At this time, the remaining variant human Gu Immortals arrived with varying expressions. Fang Yuan ignored them. Thoughts rumbled in his mind as he pondered at the speed of lightning. Fairy Ziwei wants to find the actual location of Lang Yu Blessed Land. She is giving it one final attempt. Heavenly Court lost terribly this time. She is truly infuriated. Lang Yu Blessed Land has already been relocated to Loosetail Ridge by the Land Spirit, but Prince Feng Xian is likely nearby, searching for it secretly. I cannot let Fairy Ziwei deduce the true location of Lang Yu Blessed Land. That would be a terrible situation. Once the location is exposed, not only would Prince Feng Xian attack, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals will also reinforce him endlessly. Even if Heavenly Court fails, Fang Yuan would not leave unscathed. It would be a painful victory. Heavenly Court could even go crazy and tell the location of Lang Yu Blessed Land to everyone. This hairy man's sacred land would attract the greed of countless people. Longevity Heaven would be the first to attack. What should I do? Fang Yuan processed his thoughts rapidly. The variant human Gu Immortals beside him were also becoming more anxious. They got an explanation from Lang Yu Land Spirit. They learned about the severity of this situation. Heavenly Court is too scary. We only killed 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals after all our efforts. We are not out of danger yet. If we do not get rid of these Dao marks now, Lang Yu Blessed Land would be exposed. We would not be able to defend this place. That's right. At this point, we can only rely on Lord Fang Yuan. Even if Lang Yu Blessed Land could relocate, it could not make such a commotion with so many enemies outside. Everyone looked at Fang Yuan expectantly. Got it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly as he shouted. You found a method? Lang Yu Land Spirit asked immediately. Quickly activate the Refinement Path Formation. Use my method to refine these Dao marks. Fang Yuan answered rapidly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had obtained the Refinement Path True. Meaning, he learned that the way to get rid of these Dao marks was to take action when the Blessed Land was relocating. It could be easily solved. But thinking about it, that was a trap. Prince Feng Xian was ambushing them outside. If Lang Yu Blessed Land moves, the commotion would expose them. Prince Feng Xian and Heavenly Court would attack. Fang Yuan's method was to use the Refinement Path Immortal Formation and a large amount of rank 8 immortal materials, as well as refinement water, to forcefully refine these harmful Dao marks. In his previous life, he did not think of this method because he did not know of the Refinement Path Formation or refinement water during his deductions. By the time he knew, the battle had ended. He stole fixed immortal travel and longevity heaven arrived. Fang Yuan had to escape. Lang Yu Land Spirit was suppressed by Fang Yuan to begin with. After getting Fang Yuan's method, There was no hesitation. He immediately activated the Refinement Path formation and targeted these harmful Dao marks. Rank 8 Immortal materials were tossed in one by one. The variant Human Gu Immortals had strange expressions. The Hairy Man Gu Immortals had twitching faces. So many Rank 8 Immortal materials. This is an immense wealth. Langya Blessed Land's foundation is actually so deep. It is simply like cabbage sold in the market. I cannot believe this. Langya Land Spirit was also feeling pained. Elder Fang Yuan, Langya Blessed Land had accumulated this after much effort. Your refinement method is too coarse. It can be improved further. Maybe we can wait a bit and improve on this method. We can save a lot of materials. No, trust me, we are in grave danger now. Even though we have no enemies here at the moment, we are not safe. We need to fight against time. Fang Yuan did not mention Prince Fengxian. This was just part of his conjecture. He had no evidence. But Langya Land Spirit was under Fang Yuan's control. He obeyed him without question. Fang Yuan's words sounded like a suggestion, but they were basically an order to him. He had to execute it. All right, I will listen to you. Langya Land Spirit's reply was very short. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. Come and refine these harmful Dao marks. Don't feel pity for the refinement water used. I will enter the secret room and use wisdom path methods to stop Heavenly Court. Nobody is to interrupt me. Anyone who disturbs me is a spy of Heavenly Court. I will kill you on the spot. Fang Yuan's gaze was filled with killing intent. He looked around as a chill emerged in all the Gu Immortals' hearts. After a stern warning, he entered his cloud city and went into the secret room. Heavenly Court, Central Great Hall. Fairy Ziwei sat in her usual seat as her eyes were shut. She was radiating with an intense purple light. The purple light filled the entire hall. It was like rising smoke or rushing tides. The aura was grand and magnificent. Fang Yuan's defenses were soon noticed by Fairy Ziwei. She frowned a little as she laughed coldly. Want to stop me? Star Constellation Chessboard. She immediately summoned Star Constellation Chessboard to assist her. Not long ago, Feng Jiugu had returned to Heavenly Court with grave injuries, but also precious information. After learning about it, Fairy Ziwei immediately understood that the dark spirals were exposed. There was little hope in using them. Thus, she changed her plan and decided to expend these Dao marks to deduce the exact location of Langya Blessed Land inside Loosetail Ridge. I have not lost this battle yet. Fairy Ziwei held on to her belief. Chun-Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were likely goners. Feng Jiugu was heavily injured and had already fallen unconscious. Fairy Ziwei was responsible for this battle. She wanted to make up for her mistakes. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven had acted. They were powerful and originated from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even though Heavenly Court lost, Fairy Ziwei's reaction was not as severe. But now, she lost to Fang Yuan and the variant Human Gu Immortals. Either of them made the proud Heavenly Court Gu Immortals unable to accept this humiliating defeat. Like what Fang Yuan expected, Fairy Ziwei was truly angry. She tried her best, disregarding the intense backlash, to turn this situation around. Star Constellation Chessboard was a Wisdom Path Rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It was extremely helpful. Fairy Ziwei quickly got the edge on Fang Yuan as her deduction speed rose continuously. In the previous life, even though Fairy Ziwei had this method, because Longevity Heaven had taken over Langya Blessed Land, there was no point even if she tried. But now, because Fang Yuan won in the absence of Longevity Heaven, Fairy Ziwei still had hope. Furthermore, Feng Jiugu had used Fate Armor earlier. Even though it was a short duration, it was an important clue. Fairy Ziwei was very confident in deducing Langya Blessed Land's location and defeating Fang Yuan across space. This is bad. Fang Yuan felt a mountain pressing down on him. The activation of Fate Armor Immortal Gu gave Fairy Ziwei an extremely large advantage in deducing Langya Blessed Land. Fairy Ziwei made use of this weakness. Fang Yuan could not see any hope of stopping her. Even though I have many Wisdom Path methods, I lack truly profound ones. Even though there was Rank 9 Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan could only use the Light of Wisdom. As for Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan did not have Rank 8 Immortal Essence yet. He had Attitude Gu, but how could Fang Yuan deduce a Wisdom Path method using Attitude Gu as the core to defend against Fairy Ziwei in this short time? There is only one final method. Resolution shined across Fang Yuan's eyes. Chapter 1763 Fengxian S. Pursui Heavenly Court. In Central Great Hall, purple light spread out like rushing tides. Suddenly, the light stopped. It was like the river flow had encountered an obstruction. Fairy Ziwei gasped lightly as she opened her eyes. She was in the middle of deductions. Her progress was smooth and success was close. But suddenly, the obstruction grew immensely. This was not an ordinary change. It was as if she had been pushing a wooden door earlier. The door was already shaking. There was a high chance of opening it. Once she succeeds, Fairy Ziwei would learn about Lang Ye Blessed Land's location. However, this wooden door turned into a heavy iron door instantly. What happened? Earlier, Fang Yuan tried to stop me. His wisdom path methods are lacking. He could not succeed. But now he suddenly succeeded. Wait, I get it. He annexed Lang Ye Blessed Land. Fairy Ziwei's eyes shined with bright light. She got the answer. Fairy Ziwei faced great difficulty in deducing Fang Yuan's location earlier. After Fang Yuan obtained Emperor Yama, she had no hope of success. As long as Fang Yuan annexed Lang Ye Blessed Land, it would become part of the sovereign immortal aperture. If Fairy Ziwei tried to deduce the location of Lang Ye Blessed Land, wasn't she just deducing Fang Yuan's location? Thus, all of Fairy Ziwei's deductions were stopped by Fang Yuan's Emperor Yama killer move. Emperor Yama contained the power of rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment from Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. It was a huge obstruction to Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei's thoughts flickered, but her movements did not stop. She continued using several wisdom path methods. After some probing, she confirmed her guess. This is the same as the time I tried to deduce matters on Fang Yuan. It seems he really annexed Lang Ye Blessed Land. Annexing a rank 7 blessed land would require Grandmaster attainment level. Fang Yuan's refinement path has Grandmaster attainment level. Fairy Ziwei found that she had underestimated Fang Yuan again. Her expression was extremely grim. Immortal apertures can only devour smaller apertures. What is Fang Yuan's immortal aperture? How can it annex that colossal Lang Ye Blessed Land? Fairy Ziwei did not know of the sovereign immortal aperture secret yet. She was secretly shocked because the foundation that Fang Yuan exposed was already quite unfathomable. Damn it! Fang Yuan obtained Lang Ye Blessed Land. His foundation increased tremendously. What are these variant human Gu immortals doing? They actually let Fang Yuan swallow their foundation? These idiots. Fairy Ziwei gritted her teeth. These variant human Gu immortals were simply too useless. Wait, this is likely Fang Yuan's scheme. He is using these variant human Gu immortals to target my heavenly court. At the same time, he is also using heavenly court to weaken these variant human Gu immortals. After this battle, the variant human Gu immortals must have suffered heavy losses. That's how Fang Yuan forcefully annexed them. In fact, he might have even used this thread of my deduction to trick them into agreeing with his plan. In one instance, Fairy Ziwei thought of many things. Fang Yuan left her an incredibly deep impression of being crafty and shrewd. She could not help but think of him in a bad light. Fairy Ziwei was extremely gloomy. She felt that this attack on Lang Ye Blessed Land was simply giving Fang Yuan benefits. Fang Yuan, I will not let you succeed. Prince Feng Xian. Fairy Ziwei had anger in her eyes. She immediately contacted Prince Feng Xian, who was in Northern Plains. Prince Feng Xian had already received orders. He was lurking in Loosetail Ridge. The original plan was to cooperate with Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals if there was a chance to attack Lang Ye Blessed Land together. If Northern Plains Gu Immortals noticed this, he would show up and obstruct them to stall for time. Prince Feng Xian, Fang Yuan might show up now. Quickly investigate. Try to stall him the moment you find him. Fairy Ziwei ordered. Understood. Prince Feng Xian said before quickly changing his tone. Wait, I found him already. You are alone. Be careful. Fairy Ziwei quickly said. Fang Yuan is devious and scheming. The theft path Immortal Gu might come from Lang Ye's sect. It could also be his. I have already sent Gu Immortals into Northern Plains to help you. But in the short term, you have no reinforcements. Prince Feng Xian had a solemn expression. I understand. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he had to be so careful against a rank 7 Gu Immortal. But he did not feel any absurdity in this. It was only natural. Not just Prince Feng Xian, Fairy Ziwei, and the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals felt the same. Their earlier underestimation only revealed their own foolishness. Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Chunyi died. This demon Fang Yuan was extraordinary. He could not be assessed with common sense. Others could be underestimated, but trying to look down on Fang Yuan was simply stupidity. He is here indeed. Fang Yuan flew in the sky. He turned around to look. Prince Feng Xian was already getting close to him at a rapid speed. The commotion of annexing Lang Ye Blessed Land was not small. Fang Yuan's main body was exposed. Prince Feng Xian had been waiting close by. The moment he sensed it, he charged over. Fang Yuan flew ahead rapidly. He did not want to fight Prince Feng Xian. After an intense battle earlier, he was not in peak condition. He had consumed a lot of immortal essence. At the same time, he had to defend against Fairy Ziwei's deductions. Emperor Yama was closely covering his soul, concealing his traces and expending his soul foundation. Fang Yuan, where are you running? If you are a man, stay here and fight me for 300 rounds. You coward, do you only know how to run? Prince Feng Xian had an arrogant attitude. He continued to scold endlessly. But the truth was, Prince Feng Xian was very much on guard. He seemed arrogant, but his mind was on alert. Fang Yuan sneered. No matter how Prince Feng Xian provoked him, he paid no heed. Even if Fang Yuan was not in his peak condition, even with just rank 7 cultivation level, by using reverse flow protection seal, Luo Seal, Heavenly Giant Solar, and the Immemorial Rock Dragon, he could totally fight evenly with Prince Feng Xian without falling back. But what was the point? Fighting against Prince Feng Xian could possibly cause problems if he was careless. This was one of the 10 great fierce areas of Northern Plains, Loosetail Ridge. If Fang Yuan used his methods, he would expose precious information. His immortal essence would be expended for no reason. If Heavenly Court's reinforcements arrived while they fought, the situation would become much worse. The king does not dispatch troops based on anger, be they righteous path or demonic path. If one could not control their emotions, regardless of how big their achievements were at the moment, they were just foolish clowns at the core. I arrived, this is it. Fang Yuan flew rapidly. When he saw the valley ahead of him with that huge frosty lake, he became extremely joyful. Prince Feng Xian had taken action long ago. He sent attacks towards Fang Yuan from the back. The two chased and fled. They rapidly got close to the frosty lake. A huge wave appeared in the frosty lake as an immemorial frost dragon appeared. It had a horn on its head, a long body of over 100 feet, and many layers of white scales on its body. The temperature of the surroundings fell drastically once it appeared. The immemorial frost dragon screeched, warning Fang Yuan and Prince Feng Xian to not approach its territory. But this immemorial frost dragon was Fang Yuan's target. When Langya Land Spirit first relocated the Blessed Land, going from the Crescent Lake to Loosetail Ridge, he did not tell Fang Yuan about the specific location. He was on guard against Fang Yuan. But now that the Land Spirit was under him, Langya Blessed Land's location and the surrounding forces became Fang Yuan's knowledge. The immemorial frost dragon's warning was useless. Fang Yuan and Prince Feng Xian still charged towards it. It became enraged as it gulped, opening its mouth and emitting its endless frost breath. The frost breath was like a wave made of ice and frost. It was pure and white. Everywhere it went, there was an icy light which shined like crystals. Fang Yuan activated reverse flow protection seal, moving into this colossal frost breath. Prince Feng Xian saw that the situation was amiss. He also chased after Fang Yuan. The frost breath engulfed everything. It interfered with Prince Feng Xian's investigative killer move. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal made sure that he was intact and safe. As the frost breath flew past him, countless horse carriage-sized ice shards descended. Prince Feng Xian was bathed in flames. There was a layer of frost on his brows as he floated in the sky. After blocking the frost breath, Prince Feng Xian did not feel any smugness. Instead, he felt angered and anxious, because he had lost any trace of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has familiar face. He probably turned into an ice shard and descended with them. Prince Feng Xian knew some important information. With his rich battle experiences, he immediately realized the most likely reason for Fang Yuan's disappearance. It was not easy now if he wanted to find Fang Yuan's main body, especially when the immemorial frost dragon attacked him right when he was about to move. Stupid beast! Prince Feng Xian shouted in anger. The immemorial frost dragon had limited wisdom. Since Fang Yuan vanished, it thought that he had died. The only one remaining was Prince Feng Xian, who was conspicuously bathed in raging flames. Compared to Fang Yuan's rank 7 aura, Prince Feng Xian had a powerful rank 8 aura. He was on the same level as the immemorial frost dragon. In the immemorial frost dragon's eyes, Fang Yuan was trivial. The true threat was Prince Feng Xian. Boom, boom, boom. Prince Feng Xian had no choice but to fight against the immemorial frost dragon intensely. At the same time, he found an opportunity to investigate all of the ice shards on the ground. He soon made a discovery. An ice shard fell onto the frosty lake and did not float. Instead, it turned into an ancient frost dragon and swam towards the bottom of the pond. Fang Yuan, you cannot escape. Prince Feng Xian gave up on attacking the immemorial frost dragon. He targeted the frosty lake. Fang Yuan entered the frosty lake and dived down continuously. Soon, he saw a large number of frost dragons. Here were ancient frost dragons and desolate beast frost dragons. This was a huge family of frost dragons. These frost dragons only looked at Fang Yuan curiously. He was one of them. They had no desire to attack. Prince Feng Xian's attack on the frosty lake was a completely different issue. Many of the ancient frost dragons started to attack him, but Prince Feng Xian incinerated all of them. The ancient frost dragons went into chaos. A small portion of them became ferocious as they pestered Prince Feng Xian while the rest escaped. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He mixed into the group. Fang Yuan, come out if you have guts. Prince Feng Xian lost all traces of Fang Yuan again. He screamed angrily inside the frosty lake. His voice caused huge ripples and waves in the calm pond. The immemorial frost dragon cried out in despair. Its descendants were all brutally murdered by this human Gu immortal. Blood dyed the frosty lake as its anger reached the tipping point. It attacked Prince Feng Xian with overwhelming hatred and anger. Chapter 1764 Evaluating Gains. Prince Feng Xian did not want to fight with the immemorial frost dragon. He continued to go after Fang Yuan and pester him. Prince Feng Xian dived deep down into the frosty lake. But soon, a second immemorial frost dragon appeared from within the deepest part of the frosty lake, blocking Prince Feng Xian. There are two immemorial frost dragons inside this frosty lake. Prince Feng Xian and Fang Yuan were deeply shocked. Prince Feng Xian was furious, but helpless. He was temporarily stalled. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He dived into the depths of the frosty lake, escaping Prince Feng Xian's pursuit. He soon found out that there was a secret tunnel in this frosty lake. It was connected to other places. Fang Yuan swam into the secret tunnel, arriving in another frosty lake. This frosty lake was tranquil and large. There were a large group of frost dragons here. So there is actually a huge group of them. No wonder there are two immemorial frost dragons. Wait, no, three. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He found another immemorial frost dragon here. This immemorial frost dragon was sprawled around the edge of the frosty lake. Hearing the intense battle, it became anxious. It moved its head around and growled. After a while, it could not wait anymore, diving into the frosty lake and going to help out the other immemorial frost dragons. Three immemorial frost dragons, Fang Yuan felt a little pity for Prince Feng Xian. Prince Feng Xian was in trouble. Of course, immemorial frost dragons had much lower wisdom compared to humans. They could not kill Prince Feng Xian. In fact, one or two of the dragons might die. Prince Feng Xian had powerful battle strength. He had developed in Northern Plains to become a rank 8 Gu immortal. His battle results were astounding. But after Prince Feng Xian gets rid of the three immemorial frost dragons, I would have left already. Fang Yuan got out of the pond and was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped moving. He saw many frost dragon eggs. Each egg was the size of a millstone. There were a few hundred of these eggs lying around. So the immemorial frost dragon was protecting these eggs earlier. That's why they refused to leave. Wait, what is this? At the center of the batch of eggs, he saw a small stone pillar that was gray-white in color and emitting frost energy. This is rank 8 immortal material frosty stone. Such a huge piece. It has incredible value. Even with Fang Yuan's current wealth, he felt a faint sense of joy from obtaining it. At this point, he finally realized why this group of frost dragons had three immemorial frost dragons. He immediately took away the frosty stone and the thousands of frost dragon eggs. My luck suppresses Prince Feng Xian and these frost dragons. Thus, while being chased by him, I benefited instead. Fang Yuan sighed in his mind. Prince Feng Xian was not Feng Jiugu. Without the help of Dao Guardian Feng Jiuji's luck, Fang Yuan's superiority in luck became very apparent. Prince Feng Xian could not stall Fang Yuan. Instead, he gained a huge benefit. Without him fighting these three immemorial frost dragons, Fang Yuan would not have a chance to steal this immense fortune. This was the power of luck path. I have to thank Prince Feng Xian for his cooperation. Fang Yuan was happy as he drilled underground, using fixed immortal travel to escape. Prince Feng Xian was still fighting the three frost dragons now. Suddenly, the three immemorial frost dragons received information from the other frost dragons and learned that the eggs were stolen. They became enraged. Their eyes turned red as they sent out frost breaths like it was endless. Even the powerful Prince Feng Xian was dazed from their actions. He had to defend against them desperately. What are these stupid snakes doing? Why did they become so fierce? Prince Feng Xian could not understand. Sigh, these beasts are wasting so much time. Fang Yuan must have escaped already. My mission failed. Prince Feng Xian mentally sighed. There was no choice. Fang Yuan did not want to fight against him. He was too good at fleeing. Because Fang Yuan had transformation path attainment, Prince Feng Xian was at a disadvantage in a place like Loosetail Ridge. Fang Yuan made use of his immense territorial advantage. When Gu Immortals fight, those who only look at killer moves or Immortal Gu are the ignorant fools. Gu Immortal elites would learn to use their advantages and other natural factors. They would consider the enemy's emotions and plans. Then come back. Fang Yuan is crafty. Because you appeared at this time, he has likely deduced your true identity. Fairy Ziwei transmitted. Prince Feng Xian was silent. He felt dissatisfied, but Fairy Ziwei was right. He could not look down on Fang Yuan. The moment Prince Feng Xian acted against Fang Yuan, his identity was exposed. I'll retreat. Prince Feng Xian gritted his teeth, flying out of the frosty lake. But the three immemorial frost dragons did not let him off. What is going on? Are these three snakes crazy? They are not letting me off. Prince Feng Xian felt extremely unlucky. These three beasts were pestering him for no apparent reason. You think I am helpless against you? Prince Feng Xian was getting more and more furious. When he was about to attack, Beast growls resounded around the entire ridge. Figures of immemorial desolate beasts appeared as they looked at Prince Feng Xian with animosity. They recognized the 3 immemorial frost dragons. They had been neighbors for many years. But this human Gu immortal, where did he come from? He dared to invade Loosetail Ridge. Prince Feng Xian's expression turned pale. Loosetail Ridge was one of the 10 great fierce areas. Even rank 8 Gu immortals had to be careful when exploring it. I might trigger a beast tide at this rate. I should leave. Prince Feng Xian's heart sank. He quickly retreated. Achoo! He was caught unguarded earlier and got hit by an immemorial frost dragon's frost breath. He was covered in frost now as he sneezed. Bam! With a loud sound. He was hit on the back by an ice ball from an immemorial frost dragon. He was pushed away by the momentum in a pitiful state. The 3 immemorial frost dragons chased after Prince Feng Xian relentlessly, but he did not dare to retaliate. He endured hits with an ashen expression as he escaped from Loosetail Ridge while spitting out blood. 3 days later, the refinement path formation resonated. The final portion of harmful Dao marks had been removed. We finally succeeded. Lang Yalan's spirit sighed. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He was finally safe. These 3 days, Fairy Ziwei had been making deductions. Fang Yuan felt immense pressure. Even though Emperor Yama did its job perfectly, it was expending Fang Yuan's soul foundation constantly. Compared to the previous life, my soul foundation has fallen much more. To quickly refine these harmful Dao marks, I spent a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. But compared to my gains, these losses are inconsequential. Fang Yuan evaluated this huge battle. Now that the harmful Dao marks were gone, Fairy Ziwei could no longer find them. This battle over Lang Ya blessed land had finally ended. Undeniably, Fang Yuan won this battle. His gains were immense. He was quite satisfied with it. The entire flow of the battle was within his control. Nothing had gone out of his expectations. This was the advantage of rebirth. Spring Autumn Cicada's power was evident and clear. Of course, if the user was not Fang Yuan who had great strength, no matter how many times Immortal tried to rebirth, they would not be able to change anything. In essence, Spring Autumn Cicada was just a supporting Gu. The changes that one could do post-rebirth were dependent on the Gu Immortal's own schemes and abilities. But some mishaps happened regardless. Like Feng Gu escaping easily through Karma Relocation Killer move. And the other ability of the harmful Dao marks, after Fairy Ziwei gave up on the Dark Spiral and tried to deduce Lang Ya blessed land's location, I was caught off guard. This was something that Fang Yuan did not know in the previous life. Rebirth did not mean that Fang Yuan could know all of his enemies' trump cards. Especially against Heavenly Court, their foundation was just too deep. Rebirth carried advantages, but it was not absolute. The enemies were not stupid. If you act differently from the previous life, they would also react differently and make different actions. Fairy Ziwei forcefully deducing Lang Ya blessed land and sending Prince Feng Xian after him was the best evidence. This had not happened in the previous life. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had considered this. Thus, he chose to resist Heavenly Court and did not involve Longevity Heaven. In the previous life, Lang Yalan's spirit had to get help from Longevity Heaven. It made Heavenly Court retreat while Fang Yuan escaped. After suppressing Lang Yalan's spirit, Fang Yuan gained a very alluring choice. That was to use the former agreement to make Lang Yalan's spirit seek help from Longevity Heaven. Then, using Lang Ya blessed land as the battlefield, he could make Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court fight to the death while he reaps the benefits at the best timing. But thinking about it, Fang Yuan gave up on this idea. It was too risky. Even though the benefits were huge if he succeeded, the risks were too high. Fang Yuan was unwilling to take the chance. Spring Autumn Cicada was still recovering now. It could not be used. And he could not look down on his enemies. Whether they be Longevity Heaven or Heavenly Court, they were all full of rank 8 geniuses with deep foundations. If he was careless, they would make a different choice than in the previous life. They would use many different methods. The more they changed their actions, the more the situation would warp until nothing remains the same. Fang Yuan did not have enough strength currently to suppress the situation when both forces were involved. Thus, Fang Yuan chose to resist Heavenly Court alone. This way, there would be less variance. He could control the situation. Even though some mishaps occurred, they were not too troublesome. Fang Yuan obtained victory in the end. Everything in Lang Ya sect belonged to Fang Yuan now. Right now, the 3 hairy man continents were placed in Mini Eastern Sea. Because a lot of the refinement water was used, Fang Yuan collected the rest and created an incomplete refinement sea, putting it at the most western side of Mini Eastern Sea, close to Mini Central Continent. As for Lang Ya blessed land's cloud cover continent, Fang Yuan placed it in Mini White Heaven. The incomplete Immortal Gu House refinement cauldron of Lang Ya sect was stored away by Fang Yuan. He dismantled it and planned to modify Great Thief Ghost Hand with it. The refinement path formation was completely intact. and kept in cloud cover continent. As for the luck path self-luck true inheritance, thieving heaven true inheritance, and long hair refinement path true inheritance, Fang Yuan would research upon them in the future. 3 days have passed. I wonder if those variant human Gu immortals have made their choice. Lang Yalan's spirit controlled the long hair refinement path formation as he slowly stopped it and spoke. Fang Yuan snorted lightly. I am a rank 8 Gu immortal. A wise person submits to circumstances. If they are really blind and do not want to join Langya's sect, we will eliminate these people. Chapter 1765 Taking in the variant humans inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini white heaven, cloud cover continent. How about it? Has everyone decided? Fang Yuan controlled his time path clone to meet these remaining variant human Gu immortals. Among these variant humans Gu immortals, there was Snowman Gu immortal Bing Yuan, Rockman Gu immortals Shizong and Cheng, as well as Inkman Gu immortal Emochi. Because of Fang Yuan's intentional scheme, only these 4 variant human Gu immortals were left. 3 days ago, after Fang Yuan got free from Prince Feng Xian, he let these 4 Gu immortals decide if they wanted to join Langya's sect. They had 3 days to consider it. Right now, 3 days had passed. Fang Yuan's time path clone and Lang Yalan's spirit came together. Bing Yuan and the rest looked at each other without speaking. They had difficult expressions. Fang Yuan's time path clone snorted coldly on the inside, but he showed a kind smile as he said warmly, Everyone, you can tell me if you have any difficulties. We are allies. We are family. Even though I am currently a rank 8 Gu immortal, I will not change my attitude toward you. Fang Yuan tossed out both the carrot and the stick. He pointed out his rank 8 cultivation with a smile. There was deep meaning behind his words and actions. The 4 variant human Gu immortals heard this and had even uglier expressions. Fang Yuan had sold 3 of Thunder Ghost True Monarch's rib bones earlier, his reputation soared. The variant humans attached importance and paid attention to him. Now, he had controlled the situation to defeat Heavenly Court. He even killed 2 Heavenly Court rank 8 Gu immortals in front of the variant human Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's reputation was hundreds of times as high as before. He was like a tall mountain standing in front of these variant human Gu immortals. These words had completely different implications now after the battle. Every word was like a mountain that pressed down on the variant human Gu immortals' hearts. Seeing that the immortals were silent, Fang Yuan smiled again. I am trying to help you. You were all involved in the battle. Feng Jiu has escaped and divulged the information. With Heavenly Court's wisdom path capabilities, they will certainly deduce your information. Staying here is the best choice. The 4 variant human Gu immortals looked at each other with bitter expressions. Fang Yuan was right. But if they joined Langya's sect, they would lose their freedom. This was different from their alliance agreement earlier. Who would want to lose their freedom? Fang Yuan had said it nicely by asking them to join Langya's sect. But the 4 variant human Gu immortals knew that Langya's sect had been annexed by Fang Yuan already. Joining it was just a facade. The essence was to submit to Fang Yuan and become his subordinate. It was fine if Fang Yuan was a hairy man, but he was a human Gu immortal. The 4 variant human Gu immortals did not want to become the subordinates of a human Gu immortal. But the situation was quite peculiar. They had no choice, to be honest. Not agreeing to Fang Yuan's request had terrifying consequences. Fang Yuan's smile gradually faded. He urged them in a plain tone. Everyone, you are thinking too much. If I really want to harm you, I can just kill you on the spot. Can you really resist me? Fang Yuan was threatening them openly now. The 4 variant human Gu immortals' expressions changed. They could not rebuke him. Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength, together with Heavenly Giant Solar. What could the Rockmen do with just 1 immemorial rock dragon? Fang Yuan looked at them as he continued. Even though I am a demonic path human Gu immortal, that was not by choice, because Heavenly Court wants to kill me. What else can I do? You are all my friends and family. I will not harm you. After joining Langya's sect, we will be even closer together. If we are dispersed, Heavenly Court, or even Longevity Heaven might find trouble with you. To weaken us. Fang Yuan spoke earnestly. The 4 variant human Gu immortals felt a little more calm now. But Lang Yalan's spirit was feeling a cold chill upon seeing this. Master Fang Yuan's acting is truly impeccable. He had plotted against them earlier. If not for him, how could the 3 races lose so many Gu immortals? If I say the truth, I wonder what expression these 4 variant human Gu immortals will show. The 4 variant human Gu immortals were not stupid. They were quite intelligent. After all, they were the leaders of their own tribes and had survived for so many years. They were suspicious towards Fang Yuan, but they concealed these suspicions and did not show it at all. Fang Yuan was too strong now. He had stunning battle strength and rank 8 cultivation level. He could roam all 5 regions unhindered. Even Heavenly Court could not succeed. Nobody could stop him now. Forget about Duke Long. He was a special case. Against Fang Yuan, the variant human Gu immortals felt deep fear but also a sense of reliance. If we join Fang Yuan, life should be much more stable. The 4 variant human Gu Immortals had this thought in them. It was just the intensity that varied. One can find shade under large trees. Submitting to other human Gu Immortals was too dangerous. But Fang Yuan seemed to be a good choice. But if they knew that Fang Yuan was going to attack Central Continent and Heavenly Court, who knew how they would feel? Since Lord Fang Yuan is inviting us with sincerity, we, the Snowman tribe, will believe in you. We will move over and join Langya's sect. After a while of silence, the first to agree was Snowman Gu Immortal Bing Yuan. This rank 7 Gu Immortal was the grandmother of Fang Yuan's fiancé, Shui'er. With this relationship, she was closest to Fang Yuan. She agreed first. With Bing Yuan's agreement, the other 3 Gu Immortals soon submitted and agreed to become members of Langya's sect. This was quite similar to the previous life. These variant human Gu Immortals joined Langya's sect in the end. But last time, they were forced by Longevity Heaven. They had no hesitation. And in this life, Fang Yuan forced them. They agreed after 3 days. The leaders of the variant humans agreed. Next, Fang Yuan's main body went to the northern icy plain and Inkman City to capture all of the variant humans there. Wait, no. He was going to rescue them and escort them into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the next day. At the extreme north of many northern plains, a pair of Gu Immortals, male and female, floated in the sky as they looked down on the ground. The male had a plain expression, but his eyes were deep like the abyss. He gave off an incredible air that could intimidate anyone. It was Fang Yuan's soul which had entered his former body, the current time path clone. The female immortal was young and beautiful. She was tall and vibrant. She had blue eyes and hair. She had the icy trait of her variant human race. It was Snowman Gu Immortal Shui'er, Fang Yuan's fiancé in name. Shui'er, my main body could not come here. Only my clone can accompany you. Will you blame me? Fang Yuan's time path clone said gently with an apologetic tone. Shui'er blinked several times before rapidly saying, Fang Yuan, don't worry about it. Am I such a petty girl? With your clone by my side, I am very happy already. Shui'er placed herself on a low status. Even though Fang Yuan's time path clone had the same cultivation level as her at rank 6, his main body was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Right now, the entire Snowman tribe had to live in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Even her grandmother Bing Yuan had become Fang Yuan's subordinate. The time path clone saw Shui'er's attitude and nodded in satisfaction. Shui'er asked, I have a question. Why did you bring me here? Ha. I have a present for you. Shui'er, take a look down there. Fang Yuan's time path clone said as he waved his hand. The frost energy fog below faded. As the mountain and formation were exposed, Shui'er opened her mouth as she showed a shocked expression. This is the snow crystal formation. I used an ice path crystal essence and a lot of ice and snow path Gu worms to create it. From now on, your snowman tribe will live here. Fang Yuan explained the benefits of this formation. The snow crystal formation covered a wide range of tens of thousands of li. The snow crystal formation would emit the frost energy that would constantly alter the environment inch by inch, creating a living habitat that suited the snowmen. At the same time, snow monsters would be produced. They would coexist with the snowmen and train each other. Shui'er, we are engaged. The snowman tribe is closer to me than the others. These last days, I have been thinking of how to accommodate all of you. Thinking about it, after doing lots of deductions, I finally created this snow crystal formation. With it, the snowmen will have the best environment to live in. Saying this, the time path clone looked at Shui'er with a gentle expression. Shui'er was very happy. Her eyes shined brightly. Fang Yuan, you really thought a lot about it. This is all out of my expectations. To speak the truth, Grandma was still worried yesterday on how to settle down the snowmen. Fang Yuan smiled lightly as he held Shui'er's shoulder. Shui'er's body shook. Such an intimate action. This was the first time for her. Fang Yuan spoke again. Shui'er, you will be the owner of this formation from now on. You can take care of the tribe. My sovereign immortal aperture has nothing but space in it. You must develop it well. Make sure that there are more snowmen in the future. Try to reach the size of the hairy men. Shui'er heard this. Her eyes became red from excitement. She said in a choking voice, Fang Yuan, thank you so much. I have never thought that the snowmen would one day be able to develop so openly and freely. I will definitely not let you down. Grandma and Lord Bingzhua will definitely be very happy if they hear about your arrangements. Fang Yuan hugged her using this chance. This time, Shui'er did not turn stiff. She held onto Fang Yuan's chest with a face that was flushed red. Fang Yuan said with deep emotions, actually, the entire world is misunderstanding me. They call me shameless and unscrupulous, cold and emotionless. But the truth is, they want my immortal Gu and precious memories. For that sake, They put all the blame on me and try to extort me using righteous excuses. My experiences are like the snowman, so I can empathize with and understand you. Sigh. Actually, I could have done more. The snow crystal formation lacks some ice and snow path immortal goo. It is not strong enough. At the same time, there is only one ice path crystal essence. If I can get more of those, I can place them all inside here. Fang Yuan's words made Shui Er feel immense bliss. She did not even think about it. Don't worry, Fang Yuan. Our snowman tribe has 2 ice path crystal essences in our inventory. Once Grandma hears about this, she will definitely use some immortal goo to develop our homeland. Oh, is that so? That would be wonderful. Fang Yuan showed an expression of surprise and joy as he smiled. Shui Er shut her eyes. Her lips were curling up. She hugged Fang Yuan's waist as she sank into bliss and happiness. Chapter 1766. One step back. Sea and sky expands. The sky was pure and blue. White clouds resembled snow. A strong breeze was blowing over the autumn grassland. Under the sunlight, golden waves could be seen as the grass moved in synchronization. And amidst these waves, there was a huge black city. From a bird's eye view, this city was large but has a strict structure. The outer city walls resembled huge rock monoliths. They were black like ink. The surface of the rocks had undergone weathering. The vicissitudes of time were carved on them. The entire city was a hexagon. It was situated on the grassland. The city walls were more than 200 li long. They were 100 feet tall and tens of feet thick. It was a grand sight. If a person stood on the grassland, they would see a huge black beast sprawling. If they got closer, they would need to raise their heads to look up at the huge city gate and walls. Every edge of the city had defensive towers that were filled with countless holes that could shoot out arrows. Every few li apart, there would be a wide path for horse carriages to move on. There were even very secretive armories within the city walls. For mortals, just the city wall was impenetrable. During the Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, this grand wall had resisted Gu master armies tens of times without falling. Passing the city walls, one would arrive at the vibrant world within. This city had over 800,000 people. There were Gu masters of all sorts. The city had many streets and shops. There were great numbers of houses and palaces. People and carriages were bustling. There was an endless flow of activity. Loud noises could be heard constantly. This was truly a lively city. And the most special trait, this city was most populous in Inkmen. Walking on all the streets and alleys, one could see few humans, but Inkmen could be seen anywhere. This was a city for the Inkmen. This was a unique city in Northern Plains. It was special even in the 5 regions. This was Inkman City. Rumble. Intense rumbling noises could be heard. Earthquakes resounded as the peace and order of the city was disrupted. What happened? Did the earth crack? There had been rumors for the last few years that the earth would crack and form earth trenches that extend deep into the earth core. Save me, Mother. At once, the city went into chaos. Countless mortals were running around in panic. There was complete chaos. Dust rumbled. The whole of Inkman City's houses and city walls started to shine in a halo of light. Next, Inkman City floated up. It was soaring into the sky. Oh my lord. Inkman City is flying. It's flying? Were the rumors true? Inkman City is really a Mortal Gu house. Oh my heaven. This Mortal Gu house is so huge. This is unheard of. The mortals were incredibly shocked. They shouted in disbelief. Right at this time, an immortal killer move flew over, spreading a huge green light that enveloped the whole of Inkman City. Sleep. Go ahead and sleep for a while. Fang Yuan smiled lightly as he floated among the clouds. A male Inkman immortal was standing beside him. He was the Inkman City Lord, King of the Northern Plains Inkmen, rank 6 Gu Immortal Mo Tan Sang. He was one of the 2 remaining Gu Immortals of Inkman City. Due to Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move, Inkman City's mortals fell into deep sleep. The entire city became silent all of a sudden. Inkman City shrunk and became smaller. A moment later, it entered Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture successfully. This Inkman City has 800,000 people. In the past, the legendary Inkman Gu Immortal Ian created it, and it has developed until today. Central Continent has the number 1 human city, Emperor City. My Inkman City can be considered half an Emperor City. Fang Yuan recruited the Inkman Gu Immortals. He would naturally not give up their greatest asset. From now on, you will continue to be the Inkman City Lord. Develop it. Nurture more Inkman Gu. Immortals. My sovereign immortal aperture has sufficient space for you to display your skills. Fang Yuan smiled as he said to Mo Tan Sang. Mo Tan Sang had an excited expression. He quickly knelt down and paid respects to Fang Yuan. I, Mo Tan Sang, am willing to assist Lord Fang Yuan. I will do my best to develop Inkman City. Go inside too. Fang Yuan smiled plainly. Mo Tan Sang obediently entered Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. He followed Inkman City and landed in mini Western Desert. Fang Yuan had chosen the location long ago. Once Inkman's city landed, the dust clouds dispersed, the sleeping mortals started to wake up. Mo Tansang gave out orders meticulously. He controlled the situation and maintained Inkman's city's stability. Mo Tansang was feeling very complex now. When facing Fang Yuan, he did not dare to show any impoliteness. Mo Tansang had interacted with Fang Yuan long ago when he was still rank 6. Mo Tansang had even sold Tai Bai Yunsheng the Nine Clouds Ring Mortal Killer move as a favor to befriend them. Right now, Tai Bai Yunsheng was dead, while Fang Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level. His terrifying battle strength and incredible battle records eliminated any sense of rebellion in his heart. Fang Yuan came to retrieve Inkman City. Mo Tansang had learned about it in advance. He cooperated fully during the process. Fang Yuan smiled internally. Mo Tansang is indeed a talented person. I remember that in the 500 years of my previous life, this person led Inkman City and nurtured many Inkman Gu Immortals. He cooperated with Ma Hongyun on equal status. During the 5 regions chaotic war, not only did he raise his cultivation level, he even expanded Inkman City to hundreds of cities all over northern plains. With him governing Inkman City and without any rival forces in mini Western Desert, his future prospects are very bright. Mo Tansang was a talented leader. Not only did he have unique foresight and courage to take resolute actions, he could also bow and submit when necessary. He was not someone who could be belittled. As long as he had a chance, he would turn around the situation and create miracles for himself. In this aspect, he was like a weaker Wu Yong. But because of his variant human identity, he did not have a good cultivation environment. He had always been troubled by his circumstances. As long as he had a chance, his development would not be restricted to this. Fang Yuan was not worried about his growth. He was happy to see it happen. This was the magnanimity of an expert. This was Fang Yuan's confidence in himself. No matter how Mo Tansang grew, Fang Yuan was confident in controlling and manipulating him for his own use. There was actually some risk in relocating Inkman City. Heavenly Court might have tried to ambush him during this process. If Fairy Ziwei deduced the origins of the participating Inkman Gu Immortals, knowing that they were from Inkman City, she might realize that Fang Yuan would go after Inkman City. In this case, even if Heavenly Court did nothing, as long as Fairy Ziwei told this news to Longevity Heaven, they would also cause Fang Yuan great problems. But the lucky thing was, even after Fang Yuan obtained Inkman City, there had been no problems. It was smooth sailing. Fang Yuan's main body quickly left, while his time path clone stayed with Langya Land Spirit. The long hair refinement path formation was currently operating. Langya Land Spirit controlled it personally and reported to Fang Yuan's clone. In about a month's time, the seal of Langya's origin core will be fully removed. Fang Yuan nodded lightly, observing the formation. Every immortal aperture, be it Blessed Land or Grotto Heaven, would have an immortal aperture origin core. The immortal aperture origin core was the foundation of the immortal aperture, the base of it all. Developing the immortal aperture, annexing other immortal apertures, it would strengthen one's own immortal aperture origin core. When the immortal aperture origin core is damaged or drawn out, the painstakingly developed immortal aperture would reverse its progression, the space would shrink and the primeval energy would dwindle, life forms within would die en masse. The immortal aperture origin core was like a spirit spring. Gu Immortals were drawing immortal essence from the origin core itself. Langya Immortal Aperture was once a rank 8 Grotto Heaven. The immortal aperture origin core was a milky white lump. After Long Hair Ancestor died, Langya Heavenly Spirit could barely resist the rank 8 calamities and tribulations. After spending countless years, he found a solution. The Heavenly Spirit used a refinement path killer move to seal the Langya origin core. Its rank fell and became a red-colored rank 7 origin core. Langya Heavenly Spirit thus became Langya Land Spirit. But precisely so, the future calamities and tribulations that Langya Immortal Aperture faced were at rank 7. Fang Yuan was rank 8 now, but it was a fake rank 8. He had enough Dao marks, but his Immortal Aperture origin core was still the red origin core. Only after Langya's origin core gets unsealed and returns to being the milky white rank 8 origin core would Fang Yuan become a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. After annexing and fusing with it, his immortal aperture would become a Grotto Heaven. It would start producing white lychee immortal essence. This method of sealing the origin core and lowering the grade of the immortal aperture was extremely amazing. It had a huge significance. During normal times, most Gu Immortals would die from calamities and tribulations. Gu Immortal was one of such cases. She died from the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow Calamity, leaving behind Gu Immortal Blessed Land. If one could use this method to lower their rank by 1, the Gu Immortal would be able to deal with calamities and tribulations more easily. They can even accumulate Tao marks and not fear that they cannot match the strength of the calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan obtained this method. He liked it a lot. He praised Lang Yalan's spirit about it for a long time. But Lang Yalan's spirit told him instead, I am just mimicking. My main body obtained this method from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, while Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable obtained this from Limitless Demon Venerable's inheritance. This killer move was originally a rule path killer move, named One Step Back. Afterwards, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable modified it extensively, creating the space path killer move Sea and Sky Expanse. I am merely turning it into a refinement path version. It cannot be considered a modification or improvement. I am merely mimicking. Thus, I could not bring myself to give it a name. I fused the former two names together and called it One Step Back, Sea and Sky Expanse. Fang Yuan heard this and sighed. To think that this method had such a long and impressive history. Immortal killer move. One Step Back, Sea and Sky Expanse. Very evidently, this was a support move to manage the immortal aperture. It did not have any offensive power, but its value and worth was immeasurable. If this was leaked out, the entire Gu immortal world would benefit. The number of Gu immortals in this world would surge by many times, even tens of times. From this aspect, Fang Yuan could see the immense talent and strength of Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. With this method, Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could easily accumulate Tao marks and pass tribulations without problems. This method broke the norm of the Gu immortal cultivation world. It removed the Gu immortals' pressure from calamities and tribulations. They would not need to risk their lives. They could deal with this without any pressure. This means that Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could accumulate Tao marks on par with rank 9 before becoming venerable. Fang Yuan said this sentence. But Lang Yalan's spirit told him, Master, you are underestimating the venerables. According to Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, when Limitless Demon Venerable was a Gu master, he already had Gu immortal level Tao marks. When he reached rank 6 and became a Gu immortal, he had peak rank 8 Gu immortal Tao marks. Chapter 1767 Rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Gu Lang Yalan's spirit sighed, continuing. Every venerable is an invincible character. They had unthinkable talent and ability. They cannot be looked at with common sense. Underestimating them is our foolishness. It is an insult towards them. Fang Yuan nodded. He thought about the battle in the previous life. Every venerable's action could easily change the entire situation, overturning all of the Gu immortals' hard work in an instant. Even though Duke Long was so powerful, against a venerable method, he had absolutely no way to resolve it. Purely in terms of Tao marks, the difference between rank 8 and 9 is not that huge. But the truth is, the difference between rank 8 and 9 is as vast as heaven and earth. It can send someone into despair. This is simply because those are unique individuals. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth. There are no invincible Gu worms or killer moves. There are only invincible people. Look at Limitless Demon Venerable. He had rank 8 level Tao marks when he was still rank 6. When he reached rank 9, how many Tao marks would he have? Fang Yuan could not estimate it. Cultivation logic and common sense were not appropriate on venerables. Red Lotus Demon Venerable could rebirth countless times. Limitless Demon Venerable had such shocking Tao mark numbers. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plot affected heaven and earth, altering history. All these venerables were unfathomable. Or at least, for the current Fang Yuan, that was the case. In fact, in the Battle of Langya, Fang Yuan killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Shen Yi. He also stole Feng Jiuji's fixed immortal travel. But what was his greatest gain? It was that he had expended one of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods, karma relocation. In the previous life, Shen Yi had relied on this move to defend infallible blessed land until the end and stalled for a long time. It made Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and Bing Sai Chuan lose their final opportunity to turn the situation around. Even though I expended the killer move karma relocation in advance, who knows how many methods these venerables have left behind? Maybe due to the influence of my rebirth, even more venerable methods might be triggered. By just relying on my rebirth advantage, I will become stronger than my previous life through constant accumulation. But that is not assuring enough. Who knows when a venerable's method will be triggered at a crucial moment? To destroy Fate Gu, I alone am not enough. I need to obtain some venerable methods to play safe. Fang Yuan analyzed in his mind. A few days later, Southern Border, Plunder Shadow, Earth Trench. This was once Shadow Sect's base. Fang Yuan had stayed here for some time. Afterwards, when Southern Border's Gu Immortals attacked and besieged him, Fang Yuan self-detonated a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, forming dream realms that stalled them while he escaped successfully. As a result, A large number of dream realms were left behind. Southern Borders Gu Immortals chose to set up a formation here to observe and research on the dream realms. Fang Yuan came here silently. He used a refinement path killer move. A drizzle started on the formation around these Southern Border Gu Immortals. The formation activated to resist the rain. Who is attacking us? Humph. This formation is impenetrable. That's right. Nobody can even dream of breaking through. The main Gu Immortals defending this place were Yang Sanmu, Qi Qiu, and Xia Fan. They immediately became alert after the mysterious attack. Soon, they found Fang Yuan easily. He did not conceal himself. In fact, using this immortal killer move would cause his aura to surge and burst out. He could not hide it. Fang Yuan had only seen one person who could perfectly conceal his killer move's aura. That was Wu Yong. However, Fang Yuan still used familiar face to change his appearance. If he used his true appearance, wouldn't these defending Gu Immortals be scared to death? It's a rank 7 Gu Immortal. We are not sure who, but he has southern border aura. He must be a secluded cultivator. Within the formation, Xia Fan could not tell that it was Fang Yuan. He started to guess. By now, Lang Ye's origin core had been completely unsealed. Fang Yuan annexed it and became a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. But he purposely disguised his aura to be at rank 7. His familiar face killer move had been modified extensively during the final moments of the previous life. Right now, none of Southern Borders Gu Immortals could discover the truth. In order to prevent an expanding ink effect and to maintain his rebirth advantage, Fang Yuan still chose to do the same thing as in his previous life. He was still going to attack this defensive formation. At the same, he concealed his rank 8 cultivation level. On one hand, he was guarding against Heavenly Court. On the other hand, he was luring out Southern Borders Gu Immortals. According to his previous life's memories, with this development, Southern Border would organize a group to pursue Fang Yuan. If he exposed his rank 8 cultivation level, there would not be just one rank 8 Gu Immortal, Xia Cha, coming after him. It was natural that Fang Yuan pretended to be weak. The drizzle soon turned into a heavier rain as it penetrated the formation. Within the formation, Qi Qiu's expression changed. What refinement path killer move is this? It can actually refine our formation. This cannot go on anymore. Fang Yuan annexed Lang Ye Blessed Land. He obtained the long hair refinement path true inheritance and a large number of immortal Gu. There were originally 3 rank 8 immortal Gu. They were water refinement, forceful refinement, and advanced refinement. All 3 were refinement path immortal Gu. When used alone, they had no offensive power. They were all support type. Among them, forceful refinement immortal Gu could directly refine the immortal Gu of others. It was the original core of the immortal Gu house refinement cauldron, but Shadow Sect had stolen it back then. In that battle, rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus also got damaged. It had fallen to rank 7 after that fight. Rank 8 Advanced Refinement Immortal Gu was the core of the long hair refinement path formation. As for rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Gu, it was hidden within the refinement water. All along, Langya Land Spirit had been using this Gu and other supplementary Gu worms to form an immortal killer move to convert the refinement path and water path down marks of Langya Blessed Land into refinement water. Langya Land Spirit's plan was to accumulate the refinement water, and after reaching a certain point, it would become the refinement sea. Refinement sea was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Once it formed, it would replenish itself unceasingly. This was a grand plan. It consumed an immense amount of refinement path down marks, wealth, time, and energy. After Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, he wisely halted this plan. He took out the water refinement immortal Gu within for his own use. The killer move that Fang Yuan was using now had rank 8 water refinement immortal Gu as the core. Fang Yuan used many Gu worms to suppress the rank 8 aura, disguising it as rank 7. This was also part of his tactic to express weakness. No worry, how can this rank 7 killer move break our formation? Qi Qiu said with a prideful tone. This formation was created by Qi Clan. As a Qi Clan Gu Immortal, Qi Qiu was very prideful. He had absolute confidence in his clan's immortal formation. Look, the formation activated. Even without us interfering, it can deal with the enemy. This refinement path killer move will end up in failure. Qi Qiu laughed. But soon, Qi Qiu's smile vanished. The formation had already undergone several changes, but no matter what, it could not deal with the refinement path killer move. The rain that was already heavy became a downpour. The downpour was unceasing. The formation was corroded to a large extent. There were Gu Immortal reports constantly. They had anxious tones and expressions, because a large number of mortal Gu were refined by the enemy in the rain. However, this formation could only work on its own at the early stages. Unless there was no choice, Gu Immortals could not control it. This was the lesson that the Southern Border Gu Immortals learned from the Battle of Etion Mountain. To prevent outsiders like Fang Yuan from infiltrating and controlling the Immortal formation, it was specially designed like this. Chi Chio was helpless. He gritted his teeth and said with a look of disbelief, "How can this be? What kind of refinement path killer move is this? My clan's formation is actually useless against it." Chi Chio was simply dumbfounded. Normally speaking, refinement path did not have such a big advantage over formation path. But Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was very high. And most importantly, he was very familiar with this defensive formation. Even though this formation had caused him a lot of trouble in the previous life, Fang Yuan had threatened and lured Chi Chuyu into cooperating afterwards. Chi Chuyu became the biggest traitor of Southern Border. He gave the information of this formation over to Fang Yuan. This pitiful Chi Chio would never imagine that their formation was completely exposed to the enemy. And the traitor was actually their first supreme elder. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated, not to mention that Fang Yuan was using a rank 8 killer move. Not long after, the Southern Border Gu Immortals in the formation became anxious as they started pacing around. What do we do? What do we do? The enemy's refinement speed is getting faster. Who is he? Possessing such a killer move. No wonder he attacked so confidently. Their Gu worm refinement speed is getting faster, we cannot keep up. At the final moment, even if we can control the formation, it will be too late. Chi Chio wiped the sweat off his forehead. Formation path is useless indeed. Xia Fan snorted coldly as Chi Chio stared fiercely. Xia Fan did not care, looking at Yang Sanmu and saying, "The urgent matter now is to send out Gu Immortals to fight. We will disrupt the enemy's killer move so we can exchange Gu worms in the formation and repair it." He was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. He had the responsibility to come up with a tactic. Yang Sanmu nodded. He was the leader. He had to stand up now. Then I will go and deal with the enemy. Even though Fang Yuan was mysterious, Yang Sanmu had a lot of confidence in himself. He was a soul path Gu refinement, a renowned rank 7 expert in Southern Border. Meanwhile, refinement path was skilled at refining Gu. It was weaker than other paths in other aspects. Xia Fan had a joyful expression. With Brother Yang taking action personally, we will definitely kill the enemy and resolve this problem. Yang Sanmu glanced at him before flying out of the formation. He approached Fang Yuan. "Come fight." Ugh. Yang Sanmu ended in defeat. How can he be this strong? Yang Sanmu was captured. A moment later, the formation was taken down by Fang Yuan. Even though it had a transportation function, Fang Yuan had used a refinement path method to refine it. This method was destroyed from the start. None of the Gu Immortals guarding the formation escaped. Fang Yuan captured all of them. Chapter 1768, Chi Chuyu's anger and grief. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's defensive formation had been destroyed. Southern Border's super forces soon noticed this fact. The righteous path was shaken. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's Dream Realm was the largest congregation of dream realms other than Etion Mountain in Southern Border. Any path had its own cultivation resources. Dream realms were evidently the unique resource for Dream Path. They contained the profundities of Dream Path within. Immortal Xians, prophecy of 3 venerables had been ingrained in everyone's hearts. Gu Immortals knew about the future era. It was the era of Dream Path. Any superforce paid huge attention to the Dream Realms. They were very careful in regards to guarding them. Plunder Shadow Formation was destroyed too rapidly. Who is that culprit? According to the Gu Immortals' information and our own investigation, there was only one enemy, and he was just a rank 7 Gu Immortal. A rank 7 Gu Immortal could take down this formation? And with such speed and power. This situation is really bizarre indeed. Do you think it is that demon Fang Yuan? That's unlikely. If it is Fang Yuan, why would he leave those dream realms and Plunder Shadow Earth Trench untouched? He has a method to turn them into bodies after all. Different from the previous life, Fang Yuan did not keep the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's dream realms. He purposely left them. This caused Southern Border's righteous path to start guessing randomly. Fang Yuan's identity was well concealed. At once, Southern Border's Gu Immortals were wondering who that Gu Immortal who attacked the formation was. Who had the guts to challenge Southern Border's righteous path? Who had such methods to destroy a super immortal formation with ease? What was his purpose? Was he just trying to suppress Southern Border's righteous path? He had enmity towards the righteous path? Or maybe, he had some gains in Dream Path. He was making use of the Dream Realms? Among all of the Southern Border righteous path forces, the most unhappy one was Chi Clan's first supreme elder, Chi Chuyu. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's immortal formation had a secret backdoor. Chi Chuyu had left it behind. To prevent the Dream Realms from getting stolen, he had planned in advance to set that arrangement. When Fang Yuan attacked the formation, he rapidly sensed it. He hesitated on whether to use this backdoor or not. After all, he had done that sneakily. If he exposed it now, his reputation in Southern Border's righteous path would be tarnished. By the time he sensed something wrong and wanted to use the backdoor, Fang Yuan's refinement path killer move had already broken it. Qi Chuyu felt gloomy and irritated. In the previous life, after Fang Yuan exposed his identity and could not destroy the formation in time, Qi Chuyu made up his mind and transported himself into the formation secretly. But in this life, Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land. His strength was much higher now at the same time period. Qi Chuyu did not have much time to react to this. The truth was, he had a chance but he hesitated. He did not make use of it. Of course, even if he used the back door to arrive before Fang Yuan, he would not be a problem. Soon, Qi Chuyu's irritation got worse. Out of nowhere, rumors started to spread. They said that the formation was so easily broken without giving the righteous path any time to send reinforcements because Qi clan had a traitor. Precisely because this traitor exposed the formation's secret, the mysterious Gu Immortal could easily destroy it. This is slander. These are baseless rumors. My Qi clan will definitely investigate properly. All these people will face our judgment. Qi Chuyu reacted quickly. He immediately made an announcement, displaying his stance. But the rumors spread even quicker. Lots of different stories emerged. Some were clearly fake news while others were quite reasonable. The righteous path Gu Immortals became quite suspicious. Qi Chuyu was extremely angry. He had been feeling gloomy the last few days. These rumors were attacking him. His reputation that was built up over a long time was starting to fall rapidly. How can my Qi clan divulge information? The mastermind behind this is truly vicious. Qi Chuyu stood up and made his point. He felt regret now. Had he known this, he would have taken the risk to transport himself over last time. Even if that back door is exposed and I suffer criticism, I will at least be able to capture the mysterious culprit. Qi Chuyu was very confident in himself because he felt that the enemy was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Regarding this guess, other than the evidence present, Qi Chuyu also had his own train of thought. If this was a rank 8, they could attack directly. Why was there a need to hide themselves and act mysteriously? Some righteous path Gu Immortals consoled him and expressed their trust towards Qi clan. While some righteous path Gu Immortals, like the ones from Yang clan which had always been opposing Qi clan, had much worse tones. It is not that hard to believe that it was an inside job. Our Yang clan had terrible losses. Yang Sanmu is a rank 7 expert. He lost too quickly. That was not normal. Evidently, someone leaked his information. There were even Yang clan Gu Immortals blaming Qi Chuyu directly. Since Lord Qi Chuyu is claiming innocence now, how do you explain why the leaked contents of the Immortal formation are all accurate? Qi Chuyu had nothing to say. He was also troubled over this. However, he had to speak righteously and keep a firm attitude. There is no need to explain this. The formation's details are not just known by my Qi clan. In terms of suspicion, any super clan involved in this has a possibility of being a traitor. Admitting that Qi clan had a traitor was too damaging to their reputation. Qi Chuyu swore to himself that he would never admit it no matter what. If a traitor really appears, I will pull out their tendons and rip their skin. I will crush every bone in their body. Qi Chuyu cursed. He hated the mysterious enemy, but he also held huge grudges towards Qi clan's possible traitor. The laughable thing was, Qi clan really had a traitor. It was himself. Of course, that was the previous life's matter. Even Qi Chuyu had no idea this would happen. In other words, his circumstances were all caused by himself. But no matter how Qi Chuyu defended himself or pushed his stand, rumors about Qi clan continued to spread and intensify. Looking at this situation, it seems that other than the enemy who attacked, the other southern border forces are also adding fuel to the fire. Yang clan is definitely involved. Qi Chuyu was very angry. Even with his rank 8 cultivation level and formation path Great Grandmaster attainment, he was without options in this situation. In the rules of the righteous path, cultivation level was not everything. There is only one way now. I need to find the instigator. That's right. As long as I can capture them and unveil the truth, I can get the whole of southern border's righteous path to shut up. Qi Chuyu almost wanted to shout, "Return my innocence, return my reputation." But if he really found the culprit, who knows what expression or idea he would have. Chapter 1769 Variant Human Race Inheritances. Qi Chuyu was so old, but he had to manage Qi clan's affairs tirelessly. For the Great Era, he even had to work hard to nurture his lacking inheritor. The truth was, Qi Chuyu did not have it easy at all, and these rumors were still trying to defame him. Qi Chuyu was very angry and upset. He gritted his teeth as he waited for Fang Yuan to appear again. As the culprit, Fang Yuan had been living peacefully these last days. He had a very fulfilling time. He was managing his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu Immortal. If the immortal aperture management was poor, no matter how strong a Gu Immortal was, they would achieve nothing much. Langya Blessed Land had completely integrated into the sovereign immortal aperture. After its origin core was unsealed, Fang Yuan quickly annexed it. Fang Yuan let Lang Yalan Spirit do the work of changing the variant human Gu Immortals alliance agreement. The new alliance agreement was strict and had strong binding terms. It ensured that Fang Yuan had the supreme authority and status. All of the variant human Gu Immortals were his subordinates and vassals. There was a rule. All of the variant humans will contribute their immortal apertures into the sovereign immortal aperture after they die. Thus, Fang Yuan's grotto heaven gained many new blessed lands. These blessed lands belonged to the unlucky variant humans who had died at Chun Yi's hands during the Battle of Lang Ya Blessed Land. The Hairy Man Gu Immortals were shocked at this, but Lang Ya Land Spirit had great prestige. Along with Sixth Hair's cooperation, they quickly accepted the fact. The other variant human Gu Immortals were unwilling to do so, but with Fang Yuan's strength, they could not resist, they could only accept it. Of course, Fang Yuan was an old schemer. His political manipulation was not worse than Wu Yong. He also set a rule for himself in the alliance agreement. He would fully nurture the variant humans without any discrimination. When the alliance agreement became effective, he gave these variant human Gu Immortals a lot of benefits immediately. In fact, he even secretly sent a portion of the variant human Gu Immortals to the Stone Lotus Island secretly. They were able to enjoy the effects of future self and gain greater knowledge. The variant human Gu Immortals were extremely shocked. They realized now that Fang Yuan was actually backed by the most mysterious venerable in history, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As a result, they lost all thoughts of betrayal. Of course, Shui, Bing Zhua, and others were not given the chance to use future self. According to the ink effect, Fang Yuan had already killed them in the previous life. They did not exist in the lower stream of the river of time. They had no future. It was easy to deceive them. Fang Yuan said that the Stone Lotus Island had a limit. Future self-killer move needed time to accumulate and recover. The alliance agreement stated that they needed to be honest with Fang Yuan, but he could choose to keep secrets from them after all. Of course, this was not fair. But with Fang Yuan's use of the carrot and stick, these variant human Gu Immortals could only lower their heads and accept their fate. The truth was, Fang Yuan indeed wanted to nurture these variant humans. There were several points. Firstly, the more variant humans there were, the more lifespan Gu would be produced. While Fang Yuan had no concerns about this now, he could start preparing early. Secondly, Fang Yuan was starting an attempt to comprehend human path. The more humans or variant humans he raised, the more helpful it would be towards his human path comprehension. And thirdly, the racial inheritances of the variant humans. Back then, when the human immortal venerables and demon venerables emerged, suppressing all 10 variant human races and slaughtering them, the variant humans had little hope towards the future. It was full of despair. The variant humans realized that this was bad. All of them worked together to create their racial inheritances that contained the most valuable possessions of their own race, hiding them for their future generations, to leave hope for the future. According to the understanding of the variant humans, Fate Gu was part of the heavenly Tao. It took away surpluses while replenishing deficits. They acknowledged that there was the decree humanity is supreme, but this decree would not last forever, right? The variant humans were not wrong in this regard, but they had not expected star constellation Immortal Venerable to be so brazen as to become one with the Tao. This resulted in the long-lasting rule of humanity. The variant humans were stunned. They were suppressed until now. But this was advantageous to Fang Yuan too. According to the information that Lang Ya Land Spirit had, when the number of variant human mortals and Gu Immortals reach a certain number, their racial inheritances would appear to them. It would help them grow and develop. In history, the variant humans had never risen up, so these racial inheritances were mostly preserved. According to Lang Ya Land Spirit's guess, the racial inheritance of hairy men was the infallible inheritance. Infallible blessed land was at Hairy Foot Mountain. Even though Heavenly Court found it, they had great difficulty in trying to obtain it. The Heavenly Court, which had immense foundation and geniuses, were simply without options against infallible blessed land. Eventually, they relied on human path methods to try and extract a part of infallible blessed land's wealth. But no Heavenly Court Gu Immortal had actually managed to enter this secluded blessed land. Nobody knew what the inside of infallible blessed land looked like. In the previous life, even though Fang Yuan destroyed Hairy Foot Mountain, infallible blessed land was still intact. All these reasons showed how profound and special infallible blessed land was. This proved that the variant human racial inheritances were extremely extraordinary and mysterious. This was also why Fang Yuan had not gone to Hairy Foot Mountain, yet even though he had fixed immortal travel and its modified killer move. According to his previous life's memories, at this point in time, Heavenly Court had not set up the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation at Hairy Foot Mountain. Despite this, even if Fang Yuan tried to launch a sneak attack using fixed immortal travel, he could not do anything to infallible blessed land. Heavenly Court seems to have found a way to destroy infallible blessed land, but I do not have any for now. Even if I do, would Fairy Ziwei not guard against that? Sneak attacking it is simply too risky. After thinking about it deeply, Fang Yuan gave up on attacking Hairy Foot Mountain. This idea was too risky. It underestimated his enemy's intelligence. It also went against Fang Yuan's vigilant nature. After annexing Lang Ye blessed land, Fang Yuan's gains were huge. Let alone anything else, he benefited the most from information. The variant human racial inheritances were the most obvious example. Lang Ye blessed land had simply too long of a history. It had existed for over 300,000 years. How long had it been since Fang Yuan became immortal? Even with the 500 years of his previous life, he had not reached 600 years. Lang Ye land spirit knew a lot of historical secrets. Before being annexed, he would not tell Fang Yuan everything. But now, he kept no secrets to himself. Several days later, southern border, above contact Heart River Bank. Jade green light flickered weakly before green bubbles started to appear. Rank 7 killer move aura quickly spread and permeated to the surroundings. This aura, it was a rank 6 Gu immortal from Qi clan who defended contact Heart River Bank. He controlled the formation as he sensed a killer move aura. Before he acted, these jade green bubbles popped on their own. Each popping bubble gave off a thick green light. It spread like flowing water. A large number of bubbles vanished. In their place was a thick lump of jade green light. The green jade light was extremely bright. It gave off a radiance that could not be looked at intently. The strong light appeared and faded just as quickly. When the green light vanished entirely, a person appeared in the sky. He wore a green robe. His complexion was as clear as jade. His nose was tall, and he was handsome to the point of looking like a peerless beauty. His skin was white as snow. His eyes were dark like the abyss. He had long, luscious black hair that resembled a waterfall, hanging straight down to his waist. The rank 6 Gu immortal from Qi clan defending this place saw the person's appearance, and his mouth opened wide. His heart was pounding as he felt a chill. His body broke out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan? Ever since Fang Yuan escaped from Thunder Ghost True Monarch and sold her 3 rib bones in Treasure Yellow Heaven, his reputation surpassed Feng Jiugo. He was publicly recognized as the #1 rank 7 expert. He had the power to fight rank 8. After the Battle of Lang Ye blessed land, Heavenly Court lost. Even though Fairy Ziwei concealed Chun Yi's and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's deaths, she took responsibility and announced the failure of Heavenly Court to invade Lang Ye blessed land to the public. Feng Jiugo was pursued by Fang Yuan. Half of his Immortal Gu were stolen. She had placed the video of this in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Thus, everyone knew now that Fang Yuan not only had rank 7 fixed immortal travel, he even annexed Lang Ye blessed land and possibly had a method to steal Immortal Gu. After defeating Feng Jiugo, Fang Yuan's reputation stabilized and even improved. He was a common topic among countless Gu immortals. Qi clan's rank 6 Gu immortal saw the great demon Fang Yuan appear. Why would he dare to stay any longer? Faster, faster, faster. He activated the formation, teleporting away for his dear life. Fang Yuan was still savoring the immortal killer move he used earlier, Jade Flow Pearl. This killer move used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core, and almost all of Fang Yuan's current space path Immortal Gu, a few refinement path Immortal Gu, and a lot of supplementary Mortal Gu to construct. Fang Yuan annexed Lang Ye blessed land and became rank 8. His Dao marks increased immensely. Just the rank 7 fixed immortal travel alone could not teleport him. Only by creating a killer move and increasing its power could he barely be moved. In the previous life, he had also created a space path killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core to transport him, when having rank 8 cultivation level. But Jade Flow Pearl was different from the previous life's killer move. The previous life's fixed immortal travel killer move was a space path killer move, while this current move was a compound killer move of space path and refinement path. One of the reasons was that the fixed immortal travel killer move in his previous life was created after Fang Yuan extorted Southern Border's righteous path and obtained many specific space path rank 7 Immortal Gu. But now, he had not ambushed Xia Cha yet, not to mention the rest of Southern Border's righteous path. Fang Yuan's space path Immortal Gu mostly came from Lang Ye blessed land's inventory now. Most were rank 6, and they were not very compatible. Thus, Fang Yuan used refinement path Immortal Gu to modify the killer move intensively. With the power of Refinement Path, Fang Yuan's Refinement Path Dao marks were no longer a burden to the teleportation. This was the advantage of compound killer moves. But compound killer moves were much harder to deduce. Fang Yuan could deduce it quickly because he had quasi-supreme Refinement Path attainment level and the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan put away the thoughts in his mind for now as he looked down. For a range of hundreds of li, there were mountains and forests. But below him, there was a flat land that was about half a square kilometer large. It was covered in smoke and fog. Fang Yuan pointed as dragons flew out, roaring with a grand and fierce aura. It was a mortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan refined Myriad Immortal Gu successfully. It took very little time to activate Myriad Dragon now. The Myriad Dragons rushed into the fog and smoke, easily destroying the defensive method below. Similar to the previous life, the defending Qi Clan Gu Immortal had already escaped. Fang Yuan smiled. This was within his expectations. He had purposely exposed his identity for this. In the previous life, he had learned about the cowardice of this Qi Clan Gu Immortal. This time around, he achieved a great effect by doing the same action. Of course, Fang Yuan had to expose his identity regardless. Because he used fixed immortal travel, and also because of the killer moves he was using, there was no use in trying to conceal his identity. Chapter 1770 Qi Chu Yu convinces himself a shallow deep blue lake surrounded by silent verdant mountains. Around the lake were pure white round rocks. They stacked at the river bank. This was a mid-sized resource point of southern borders Qi clan, contact Heart Riverbank. Fang Yuan placed all the Gu worms he obtained into his immortal aperture. There were more than 3,000 rank 5 contact Heart Gu, 50,000 rank 4, and over 1 million were rank 3 and below. Next, he used Strength Path Immortal Gu pulling water. Similar to the previous life, pulling water was currently rank 6. After a moment, the river water was pulled up like silk by a formless force before being moved into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. This contact Heart Riverbank was a special area filled with Wisdom Path Dao marks. There were Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path, and other Dao marks as foundation, but they paled in quantity compared to Wisdom Path. Fang Yuan took away the water which had dense Wisdom Path Dao marks, but most of it remained in the surrounding soil. Fang Yuan was without options regarding this. He lacked methods to pull up the ground. This was not mortal soil, and it required at least peak rank 7 Earth Path methods. One had to overcome the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the soil first, and the method had to be delicate. It could not destroy the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the soil. If the Wisdom Path Dao marks were destroyed, the value of the soil would drop. This was like smearing a world-class painting. It would have no value remaining. Specific methods were required to plunder and move resources in the outside world, but destroying them was easier. It was like Heavenly Court's attempt to gain infallible blessed land. Heavenly Court had a method to destroy infallible blessed land, but to extract its success Dao marks, they had to spend a lot of effort and use human path methods. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention expended a lot of time and effort. Fang Yuan's appearance in Plundering contact Heart Riverbank soon reached Qi Chu Yu. Qi Chu Yu was still slightly hopeful at first. Is the information true? Soon, his hopes were completely crushed. Because there was an immortal killer move resembling fixed immortal travel, as well as Fang Yuan's signature Myriad Dragon killer move. Those were concrete evidence. Why did this Fang Yuan appear at contact Heart Riverbank? Qi Chu Yu's eyes twitched. Does he need a large number of contact Heart Gu? Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, he was not just a normal rank 7. He could fight rank 8. He was unique. Qi Chu Yu thought about the video in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Now that Fang Yuan has reobtained rank 7 fixed immortal travel, and also apparently has a method to steal immortal Gu, if he tries to find trouble with my Qi clan, it would be a problem. Qi Chu Yu sighed internally. He had to admit, Fang Yuan was a huge problem. Fixed immortal travel allowed him to travel with ease. Only specific methods could restrict him. Fang Yuan also had rank 8 battle strength. Most of Qi clan's Gu Immortals could not fight him. Qi Chu Yu himself or a rank 7 immortal Gu house was needed. That way, even as a super force, Qi clan only had limited resources to deal with him. As for the theft path method, it should not be Fang Yuan's own ability. Right now, Fang Yuan has not shown any method in this aspect, while Longhair Ancestor had refined Gu with Thieving Heaven Demon venerable back then. Langya Blessed Land has a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan could resist Heavenly Court because he made use of Langya Blessed Land's foundation. Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land. He would still need some time before he can master this Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Qi Chu Yu evaluated. He felt that he was really unlucky recently. Fang Yuan had actually targeted his Qi clan out of all the clans. Wasn't this bad luck? Even though Fang Yuan gave Qi Chu Yu a huge headache, he had to counterattack. Qi clan's benefits, their righteous path status, and the pride of a rank 8 Gu Immortal. These reasons forced him to go and defeat Fang Yuan quickly. Qi Chu Yu led the expedition personally, controlling Great Space Temple and traveling towards contact Heart Riverbank as soon as possible. The formation was destroyed. It was a ravaged site. Everything was in ruins. A vast number of Gu worms were gone. Contact Heart Riverbank had lost all vitality. The river water was also gone. It had completely dried up. It was truly a sad sight. Even the rocks around the bank were missing. Fang Yuan took literally everything from this place. Chi Chu Yu had an ashen expression. The other Chi Clan Gu Immortals started scolding Fang Yuan and cursing his 18 generations of ancestors. This demon is too daring. This is a mid-size resource point of our clan. Now that it is plundered, it might not recover even after a few years of time. Sigh. There is no point in cursing Fang Yuan's 18 generations of ancestors. He is an otherworldly demon. He killed all of his ancestors in this world with his own 2 hands. Chi Clan's Gu Immortals gradually stopped scolding as they frowned at this terrible situation. Contact Heart Riverbank was destroyed, but its foundation remained. Fang Yuan could not bring the soil here with him. But the problem was Fang Yuan himself. He was still alive. Would he show up again? Would he target Chi Clan again? Chi Clan did not understand even at this point. Why did Fang Yuan choose Contact Heart Riverbank? Wait. Earlier, the mysterious Gu Immortal who attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and destroyed the formation. Was it Fang Yuan? Someone suggested. It is very likely. They are both rank 7 Gu Immortals with extraordinary battle strength. Fang Yuan also had high formation path attainment. He can definitely destroy both formations. Furthermore, he annexed Lang Blessed Land and has Refinement Path Immortal Gu now. Didn't that mysterious Gu Immortal use Refinement Path methods? But if that mysterious Gu Immortal is Fang Yuan, why would he conceal his own appearance when attacking Plunder Shadow Earth Trench? This time, when attacking our clan's Contact Heart Riverbank, he chose to expose his own identity. Many of Chi Clan's Gu Immortals turned their heads in suspicion. They simply could not understand why. Firstly, there was no evidence that linked the mysterious Gu Immortal to Fang Yuan directly. Secondly, Fang Yuan's motive in attacking Contact Heart Riverbank was unknown. Nobody knew what he was up to. First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? Chi Clan's Gu Immortals did not have any answers. They asked Chi Chu Yu. Chi Chu Yu's expression eased. He had been screaming internally long ago. He also wanted to know what Fang Yuan was planning. By the time they arrived, Fang Yuan was gone already. Chi Chu Yu was in a really awkward and passive situation. But on the surface, he had to maintain the dignity of Chi Clan's leader. Don't panic. Investigate the scene and search for evidence. Even if Fang Yuan escapes now, our Chi Clan will remember this. He will pay us back 100-fold in the future. Yes, Lord. Chi Clan's Gu Immortals answered. The huge Great Space Temple floated in mid-air, not concealing its aura as it displayed Chi Clan's authority in full view. A while later, all the Gu Immortals returned with a look of embarrassment. Fang Yuan had done a good job in cleaning up the scene. No clues of value were left. Even if they had clues, could they deduce anything about him? Chi Chu Yu bore no hope himself. Even Heavenly Court failed to deal with Fang Yuan. Chi Clan specialized in Formation Path. They were weak in Information Path and Wisdom Path aspects. If our Chi Clan wants to regain reputation, we will need to spend a lot on information and clues before hiring a Wisdom Path great expert to deduce him. After that, we need to set an ambush, go after Fang Yuan and fight. Him sigh. Chi Chu Yu sighed internally. Thinking about the process, he felt a little dejected. The price and risks were too high while the gains were minimal. Only rank 8 Gu Immortals that were Wisdom Path or Information Path great experts could handle Fang Yuan. People like that would require a huge amount before they would help Chi Clan with this matter. And after finding Fang Yuan, Chi Clan would need to fight him. It was questionable if they could actually kill him. Thunder Ghost True Monarch went after Fang Yuan and got 3 of her rib bones sold in Treasure, Yellow Heaven. Heavenly Court wanted to invade Lang Blessed Land, and it ended up being annexed by him. Feng Jiuji's Immortal Gu were even stolen by Fang Yuan, while Fairy Ziwei had to openly announce that they lost the battle. What did Chi Clan have? Yes, it was a super force, but could it compare to Heavenly Court? Even Heavenly Court had no options against Fang Yuan, even though Fairy Ziwei hated him to the core. So what? Even though Fang Yuan is a single person, he cultivates many paths. He has no clear weaknesses. He is a cunning and crafty person. He is ruthless and devious. Even Wu Yong was toyed around by him. Earlier, even when Southern Border's righteous path went after him, he still escaped. I want to go after him with just Chi Clan? Hee. Chi Chu Yu felt very angry, but also helpless and sad. Fang Yuan had grown too quickly. Chi Chu Yu felt extremely deep wariness towards him. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, he is more troublesome than most rank 8 Gu Immortals. Ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals cultivate one path. They do not have deep wisdom path attainment or fixed immortal travel. If Fang Yuan can stop now and not go after Chi Clan's resources, I should let this go. Chi Chu Yu sighed in his heart. He had decided to give up. Contact Heart Riverbank was destroyed, but its foundation remained. It could still be developed. Or rather, in arrogant terms, it was just a mid-sized resource point. Chi Clan could afford to lose it. Of course, on the surface, we need to be very angry and upset. We will speak righteously and create a commotion. We cannot ruin the reputation of Chi Clan. But secretly, I need to restrain my Gu Immortals and keep on guard. We will mainly cultivate and maintain our resources. If during this period, Fang Yuan targets the resources of other clans, that would be great. A moment later, Qi Chuyu made up his mind. He convinced himself on this plan. Making a rank 8 Gu Immortal lower his head alongside his super force, it was not easy. But Qi Chuyu was a wise leader. He knew the big picture. There was no benefit in challenging this demon. If Qi clan mobilized everyone, he could give Fang Yuan huge problems indeed. He could even threaten his life. But Qi clan would pay an immense price. It would be too much to handle. If this situation happened in northern plains, the entire tribe might be riled up. They would attack directly without thinking. But in southern border, isn't it better to live calmly and peacefully? Even if they lose a mid-sized resource point, Qi clan still has others, and even countless small-sized, large-sized, and giant resource points. They could live very well. They might lose some reputation, but their foundation would be unaffected. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. If Qi clan went after Fang Yuan with full force and went down with him in flames, the other super forces would benefit and take the advantage. What would they do then? Qi Chuyu let out a breath of air. He wanted to vent out all of his anger and frustrations. Soon, he calmed down. Report. Fang Yuan has appeared at our clan's Cloud Bamboo Mountain range. He destroyed the formation, and our 2 Gu Immortals could not resist him. Right now, Fang Yuan is scavenging for all sorts of resources, among which is a newly formed wildwood path, Immortal Gu. Qi Chuyu heard this, and his expression froze. His heart that had just calmed down instantly became filled with overwhelming rage. Fang Yuan, screw your entire lineage of ancestors. Chapter 1771 Mature Bamboo, Immortal Gu, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Fang Yuan floated in the air. An immortal-level enslavement path killer move was shot out everywhere. Pew pew pew. Cloud foxes and other creatures struggled intensely. They had a painful expression as they growled. But soon, their resistance weakened as they stopped moving. They stayed on the spot and lowered their heads as they became Fang Yuan's enslaved beasts. Fang Yuan smiled as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. The cloud foxes went inside obediently. Not just the cloud foxes. Even other life forms could not escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was a huge, large-sized resource point. It was filled with dense Dao marks. It was normal for desolate beasts and plants to grow here. Even ancient desolate beasts could grow. Fang Yuan quickly scavenged the area. With his previous life's memories, he clearly recalled the location of these desolate beasts and plants. Soon, he obtained 7 desolate beast cloud foxes, a total of 11 desolate plants of 3 species, cloud chi root, white hair root, and spear-tip bamboo. The thing that made Fang Yuan the happiest was the quantity of a rank 7 immortal material, cloud soil. It was huge. I have a lot of time left. Fang Yuan calculated his time. In the previous life, he had spent a lot of time just getting these resources. But now, because it was his second time, he obtained everything rapidly and efficiently. He saved a lot of time. In the previous life, I only searched through briefly. This mountain range has a lot of untouched places. Fang Yuan explored the foreign area and soon found a desolate beast cloud fox. He was about to use an enslavement path killer move to suppress it when Lang Yalan's spirit's voice resounded from the immortal aperture. Master, I have already obtained the name of this new wood path, Immortal Gu. It is a rank 6 Immortal Gu known as Mature Bamboo. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Undeniably, Mature Bamboo Immortal Gu was the greatest treasure on this Cloud Bamboo mountain range. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was obstructed by Cloud Bamboo mountain range's formation. He could not make it in time. The 2 Qi clan Gu Immortals defending this place were resolute. While escaping, they destroyed the newly formed wild Immortal Gu. But now, Fang Yuan noticed this and targeted the formation's weakness immediately, destroying it and gaining control over that newly formed wild Immortal Gu. The 2 Qi clan Gu Immortals were stunned. The formation was destroyed too quickly. This formation could block Fang Yuan for a while in the previous life, but it was fixed, and since Fang Yuan already destroyed it once, he understood its concept. He could easily destroy it this time. After getting it for a while, the wild Immortal Gu that was newly formed was refined by him on the spot. Immortal Gu Mature Bamboo. It was the size of an average person's thumb. It was long and flat. At the tip of its head was a cylinder that covered its entire head. Its eyes were in a hemispherical shape. Fang Yuan played with it in his hand. Its body and wings were very soft. It had 6 armor plates on its stomach. Its tail glowed with a dim green light. All in all, this Mature Bamboo Immortal Gu was a firefly that shined with green light. Not bad. This Immortal Gu is useful to me. Fang Yuan had a joyful expression. Fang Yuan killed Chun Yi and obtained his soul. He had been soul-searching. Chun Yi was the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. In his youth, he had obtained a Genesis Lotus true inheritance, Karma Divine Tree. During the battle in Lang Yu Blessed Land, he obtained another Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Karma Relocation. Thus, Fang Yuan had 2 Genesis Lotus True Inheritances now. But the foundation of Karma Relocation was Karma Divine Tree. The core Immortal Gu of these 2 killer moves, other than the 2 rule path Immortal Gu cause and effect, were somewhat path Gu. Chun Yi died, his phantom aperture vanished. He had already destroyed all his Gu worms. Fang Yuan had to collect these Gu worms if he wanted to cultivate the Genesis Lotus True Inheritances. The Mortal Gu were simple, but Immortal Gu needed preparation. Mature Bamboo, Immortal Gu was a wood path Gu suitable for his Genesis Lotus True Inheritance cultivation. By the time Chi Chuyu arrived at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range using Great Space Temple, Fang Yuan was already gone. Chi Clan's Gu Immortals looked at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range in a daze. Many people opened their eyes widely, showing deep disbelief. It is completely barren. This is Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? What happened to our flourishing Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? An old Gu Immortal almost coughed blood as he said shakily, I had once stayed here to develop the mountain range. I spent so much effort, but this thief Fang Yuan took it all. Fang Yuan, you demon, I will never let you off. Someone thought about it and said solemnly, we planted normal cloud bamboos here on a huge scale. Only specific wood path methods can extract them so quickly. Fang Yuan came totally prepared. In the previous life, Fang Yuan lacked wood path methods. Eventually, a vast amount of ordinary cloud bamboos were left on the mountain. He could only take the desolate plants. But this time, with the advantage of rebirth, he came amply prepared. Fang Yuan had purposely designed a wood path Immortal Killer move to collect the cloud bamboos. His wood path attainment level was not high, but with the light of wisdom, he could still create a rank 6 killer move targeting mortal materials very easily. He annexed Lang Yu Blessed Land. He obtained several wood path Immortal Gu. They were all useful in this regard. Lang Yu Blessed Land had a huge inventory. The white-haired land spirit had governed the blessed land for hundreds of thousands of years. He had several Immortal Gu of each mainstream path. They were not a complementary group. The land spirit had refined them in preparation for any refinement path research problems. Fang Yuan had once borrowed wood sprout Immortal Gu to use the killer move Light Fungus Radiance. Chi Chuyu's expression was completely dark. His fists were tightly clenched under his sleeves. Fang Yuan. He gritted his teeth. His illusions were shattered. Fang Yuan was targeting Chi Clan. But Chi Chuyu could not understand why Fang Yuan was targeting him and Chi Clan. When they pursued him back when he was weak, everyone in Southern Border's righteous path was involved. Wu Yong was the person with the deepest enmity with him. Why didn't he attack them? If he thought Wu Clan was too strong, he could bully the weaker ones like Xiao Clan. Chi Clan was not weak. It was upper tier, even among Southern Border's righteous path. Who did they offend? Why was he doing this? What did they do wrong? Couldn't he tell them? Couldn't he just talk nicely? Communication was the key to human relationships. These types of people were the worst. Attacking without warning, destroying and plundering without making a single sound. Why did he do that? He was a true scumbag. Not just Chi Chuyu. All the other Chi Clan Gu Immortals felt very upset and wronged. Fang Yuan is clearly targeting us. He has made ample preparations. The question is, what is he after? We need to know this. This is the first obstacle for us in dealing with Fang Yuan. Chi Chuyu thought about it, he said. He gave up on his previous mentality. He decided to deal with Fang Yuan with all his strength. If they did not do anything, Chi Chuyu would not be able to account to the clan. Demonic path Gu Immortals often traveled alone, but the righteous path had to maintain a force. One could not live freely by one's own intentions. Chi Chuyu, for example, even though he was rank 8, he had his bloodline descendants to take care of. And Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was not just a large resource point for Chi Clan. Back when Chi Clan was still in its infancy period, Chi Clan's ancestors had scrimped and saved when they were weak to slowly develop it. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range had provided a stable source of income for Chi Clan's development. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was the glorious history of Chi Clan. It was a form of mental encouragement to Chi Clan's members. Fang Yuan plundered Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. He was trampling on the pride and history of Chi Clan's Gu Immortals. Right at this moment, Chi Chuyu and the rest received requests for reinforcements from Chi Clan's Gu Immortals again. Report. Fang Yuan has appeared at Windflame Mountain. He is currently using the killer move Myriad Dragon to attack the formation. Report. Fang Yuan has appeared outside Ragged Cave. He was obstructed by the formation and has mysteriously vanished. Different from earlier, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared at 2 locations. Chi Clan's Gu Immortals were very shocked and suspicious. How could there be 2 Fang Yuan? One is a fake and one is his true body. Or maybe it is Fang Yuan's clone. That's possible too. No, according to the timing, Fang Yuan first appeared at Ragged Cave before he used fixed immortal travel to arrive at Wind Flame Mountain. Qi Chuyu analyzed calmly. That means Fang Yuan is still at Wind Flame Mountain? We need to reinforce it immediately. But why did he teleport to Ragged Cave then? Isn't that unnecessary? Maybe he felt that Ragged Cave's defensive formation was too strong, so he chose the easier Wind Flame Mountain. No, these are both giant resource points. Their defensive formation are equally strong. There is no weaker one. Qi Chuyu thought about it before a thought flashed in his mind. He said plainly, split up and help them. That is the only way. If the giant resource point is looted by Fang Yuan too, our Qi clan will lose too much. But is this Fang Yuan's scheme? He wants to divert us away? Fang Yuan's current strength is far beyond the time when he chased after all. Even someone like Feng Gu lost so terribly to him. Qi clan's Gu Immortals were hesitant. They were very wary towards Fang Yuan. Should we seek reinforcements? Suddenly, a Gu Immortal asked. The whole of Great Space Temple sank into silence. This was something that most of the Gu Immortals were thinking, but did not dare to say. Amidst the silence, the Immortals looked towards Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu had a dark expression as he shouted. He is just a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Our clan has only lost 2 resource points, and you are all frantic already. You want to seek outside reinforcements? We cannot afford to lose our reputation like this. Did anyone die? Are we only left with the old and weak? Seeking reinforcements without even fighting against Fang Yuan once? Where is your courage? Where is your bravery? Where are your pride and glory as Qi clan members? The Immortals lowered their heads in silence. They took Qi Chuyu's fierce scolding. After Qi Chuyu scolded them, he gave orders. Do as I say. I am going to Wind Flame Mountain now. You all will travel in Great Space Temple and go to help Ragged Cave. Act quickly and do not panic. The defensive formation of a giant resource point is not so fragile. Keep in touch at all times. Yes, Lord. Nobody disagreed with his order. With their current location, Wind Flame Mountain was closer, while Ragged Cave was further. Thus, the space path Immortal Gu House Great Space Temple would go to Ragged Cave, while Qi Chuyu, who was slower, would go to help Wind Flame Mountain. Chapter 1772 Done in by himself. Qi Chuyu went to Wind Flame Mountain at full speed. When he arrived, he saw that Fang Yuan had already destroyed half the formation. Fang Yuan was currently uprooting the sunset parasol trees. He stole the countless birds within the parasol forest, including the fire phoenixes, with incredible efficiency. The Gu Immortal defending this place had not left. He was attacking Fang Yuan fiercely using the remaining formation. Fang Yuan was able to deal with it easily. He dealt with the formation while looting resources continuously. Stop! Qi Chuyu shouted with startled anger. First Supreme Elder, you are finally here. The rank 7 Gu Immortal defending this place was extremely agitated. He was overcome with tears. He was at first confident in regards to the defensive formation, but after a while, Fang Yuan easily broke it. He was incredibly scared and desperate. He did not dare to act rashly. Before Qi Chuyu came, he had been defending himself. Now that the Supreme Elder was here, he attacked with some flashy methods. As Qi Chuyu had finally arrived, Fang Yuan stopped his actions. Fang Yuan, what a great job you've done. Retribution is here. Qi Chuyu's eyes were spewing fire. Wind Flame Mountain was quite a special resource point. Other than raising phoenixes, at a certain timing each year, many wild phoenixes would come here and lay eggs. If something happened to Wind Flame Mountain, the wild phoenixes might choose other locations. Qi clan would suffer great losses. But Fang Yuan was smiling throughout. Compared to the previous life, Qi Chuyu was more angry because Fang Yuan's efficient looting meant that Qi clan suffered even greater losses. Qi Chuyu felt pain from this. Senior Qi Chuyu, I have been waiting for you. This is my move. Fang Yuan said as he activated Yama Battlefield. Qi Chuyu hesitated for a moment, but did not dodge. He allowed Yama Battlefield to envelop him as he said, Let me see what you're made of. Yama Battlefield formed quickly. A huge yellow-brown lump enveloped both Fang Yuan and Qi Chuyu. Next, Yama Battlefield shrunk rapidly, condensing from a yellow-brown lump into a tiny spot. It was like an immortal aperture that was placed outside, vanishing entirely without a trace. An amazing soul path battlefield. Qi Chuyu praised. Qi Chuyu's arms were behind his back as he stood calmly. His attitude had changed tremendously. Even though he was trapped in Yama Battlefield, he did not try to forcefully deduce it. He looked very much at ease. He was wary internally. To think that Fang Yuan even had a battlefield killer move, there was no information about this at all. At this point in time, different from the previous life, Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield was not exposed. Last time, he used Yama Battlefield to trap Feng Gu. Not only did he expose this method, Fairy Ziwei deduced and broke it successfully. After the battle in Langya Blessed Land, Fairy Ziwei even exposed the profundities of Yama Battlefield and the method to break it in Treasure Yellow Heaven openly, causing Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield to lose its value in battle. The risk of using it was much higher. And in this life, even though Fang Yuan used Yama battlefield multiple times, his targets were Meng Tu, Sleeping Lady, and the Diamond Head Turtle. They were either killed or captured. Against Feng Gu, he used the super formation space and could not activate Yama battlefield. Thus, this method was kept a secret until now. Now that Fang Yuan used it, it was finally known to the outside world. Fang Yuan was not going to kill Qi Chu Yu. Information about Yama battlefield was definitely going to spread. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan could not kill Qi Chu Yu, but the risks were too high and the reward was minimal. This was the same reason for Qi Chu Yu, who did not want to face Fang Yuan earlier. When two tigers fought, one was definitely going to be injured. Fang Yuan stood at the end of the other side of the battlefield as he assessed Qi Chu Yu, smiling. Lord Qi Chu Yu, you are inside my immortal battlefield now. Why are you not attempting to retaliate? Instead, you look like you want to talk? Why is that so? Qi Chu Yu snorted coldly. Stop pretending. Fang Yuan, you went around plundering for the sake of gaining my attention. Thinking about it, since you could easily break the defensive formation, why did you not take the lives of my Qi Clan's Gu Immortals? This is not hard to achieve, but you did not think of killing a single one of them. Furthermore, be it Contact Heart River Bank, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, or Wind Flame Mountain, even though you looted them clean, you left their foundation behind untouched. Both Great Space Temple and I went out at the same time. That was part of your plan. Seeing that we were together, you attacked Wind Flame Mountain and Ragged Cave at the same time, so that we would have to split up. You were merely finding a chance to talk with me, but did not have any special method to do so. Tell me, what is it that you want? Qi Chu Yu spoke calmly. Before splitting up, he had already guessed Fang Yuan's intention. All that anger and hatred was just an act. Qi Chu Yu's analysis was mostly right. In the previous life, when Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was still around, Qi Chu Yu defended it for some time. Only after Fang Yuan attacked Wind Flame Mountain did he show up. This time, Fang Yuan took down Plunder Shadow Earth Trench in advance, but because Qi Chu Yu and Great Space Temple were together, it was quite troublesome. Great Space Temple was a space path Immortal Gu house. It countered immortal battlefields. Fang Yuan had fought against it in his previous life. Even Great Thief Ghost Hand was unable to counter it. If Fang Yuan wanted to talk to Qi Chu Yu, the best way was to avoid this house and find a chance to lure Qi Chu Yu out alone. This was not hard for Fang Yuan. With his deep wisdom path attainment, he could easily achieve his target with some adjustment in thinking. But Qi Chu Yu was wrong about one thing. Fang Yuan did not leave behind the foundation of the resource points on purpose, but because he had no way of taking them. Qi Chu Yu had misunderstood it. Of course, Fang Yuan would not correct him. Clap, clap. Fang Yuan started to clap. It is so easy talking to a smart person. Senior Qi Chu Yu, take a look at this. Qi Chu Yu's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He carefully received the information path Mortal Gu that Fang Yuan tossed out. He seemed at ease now, but he was very alert in his mind. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, Qi Chu Yu knew how devious this lad was. He was crafty and ruthless. He needed to be guarded against. One could not relax around him. But soon, Qi Chu Yu's expression changed. He started to frown. A cold light flashed in his eyes as his expression turned dark. The information path Mortal Gu that Fang Yuan gave him included the details of Qi Clan's defensive formations, as well as Fang Yuan's conjectures and methods of breaking them, among which was Wind Flame Mountain's formation. Fang Yuan understood it very well. With his understanding, he could easily destroy the defensive formation and take all of the resources within, but he did not do that. From this point, Qi Chu Yu could see Fang Yuan's sincerity. It confirmed his guesses while also showing that Fang Yuan had shocking formation path attainment. And the thing that ruined his mood was the latter part of this information path Mortal Gu. These contents were very detailed about Qi Clan's information. Qi Chu Yu felt a chill in his heart. This was not something he could get from a little investigation. A lot of time was needed to accumulate such a rich pool of information. And in this information, the emphasis on Qi Clan's internal problem, the fact that Qi Chu Yu had no successor, was the main issue. This made Qi Chu Yu's expression change. He was deeply shocked. Because the information was just too detailed. Very clearly, someone in Southern Border was helping Fang Yuan, secretly providing this. Who was it? Demonic Path Gu Immortals were very unlikely. They were loners and did not have much of a grudge with Qi Clan. There was no need to observe Qi Clan and waste their own cultivation time. Other than those predatory righteous path forces, who else can it be? Qi Chu Yu was filled with shock and rage. Yang Clan soon became his biggest suspicion. Qi Chu Yu felt deep anger. If a certain Southern Border righteous path superforce was secretly helping Fang Yuan, this situation would become much more passive for him. Very likely, my Qi Clan has no traitor. It is these vicious righteous path clans that are trying to attack my Qi Clan using this sharp blade. These idiots, these fools, these traitors, They are the biggest parasites of southern border's righteous path. Chi Chu-yu's anger was like an erupting volcano. The lava was spewing out endlessly. He was already restraining himself. If Fang Yuan was not here, he might be shaking intensely. Fang Yuan laughed secretly. He observed carefully and assessed Chi Chu-yu's current mood and thoughts. He had a general idea. This information that he gave out needed a lot of manpower and resources to obtain over a long time. The truth was, there was no Southern Border Righteous Path clan helping him. He had obtained the information from the Southern Border Immortals when he captured them in the previous life. Fang Yuan was definitely going to use this hidden card well. As he had expected, once he used this card, the effect was immediately. Chi Chu-yu's expression turned dark. His calm attitude was no more. I'm sure that right now, Chi Chu-yu must hate these Southern Border Righteous Path clans much more than me. That is only natural. Throughout history, almost all organizations would hate traitors the most. But the truth is, this was merely one of my gains from the previous life. And I was able to capture those Southern Border Immortals because of the dream realms that Chi Chu-yu had provided to me. The culprit was really just Chi Chu-yu himself. Chi Chu-yu's expression was very ugly. He was emitting an intense air of tragedy. He was done in by himself, but he could not sense it. Fang Yuan spoke again. Lord Chi Chu-yu has been famous for a long time. You have governed Chi clan for so long. You must be sure of the value of this information. The force that gave this information to me is not just underestimating me. They are also underestimating you, Lord Chi Chu-yu. Chi Chu-yu heard this. He had a thought. It seems that Fang Yuan does not like being made use of. Unknowingly, he did not hate Fang Yuan that much anymore. Fang Yuan continued. Now, do you believe in my sincerity? Chi Chu-yu thought about Chi clan's losses. He felt pained. He squinted as he sneered at Fang Yuan. Does that mean I should thank you for holding back? Fang Yuan smiled. Chapter 1773 Fang Yuan's Epiphany. Within Yama battlefield, two immortals stood on opposite sides. Fang Yuan sighed. We have limited time. I will say this directly. I want to make a transaction with Chi clan. Are you interested in my dream path research results? Chi Chu-yu was slightly stunned before his cold and icy gaze changed slightly. Dream path? Did I hear wrongly? A flash of excitement flickered in Chi Chu-yu's eyes for a moment. Fang Yuan's dream path research results were not a secret by now. When he disguised as Wu Yihai, his goal was the dream realm. Fang Yuan had methods to turn dream realms into people. He had used it back in the battle over the dream realms. Many super forces were extremely envious of his method. Fang Yuan had Spring Autumn Cicada. He had been reborn from the future, which had a flourishing dream path. It was not strange that he had some dream path mysteries. One could say, Fang Yuan's dream path research results were at the peak of the 5 regions, far ahead of this world. The mysteries of dream realms and the depth of dream path. I have only made slight progress in it. What if I told Senior that my formation path attainment level was obtained from the dream realm? What do you think? Fang Yuan smiled as he spoke casually. It was like a huge rock that splashed into Chi Chu-yu's heart, creating a huge commotion. Oh, is that true? Chi Chu-yu was moved. He could not hold his cool anymore. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had meticulously crafted this conversation to lower Chi Chu-yu's aggression. At this point, he had complete control over the flow of the conversation. This was different from the previous life. Fang Yuan tossed out an information path Gu worm. Senior, take a look. Chi Chu-yu received it and his gaze flickered. He unconsciously grasped the information path Mortal Gu in his hand, as if afraid that it would fly off. The information path Mortal Gu had all sorts of details regarding dream path mysteries. It was incredibly attractive. Chi Chu-yu was completely drawn into it. He quickly finished looking through. Chi Chu-yu licked his lips. He felt that his throat had gotten dry after this short while. He was incredibly moved. Chi Chu-yu forced himself to stay calm as he purposely asked, What transaction do you want? I want dream realms. Give me dream realms, and I'll give you the dream path research results of the future. Chi Chu-yu did not agree instantly. He said, This is difficult. Almost all of Southern Border's dream realms are being guarded by the Righteous Path super forces. Fang Yuan smiled. Senior Chi, I want the dream realms on Etion Mountain. Even though the formations there have changed, you are the person in charge. I also know that there are many hidden backdoors. It will be easy for your clan to steal some dream realms without any problems. Chi Chu-yu heard this. His expression changed again. Fang Yuan understood the situation so clearly. It was really terrifying. The backdoors at Etion Mountain's formation were Chi Chu-yu's proud creation. He had created them under the eyes of all the Southern Border forces. He was bullying their lack of formation path expertise. These backdoors were set up in secret. I thought I deceived everyone, but to think that Fang Yuan saw through it. Maybe not just Fang Yuan sighed. I have underestimated the geniuses of this world. Chi Chu-yu was overthinking it. Fang Yuan's information was obtained in his previous life. It was given to him by Chi Chu-yu himself. Fang Yuan used Qi Chu Yu's information against him. It was really useful. Otherwise, why would there be the saying, your biggest enemy is often yourself? Fang Yuan continued to pressure Qi Chu Yu as he lost his resistance. Every negotiation was a battle. Even though it was not as straightforward as fighting, it was still a contest of strength in terms of wits and tactics. Compared to the previous life, Fang Yuan had too much advantage. He was stronger now because of his information. He knew his opponent well. His tactic of putting up a front was incredibly effective. Even a person like Qi Chu Yu had fallen victim to it. The transaction was quickly negotiated. It was very advantageous to Fang Yuan in the end. Qi Chu Yu agreed to the transaction, but for his status, this was humiliating. But there was no choice. Fang Yuan had a strong hold over him. Firstly, he could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Even if he tried to deal with him, the risks were too high. The gains were marginal. Secondly, if he worked with Fang Yuan, he would stop plundering Qi clan. They would even gain some dream path research results. This was too attractive to Qi Chu Yu. Finally, Qi Chu Yu was still worried about the so-called traitors in southern border's righteous path. He wanted to find these traitors. He might be able to find them through Fang Yuan. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, mini southern border. A mountain was empty and bare. It had no vegetation and stood proudly on the ground. Around it, the ground was not flat. There were some contours, but the inclination was limited. There were just some small mounds. Because of these mounds, this empty mountain looked even larger in perspective. Right now, at the peak of this empty mountain, a rank 6 Reverend Gu Immortal stood as he looked up at the sky. After becoming a grotto heaven, this immortal aperture truly became different from a blessed land. It is so grand and magnificent. The size of this sovereign immortal aperture is beyond logical. It is unimaginably big, worthy of the miracle created by spectral soul demon venerable. Every time Shi Chung looked at this place, he would sigh internally. This was majestic. This was a miracle. This was simply a divine construct. He was completely awed by spectral soul demon venerable. He had no thoughts of resisting Fang Yuan at all. Behind him was a group of Reverend Gu masters. They were talking among themselves. After spending more than 10 days, we have finally constructed this mountain. I am so tired. We had to work from early in the morning to late at night every day. I heard that the creation of this mountain was a mission given by that supreme being. In order to complete it quickly, we paid a huge price and activated Gu worms continuously. At least 30 Earth Path Gu worms died in the process. Speaking of which, don't you feel that refining Gu here has a high chance of success? Sigh, there will be rewards when we complete the sect missions. I hope that the Supreme Gu Immortal would give us some valuable rewards. Quiet. Do you think you are qualified to discuss matters regarding that great lord? The Reverend Gu Immortal could not take it anymore. He scolded. These Reverend Gu masters quickly lowered their heads, becoming silent from fear. At this time, green light flickered as a figure descended from the sky, floating in the air. The Reverend Gu masters looked up. It was Fang Yuan's rank 6-time path clone. Everyone's hearts jumped as they quickly knelt down, paying their respects. This subordinate greets Lord. Shi Chung quickly greeted with a humble attitude. Fang Yuan's clone had a plain expression. He nodded and asked, has the formation been completed? Fang Yuan's mission was not just to create an artificial mountain. They had to set up an immortal formation in the interior of the mountain. Shi Chung quickly reported, Lord, I have already set up this fire path formation according to the formation chart you provided. You just need to activate it now. Fang Yuan had already used his divine sense to penetrate the mountain. He was already looking into it. He nodded. He was quite satisfied with the setup of this formation. He was about to get these rockmen to leave, but he saw that Shi Chung wanted to speak, although he did not dare to. Shi Chung had rank 6 cultivation level, but he had once fought against Fang Yuan. His immortal battlefield gray cloud rock puppet left Fang Yuan a deep impression. He was quite talented. After moving the rockmen, Fang Yuan sent the Reverend Gu Immortals to the stone Lotus Island to familiarize themselves with future self. Meanwhile, Shi Chung stayed behind. He was the leader of the Rockman tribe, similar to Shui Er and Mo Tinsang in their own tribes. You have something to say to me? Fang Yuan's clone stopped as he asked. He had some patience towards this talented person. Shi Chung blinked as his expression turned uneasy. He made up his mind as he said, I heard that Lord has been on the offensive and gained great victories. The southern border righteous path is extremely fearful now. Even that Qi clan first supreme elder Qi Chu Yu was helpless against you. He could only watch as you left freely. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light. He was such a shrewd person. How could he not understand Shi Cheng's words? He interrupted. Your tribe's Gu Immortals want me to stop and live peacefully. There is no need to take such risks, am I right? Oh, I beg for forgiveness. Shi Chung bowed deeply. He had an expression of fear. This was my own bold idea. The Supreme Elders are all cultivating at the stone Lotus Island. They are unaware. Fang Yuan's clone sneered internally. The Rockmen had different ideas to him. They wanted to live in peace and develop slowly and stably. They hated risks. They would love nothing more than for Fang Yuan to hide in a cave and cultivate for a century or a millennium. They did not want Fang Yuan to take risks, because if he died, the sovereign immortal aperture would be exposed. They would all be implicated. But how could this be possible? Fang Yuan pursued eternal life. This was only possible after destroying Fate Gu. If Heavenly Court fully repaired Fate Gu, they would not let him off. They would find him one day and kill him. Hiding and stalling would only lead to despair. Only during the final Central Continent Refinement Path Convention would Central Continent be attacked by all 4 regions. When Heavenly Court is at its weakest, he would have a chance of success if he acted. The variant human's wish would not come true. Not only that, they would have to fight for Fang Yuan in the future. They were already tied to him now. They could not isolate themselves. Shi Cheng's words was actually the idea of many variant human Gu immortals. They used Shi Cheng to suggest it instead of saying it themselves. It was a way to keep themselves safe. It was a mature political tactic. Fang Yuan did not reject nor agree to anything. He waved his hand. Bring the elites of the tribe and leave this mountain. Yes. Seeing that Shi Cheng had taken some distance, Fang Yuan's clone started to activate the mountain's formation. Instantly, the formation became a furnace. Intense heat was emitted from it. This heat quickly charred in the interior of the mountain, creating waves of molten magma. A moment later, with an explosion, the top of the mountain erupted. Smoke rose into the sky as gushes of lava flowed down the mountain. The temperature rose sharply. The Rockman Gu masters watched from afar. They gasped. This method of changing the natural environment and creating a volcano out of nothing was truly stunning. Even Shi Cheng was deeply moved. His formation path attainment was low. At this point, he finally realized the use of the formation that he set up. But the more shocking thing happened next. A huge hand appeared in the sky over the mountain. It was as large as the mountain as the 5 fingers spread out, scattering countless trees onto the volcano. These trees were covered in a flowing light. They landed softly and planted into the lava itself. The terrifying lava was quickly absorbed by the roots as the trees took in all the nutrients. Soon, branches extended as leaves grew. They gave out the beautiful light of the setting sun. These were sunset parasol trees. A moment later, more hands flew out as they scattered fire phoenixes all over the volcano. One by one, the fire phoenixes landed on the top of the volcano. They were quickly suppressed and sealed by the formation. The entire process was overlooked by Fang Yuan's clone. No unexpected mishaps occurred. Shi Cheng opened his mouth wide. He looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. Even though he knew that Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, it was not as shocking as witnessing this himself. There were ancient desolate beasts among these fire phoenixes. Just a single one could slaughter Shi Cheng without any problem. Finally, Fang Yuan's clone left behind a large number of fire path birds of all types. There was a huge variety of them. From now onwards, this will be known as Firebird Mountain. It is your Rockman tribe's resource point. Fang Yuan's clone flew towards Shi Cheng. This was a huge surprise. Shi Cheng quickly knelt down and thanked him. He was very excited. Fang Yuan's clone smiled. Get up. I said before that I would help all of you. This mid-sized resource point is my reward to you for your hard work of creating the mountain. This subordinate is ashamed. Shi Cheng was incredibly thankful. Compared to this Firebird Mountain, the hard work that they had put in was truly insignificant. The goo worms used to create the formation of this Firebird Mountain, the formation chart used, and all the resources provided had all come from Fang Yuan. This was akin to his gift to them. Fang Yuan's clone added, I will continue to give you missions in the future. Firebird Mountain is not the final one. Shi Cheng was dazed. There was deep meaning in Fang Yuan's words. Where did the fire phoenixes and sunset parasol trees come from? He had plundered them. Fang Yuan said that Firebird Mountain was not the final one. He meant that he would continue to plunder and take risks. The variant human Gu Immortals gave Fang Yuan very subtle advice. Fang Yuan's rejection was also very subtle, but if one looked into it, they could see how domineering and intimidating Fang Yuan's response was. Shi Cheng did not dare to contradict him. He even felt a little joy after receiving this gift. With this Firebird Mountain, my Rockman tribe can finally rise up. How can Lord Fang Yuan be someone that is so easily convinced and shaken? That is not my problem. Lord Fang Yuan has given me the task of leading the tribe. These resources are also my cultivation resources. As long as I do not go overboard, I can definitely cultivate rapidly and raise my cultivation level. Shi Cheng had a heated gaze. Any Gu immortal would treasure and feel deep desire towards their own battle strength under the pressure of the calamities and tribulations. Due to Fang Yuan's political tactic, Shi Cheng had already been separated from the other Rockman Gu immortals. The Rockmen were suitable for managing Firebird Mountain. The temperature of the earth around the volcano was hot. It was a good place for rockmen to sleep in. Of course, eggmen were the most suitable for managing volcanoes. But currently, Fang Yuan had no intention of bringing in eggmen. It was sufficient to develop these variant human groups now. Shi Cheng's words gave Fang Yuan quite some insight. Different from my previous life, this time around, I took in many variant human tribes. I need to nurture and strengthen them. I also need to divert some attention and resources to them. Fang Yuan could use enslavement path methods to subdue all these variant human tribes, but in that case, he would lose any chance of nurturing them as it is. I want to comprehend human path. It is not like enslavement path. Everybody has their own thoughts and desires. To maintain an organization, I will need to consider the thoughts and emotions of the members in this organization. There are no two completely identical individuals, no matter how similar. People are different in their own ways. Fang Yuan suddenly had a thought. A flash of inspiration sparked in his mind like lightning, brightening his entire mind. It was the epiphany of human path. Suddenly, Fang Yuan understood a certain point. He had a complex expression. Human path. So that's it. I had a human path killer move all along. At this moment, his human path attainment level rose to master. Human path master. Chapter 1774 Eerie light under her eyes southern border. On a nameless mountain, there was the noise of a waterfall as mist spread out widely. At the cliff of the waterfall, Fang Yuan's main body sat on a pine tree branch as he thought deeply. The human path inspiration came abruptly. Fang Yuan placed great importance on it. His main body and clone stopped what they were doing and thought about it together. At this moment, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, an army had formed. There were 100,000 strength path phantoms. They stood on the grassland, unmoving, like solid statues. They all had the same faces. They resembled Fang Yuan's main body. They stood in an orderly formation with the same distance between each one. This was Fang Yuan's myriad self army created from using myriad self Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan grasped onto that inspiration as he stopped myriad self Immortal Gu, activating myriad self killer move instead. In a while, a larger number of strength path phantoms formed again. Fang Yuan thought about it before using myriad self killer move for a third time. But this time, he did not use the immortal level killer move, but the original mortal killer move instead. Rank 4 all-out effort Gu as the core, with the supplementary bitter strength Gu, borrow strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, refine essence spirit Gu, earth strength Gu, water strength Gu, wind strength Gu, lightning strength Gu, fire strength Gu, lurking soul coat Gu, breath concealment Gu. Eventually creating the killer move myriad self, splitting the main body's soul into a grand army of strength path phantoms. But because it was a mortal killer move, these strength path phantoms were far inferior to the previous phantom army. But this was the origin. Back then, during the Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, Fang Yuan combined 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and self-strength, using Soul Path, Wisdom Path, Chi Path, and Enslavement Path killer moves as reference, solving the age-old question of combining enslavement and strength, creating this move. Next, using the foundation of this move, he developed Strength Path, Giant Hand, and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The former gave Fang Yuan a new offensive method at the appropriate timing and was his strongest method for some time. The latter was the crucial trump card to Fang Yuan's ability to fight rank 8 as a rank 7. Be they Myriad Self, Strength Path Giant Hand, or Reverse Flow Protection Seal, they were very exceptional. They were top tier, even among top tier killer moves. Right now, Fang Yuan gained some human path inspiration. He traced its source and modified the original version of the mortal killer move Myriad Self once again. Fang Yuan's main body and clone deduced together. At the same time, his clone was bathed in the light of wisdom. The killer move soon became modified. Fang Yuan activated Myriad Self for the 4th time. This time, he created a Strength Path Phantom army again, but different from the first 3. Even though this army was standing quietly, the individuals had various expressions of all sorts. Some were crying, some were laughing, some were frowning, some were smiling, some had killing intent, some were expressionless, some were resting with their eyes shut, some had peaceful expressions, some had darting eyes, curious about everything around them, while some were sighing and grunting, looking extremely bored. Fang Yuan's divine sense swept through these phantoms. Countless thoughts sparked in his mind like lightning. After a while, Fang Yuan and his clone abandoned these phantom armies, activating wisdom path methods to deduce once more. This deduction took 6 hours. After succeeding the deduction, Fang Yuan obtained an extremely complex mortal myriad self-killer move that was many times the size of the original in terms of Gu worms. He activated this killer move. Because this killer move had too many Gu worms, the arrangements were too complex. Even as a rank 8 Gu immortal, Fang Yuan only succeeded after a long while. This time they Myriad self-phantoms were far fewer in numbers than the original 3 versions, but they all had individuality in them. Some of these myriad self-phantoms were running, jumping, sitting, and thinking, playing around. Some were even angry and furious, attacking the surrounding myriad self-phantoms and creating huge chaos. The chaos among the myriad self-phantoms grew rapidly. After a while, these myriad self-phantoms were all engaged in a huge brawl. Even though some did not want to participate, they had no choice. These myriad self-phantoms did not have the same strength. Some were stronger, some were weaker. Bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He found that in this chaotic battle, the myriad self-phantoms who won became stronger, while those who lost became weaker or even got destroyed. The myriad self-phantoms fell in numbers rapidly. Soon, less than 10 phantoms were still fighting intensely. Eventually, only one phantom stood on the battlefield. All the rest of the phantoms were destroyed. This phantom was tens of times stronger than before, but it was still at the mortal level. The phantom looked identical to Fang Yuan, but it was filled with anger and hatred. It roared at Fang Yuan's time path clone, showing deep killing intent and animosity, but it did not dare to attack. It charged towards the previous few groups of myriad self-phantoms. These myriad self-phantoms stood quietly, and without orders from Fang Yuan, they did not move. They allowed the angry phantom to attack them. After slaughtering them all, this angry phantom's aura grew time and again. It broke the limits of the mortal level and reached the level of a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's main body and clone both showed joy on their faces. Fang Yuan's clone waved. The remaining myriad self-army moved like a tide, surrounding the angry phantom and fighting it to the death. The angry phantom had outstanding strength. Even though it was encircled, it continued to fight without fear. With every phantom it destroyed, it grew a little stronger. It did not know fatigue. It was like a fighting machine that kept growing. It growled and roared, continuing to stand on the battlefield. Eventually, after it broke through from rank 6 to 7, Fang Yuan's main body finally moved, activating a killer move and personally killing this strength path phantom. This 4th myriad self-killer move that Fang Yuan used created very unique strength path phantoms that had their own thoughts and personalities. Even his main body could not control them. And amazingly, all of them had terrifying potential for growth. The angry phantom started out at rank 4 level, but it eventually grew to reach the level of a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Of course, only its aura and level broke through. Its own battle strength was not too high. It was even weaker than ordinary ancient desolate beasts. Because its body was phantom, it was not as sturdy as an ancient desolate beast. It was also limited in intelligence. It could not use Gu worms to fight. It only had battle instinct. Be it myriad self-immortal Gu or myriad self-killer move, they both expend my soul. This is the basis of the killer move. It is a flaw that cannot be avoided. Precisely because these strength path phantoms originate from the same source, the souls can merge. They are able to get stronger by devouring each other. The final myriad self-killer move that I activated is no longer just the convergence of enslavement and strength. It has progressed to become a human path killer move. Fang Yuan's time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom all along. Its eyes flickered with uncertainty and bright light. At this point, the killer move Myriad Self had become a true human path killer move, while Myriad Self Immortal Gu was confirmed to be a human path Immortal Gu. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had felt regret that he lacked a human path method or foundation when attacking Central Continent. The truth was, he had one all along, but because he had too many issues going on and things to consider, he did not notice it during the battle. This was like the poem. The mountain resembles a range when you look from the front. It resembles a peak when you look at it sideways. The mountain shows different features at different angles near and far. You cannot see the real Lushan mountain because you are on the mountain yourself. His exploration in human path had started in the 500 years of his previous life, but he had no awareness in this aspect. A person's life is their exploration towards human path itself. Other than Myriad Self Immortal Gu, I also have another human path Immortal Gu. That is, Perseverance Gu. Wait, not just Perseverance Gu, the sovereign immortal fetus Gu that I stole is also a human path Gu worm. Looking at U003 CU003, see the legends of Run 003 003E, Hope Gu, Vanity Gu, Guts Gu, Stubborn Gu, Pride Gu, Self Gu, Suffering Gu. Weren't all these human path Gu worms? No wonder U003 C003, see the legends of Run 003 003E, is known as the human path true inheritance. It truly contains the deep profundities of human path within it. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. At this point, he could finally read U003 C003, see the legends of Ren 003E, with a proper level of understanding. Fang Yuan had reached this conclusion after living for nearly 600 years. His human path inspiration was not obtained from nurturing the variant humans. It was the crucial qualitative breakthrough that he gained after accumulating sufficient life experiences. It was like a small pile of gunpowder that was lit by a spark. An intense explosion with a loud sound was set off. Fang Yuan surpassed his original limits and reached a new level in human path. This was his growth after deep accumulation. Progress was very smooth. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. In Central Great Hall, the dense purple aura calmed down slowly before it completely retracted back into Fairy Ziwei's mind. Fairy Ziwei frowned lightly. What is this demon Fang Yuan plotting now? In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Heavenly Court lost terribly. Fairy Ziwei took the responsibility personally. She rapidly divulged the information regarding Fang Yuan for free. But currently, Fang Yuan was very strange. He had not taken any action. Normally speaking, with Starcast exposed and the deaths of Chun Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Fang Yuan would definitely spread news of it everywhere to attack Heavenly Court's prestige, to make the other 4 regions more antagonistic towards Heavenly Court. But Fang Yuan did not do that. Fairy Ziwei had a sense of unease all along. These last days, she had been paying close attention to Fang Yuan's movements. Even if a slight incident occurred, she would deduce it with her full strength. Fairy Ziwei already knew about Fang Yuan's actions in southern border. But why did Fang Yuan target Qi Clan? What motive did he have? Was he really just going after those 3 resource points of Qi Clan? Earlier, the formation in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench got destroyed. Was that mysterious Gu immortal Fang Yuan? Or maybe, he wants to refine Gu now after annexing Langya Blessed Land and gaining a huge foundation. Or maybe, he has already used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He is using his rebirth knowledge to obtain all of his potential advantages now. Fairy Ziwei's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After Fang Yuan's Spring Autumn Cicada got exposed, his enemies would all consider it when they thought about his actions. Fairy Ziwei had been paying attention to this all along. Once Fang Yuan rebirths, Spring Autumn Cicada would need a lot of time to recover. That would be the best time to kill him. At the same time, all the methods that I used already will be known to Fang Yuan. I will need to change my battle tactics. It was crucial whether Fang Yuan had already used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth or not. If he did, Fairy Ziwei would need to stop all her original plans and start from scratch. However, even though Fairy Ziwei deduced with her full strength, even after using Star Constellation Chessboard, she could not confirm if Fang Yuan had been reborn or not. Fang Yuan destroyed the formation in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, but did not take the Dream Realms. He was very secretive when dealing with Meng Tu and the rest. Even for Great Thief Ghost Hand, Fang Yuan did not use it openly. He used the super formation to conceal it. Heavenly Court could not link him to Swan Bujin. His smoke bomb was just too brilliant. He had successfully confused Fairy Ziwei. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was a huge help in this aspect. This rebirth was very different from the previous ones. Against the strong enemy Heavenly Court, he had to consider the ink effect at all times. Fang Yuan is crafty and shrewd. He has left too little valuable information for us. Fairy Ziwei thought about it angrily. She turned around and left the central Great Hall. Arriving at the place, she held Spectral Soul captive. Soul Search. Spectral Soul resisted for a while before relenting as waves of memories were extracted. The secret of golden dragonfish rearing? Fairy Ziwei was first joyful before becoming disappointed. If it were before, Fairy Ziwei would be very happy about targeting Fang Yuan's main source of income. But now that he obtained Langya Blessed Land, all of its businesses were taken over by him. This method that Fairy Ziwei obtained was not very useful. Even so, I cannot give up on this chance to suppress Fang Yuan. Fairy Ziwei thought about it as she gritted her teeth and made her decision. But unknown to her, while she was thinking, in the depths of her eyes, a dark, eerie light flashed for an instant. Chapter 1775 Developing Green Ghost Deeser. On this night in southern border, the starry sky was dim, intense winds were blowing. A storm was about to start. 2 Gu Immortals flew rapidly while hiding their traces, the thick dark clouds providing them an additional layer of concealment. It is here. While moving, one of the Gu Immortals spoke. The other immediately stopped. Next, at the center of the dark clouds, an immortal battlefield opened slowly, absorbing the 2 Gu Immortals before it closed rapidly. The 2 Gu Immortals entered the immortal battlefield and removed their disguise. They returned to their normal appearance. The one with lower cultivation level had an ordinary appearance, but the other was a rank 8 Gu Immortal with great authority and reputation. It was the famous Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. If other righteous path Gu Immortals saw this, they would stare in disbelief and shout in shock. The great Qi Chuyu was actually sneaking around in the darkness. Who was he meeting? Senior Qi Chuyu, we meet again. The Gu Immortal defending the immortal battlefield had Dream Path aura and an ordinary appearance. He was the type that would be indistinguishable in a crowd. Qi Chuyu looked at him and said in displeasure, Fang Yuan, I thought your main body would come. Hee, aren't you being too careful? Fang Yuan was the one waiting for Qi Chuyu, and this battlefield was Yama battlefield. But Fang Yuan did not come in his main body. This was a pure dream reality seeker physique body that he created. Fang Yuan's clone smiled. I am cowardly and afraid of death. Please do understand me, Senior Qi Chuyu. Cowardly and afraid of death. Qi Chuyu's eyebrows were raised. He thought of the 3 rib bones belonging to Thunder Ghost True Monarch that were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, in the time when Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai, and also the recent losses that he incurred from Fang Yuan's plundering. He smiled and said mockingly, Fang Yuan, you are too humble. I've brought the thing that you want. Let's not waste time in case mishaps occur. Let's do the transaction. This place was close to Etion Mountain. The location was quite sensitive. Qi Chuyu did not dare to be careless. Of course. Fang Yuan's clone nodded. The two finished their transaction on the spot. Qi Chuyu obtained an information path Mortal Gu, while the Gu Immortal beside him flew towards Fang Yuan's clone. The Gu Immortal that came with Qi Chuyu was also Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone. After Fang Yuan and Qi Chuyu came to an agreement, they first targeted several southern border locations and obtained the scattered dream realms, before using pure dream reality seeker transformation to turn them into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Next, using these pure dream reality seeker physique clones, he communicated with Qi Chuyu and met with him. Qi Chuyu brought one of them with him as he entered the secret formation space on Etion Mountain through the back door. There, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique clone used a method to convert the rest of the dream realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and stuff them into its immortal aperture. The original pure dream reality seeker physique came from a Shadow Sect member, Wisdom Path, Great Expert, Old Man Yanshur. The killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation was the greatest achievement of his lifetime's research. The original Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation that he had could create the most extreme form of Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique. It had 18 hours to live, and every 2 hours, the cultivation level would rise by 1 rank. At the final moment, it would have rank 9 cultivation level. But after the battle on Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect's sovereign immortal fetus Gu, which was made from countless years of effort, was obtained by Fang Yuan, while Spectral Soul got trapped in the Dream Realm. During the second Etion Mountain battle, Purple Mountain True Monarch brought the remaining Shadow Sect forces to attack, attempting to save Spectral Soul's main body. During the battle, Purple Mountain True Monarch also used Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation, but it was the incomplete version. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies were also flawed. They were not as strong as the original. The version that Fang Yuan obtained was also this incomplete one, but afterwards, he got the original version from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation killer move was obtained by Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had obtained it after soul-searching Spectral Soul for a long time. Not long after, Feng Jin Huang displayed the talent of a future venerable. She actually perfected the original version of Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation, which had a huge flaw. Thereafter, Heavenly Court obtained the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, the 11th Extreme Physique. During the final battle in Central Continent, when Fang Yuan attacked the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, he captured the perfected Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies from Feng Jin Huang and comprehended their creation. He also obtained the method to create perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. Right now, when Fang Yuan did transactions with Qi Chuyu, he did not use the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique. He was using the incomplete killer move that Purple Mountain True Monarch gave him. Because this incomplete version had a time limit and lifespan, it would self-detonate when the time was up. Fang Yuan made good use of this flaw. Even if Qi Chuyu tried to harm him, he would not get the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body. Before the transaction, Fang Yuan informed Qi Chuyu of this flaw. After learning that the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies would self-detonate, Qi Chuyu's expression turned ugly, but for the sake of the Dream Path research results, he had to accept it. Seeing that the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body returned to Fang Yuan, he also let out a sigh of relief. If this thing self-detonated around him, even Qi Chuyu's formation path methods would be ineffective against it. This transaction carried huge risks for both parties, but the rewards were too alluring. Both sides were taking a gamble. After this first transaction, both parties were quite satisfied. They were more confident now in continuing. Before leaving, they agreed on the second transaction location and time. They also arranged many secret and safe methods to communicate. Fang Yuan's transaction with Qi Clan had changed drastically from the previous life. Last time, Fang Yuan used the Dream Realms to exchange for Qi Clan's Immortal Essence Stones and Immortal Materials. That was because he lacked immortal essence at the time. But now, Fang Yuan annexed Lang blessed land and advanced to rank 8. With his rank 8 immortal essence, he did not lack immortal essence at all. He lacked dream realms instead. In the previous life, he basically explored all of the dream realms that were scattered outside. Only a small portion was worth exploring because he had sold them to Qi Chuyu. Fang Yuan needed a large number of dream realms, those that were on Etion Mountain. Because he knew that Spectral Soul was a great grandmaster in all paths, his dream realm was on Etion Mountain. There could likely be Human Path, Information Path, and Qi Path dream realms. If he could completely inherit Spectral Soul's attainment levels, Fang Yuan would be qualified to annex every single rank 8 Grotto Heaven. Spectral Soul's Human Path attainment level was naturally Great Grandmaster. Without such a foundation, how could he possibly create Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu? My current Human Path attainment level is at Master. This is my accumulation after 600 years. Fang Yuan knew that with his Human Path achievement, he could not deal with Heavenly Court's Human Path methods left by different venerables. He was still too young. His accumulation was not deep enough. Red Lotus Demon Venerable lived for 3,000 years. This was the shortest among the venerables, but the truth was, due to his rebirths, his lifespan was far beyond 3,000. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable lived for 25,000 years. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable lived for 19,000 years, while Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable lived for 12,000 years. These three were the top 3 venerables in terms of lifespan. To deal with their methods, Fang Yuan had to use dream realms to grow rapidly. Other than Human Path, Information Path, Qi Path, and even Ice and Snow Path were areas that Fang Yuan desired. Fang Yuan's main body was near this transaction location. After Qi Chuyu left, he summoned his clones after a while. Soon, he placed the 2 pure dream clones in his sovereign immortal aperture. The dream realms that Fang Yuan obtained this time were not Human Path, they were mostly Qi Path. Qi Path dream realms were very useful. If Fang Yuan had Great Grandmaster attainment level in Qi Path, he would be able to annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven. His cultivation level would rise drastically. Fang Yuan stored the dream realms. He activated Familiar Face before using Fixed Immortal Travel's killer move to leave southern border. At the next moment, he arrived in Western Desert. He disguised as the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Swan Bujin again. After flying for a while in Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan saw Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortal Fang Huasheng. He was the 3rd Supreme Elder of Fang Clan, specialized in healing methods. He wore a white robe and had white hair. As he looked at the approaching Fang Yuan, his stern expression turned into a warm smile. "Friend Swan Bujin, how have you been?" Fang Huasheng greeted. Fang Yuan nodded. "Thanks for the concern. My goal in coming here is to cooperate with Fang Clan and develop Green Ghost Desert together." Fang Yuan moved quickly and spoke openly, stating his intention without wasting time. This was different from the previous life. Last time, Swan Bujin's identity was exposed. His connection to Fang Clan was cut. As a result, Fang Yuan had to extort Fang Clan using his own identity. Even though Fang Clan relented and gave him some resources, it was not part of Fang Yuan's original plans. In addition, Fang Clan had also promised Fang Yuan an Immortal Gu as a reward, but after he got exposed, they did not act on it afterwards. When Fang Yuan repaired Dang Hun Mountain, he lacked soul beasts and could not produce enough Guts Gu. His own soul path cultivation became very slow. He had felt regret towards this loss many times. It hindered his growth tremendously. His cultivation path was disrupted. But now, Fang Yuan paid attention to this issue and changed it. Even though Swan Bujin had used Great Thief Ghost Hand in front of Chen Yi, and also against Feng Jiu Gu in the formation space, the two situations were very different. Without any evidence, nobody could link Fang Yuan to Swan Bujin. Even though they were both theft path methods, there were still theft path Gu Immortals in the 5 regions. Currently, most people thought that in the Langya Blessed Land battle, Fang Yuan's theft path method was the foundation of Langya Blessed Land. After all, Long-Hair Ancestor had once worked with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Fang Huasheng had a grim expression as he sighed. "Ever since the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, Swan Bujin, you have been vividly etched in our memories. We are more than happy to cooperate with you, but now," Fang Huasheng said that as he paused, raising his head to observe Fang Yuan's expression. But he was going to be disappointed. Fang Yuan's plain face had no change of expression at all. Fang Huasheng had no choice but to continue. "Right now, our Fang clan is in an awkward position. We are facing pressure from Western Desert's righteous path, which is giving us problems. Especially recently, friend Swan Bujin. There have been rumors that you are actually the demon Fang Yuan, because you both possess a method to steal Immortal Gu and also oppose Heavenly Court. That demon Fang Yuan has familiar face after all. He can conceal himself and has a vicious heart. we truly cannot defend against him. Even Heavenly Court is without means against him.